Looking at the girl's photo, the protagonist thought about the fact that a new era had arrived, in which he had finally reached S rank. Clutching the pendant in his hands, the young man apologized aloud to the unknown little girl, reflecting on the fact that things could have been very different. The young man was standing in front of a small altar. The sun was shining brightly. It turned out to be some kind of secret sign. Suddenly, the guy entered this space so that the lighting was left far behind. Our hero did not want to think about anything. He just took and put a small bracelet on his right hand, which was an integral part of the game. Immediately thereafter, the system produced a panel that contained information about the young man. His name was Kamiaki, age 38, level 50, assassin class, S rank. With sadness in his voice, the young man asked himself why he had stammered, and then went on to talk about whether it was worth it. At the same time, a small group of people gathered near the archway. They were stating the fact that everyone was finally gathered, and that meant that they could set off. The boys were walking along the stone road, with Cammy lagging slightly, but lagging behind the company. One of the leaders of the group with a sword on his shoulders ordered everyone to slow down as he saw something or someone ahead. It was a huge shadow wolf warang, its mere sight inspiring terror and fear. The captain, addressing his partner by his last name, asked if he could do him a favor like that. The young man himself was looking sadly off into the distance. It appeared that he hadn't heard the boy's question. After a moment coming out of his own musings, the lad sprang from his seat and declared that he would do as he should. The huge animal loomed over Cammy. Against this monster, the young man appeared tiny and powerless, someone who could never overcome the wolf. Although several seconds passed, the fight did not begin. The beast watched the man carefully, but did nothing. Looking at the grin of this monster, our hero thought about that even in ordinary monsters, and for a while interrupted his thoughts because the wolf began to growl furiously. After pausing for a moment, the man continued to think about the fact that this animal's strength was extremely immense, more than any other. Cammy, soaring into the air, determinedly contrived to fight this beast and use its power to his advantage. Landing on the animal's head, the young man struck it with his sharp sword in one powerful motion. A ferocious beast that even before this time had no pity for humans, now became even more aggressive. Our hero realized that this was not the end, and therefore continued to fight with the wolf, which was the only way to cope with the task. It wasn't even a few seconds later that Cammy realized with horror that he was flying somewhere, not of his own free will, and not upward, but toward the wall. The wolf studied the boy carefully, realizing that he would not be able to get away from him. Falling to the floor and hitting the wall, the man stared in horror at the huge maw of the beast that loomed right over him, about to snatch his victim mercilessly. Our hero was seized with horror. He realized that the animal was stronger. But at this moment something indescribable happened, because the beast was without a head. While Cammy was trying to come to his senses to realize all that he had seen, the leader of the group, holding a bloody blade, headed towards the predator. Looking at his team member, the young man stated with reproach in his voice that even with this simple task, the man was unable to cope. Leaning closer, he wondered if it was true that our hero had bought his rank in transition, or perhaps it was age making itself felt. The hero looked at the commander in horror and amazement, realizing that he didn't know what to counter him, since he couldn't actually accomplish the task at hand. Realizing that our hero was overly embarrassed, a girl intervened in the conversation and told the commander that he had done poorly for me as an assassin. Blushing, Cammy stared guiltily in front of him, realizing he didn't want to make excuses, but at the same time he couldn't explain what had gone wrong. Wrapping his sore arm, our hero thought to himself that he already knew that he was weak enough, and therefore could not compete with the guys in the group. The main reason was that when researching classes, it turned out that assassins were not meant for combat. And once again, looking at the little girl's picture, the young man reflected on the fact that despite his tremendous power stats, his rank was the only thing he could brag about. Longing ate our hero. In his eyes read the pain and frustration with which he could not cope. Cammy recalled the little girl lying in the hospital bed and decided it was all for the sake of seeing that beautiful girl smile again. The young man berated himself and talked about how he was obligated to find a cure for his sister and only continued to be adventurous to do so. The girl was joyful and open. She always enjoyed laughing and spoke words of love to her brother at every opportunity. But unfortunately, the disease progressed too quickly, and it eventually cut short the life of his beloved baby girl. Looking at the dragon, our hero noted that he was so unable to give up his usual way of life. Time after time, the man had to put himself in danger by fighting various predators, which exhausted him completely. Getting into a fight with predators, Cammy told himself that he had reached his own limits, and to top it off, it turned out he was an assassin. And while the other members of the team gave a decent fight back to the beasts, he once again lay helplessly on the floor, realizing that his strength was not enough to fight on par with the guys. Looking carefully at the commander sitting on top of the beast, the young man realized that assassins were the weakest class for mopping up the dungeons, and therefore he was quite different. Suddenly the captain spoke, noting that that was enough tasking for today and they would be back again, but tomorrow. And the next minute the beauty touched the hand of the leader, as a sign that she was in complete solidarity with him. Dead and dismembered beasts were lying everywhere, which, as it turned out, did not embarrass the girl, who continued to talk about the time to discuss profits. Our hero, who was on the sidelines, scowled his face in pain as his wounded arm bothered him a lot. The young man heard the leader address him, asking if he would agree to go unrewarded this time. The man was indifferent to who and how he was treated, and whether he would be paid or not, and so said in a quiet voice that he didn't mind at all. Cammy Herd's commander started bantering behind his back about how he should be grateful that he was being invited to participate in such events at all. Still staring in front of him, our hero reflected that he had long ago become accustomed to such treatment. Looking outside, the young man reflected on the fact that despite being treated this way, he continued to be an adventurer because dungeons held hidden possibilities. The man could have stayed in his own musings for a long time, but the commander announced that it was time for them to go. Raising his head, our hero looked anxiously somewhere in the distance but continued to remain silent. Suddenly, a terrible rumbling sound was heard from behind the door, to which all those gathered took notice. Through the opened doors appeared a huge, bulky man, whose formidable appearance clearly hinted that he was not going to be ceremonious with those gathered. Cammy Shy watched the whole thing from around the corner, while his and Oleg's got as close to the monster as possible. Despite the fact that our hero's eyes read undisguised horror, he tried to hold himself courageously. The man was aware of the fact that before him was a mechanical Kurorurukan dragon of the same rank as himself. All those gathered said with one voice that nothing terrible had happened, but that the prey was just coming into their hands. However, Cammy himself was bothered by something. He pondered the fact that something was wrong, and while all the team members drew their swords, ours kept thinking about how this monster was drastically different from all the previous ones. But it turned out that the guys weren't bothered by this in the slightest. They were happily shouting in the voice that they should deal with this monster as soon as possible. And in the next second, something happened that no one expected. A sharp blade thudded into the ground. The entire team looked intently at the monster they were fighting, realizing that things had not gone according to plan. One hilt was left of the commander's sword, and he began shouting that the enemy was incredibly strong as well as dexterous. Our hero has heard of young people suggesting that they leave this place as soon as possible, realizing that this is the best and right thing to do. Cammy looked at the huge teeth of the predator with horror, realizing that it was impossible to fight him, because it would be an unequal battle. The young man was about to leave his hiding place, but the next moment he felt himself flying backwards, not realizing what had happened. Upon landing, our hero carefully watched the group commander, who had not yet managed to put his foot down, and stood smiling. The guy was openly poking fun at Cammy, but at the same time he was asking for forgiveness for some unknown reason. The young man stood only a few meters away from the mechanical creature and heard the team leader shout his name. At that moment, our hero heard one of the fleeing team members talking about how they were going to get rid of the man after the mission anyway. As he fell apart, the young man kept picking up scraps of words from which he could tell that everyone thought he was useless ballast. Standing behind the pillar, the guy saw the malevolent man massacring his doppelganger and noted that he had managed to leave him there in time. A few more minutes, and it would have been over. But what bothered our hero the most was that the people he'd been fighting side by side with for years had just picked up and abandoned him. Taking out a dagger, the man realized that he could not cope alone, hence the need to leave and as quickly as possible. Suddenly our hero heard a strange phrase. Someone was saying that they would pass through the gate and the end was inevitable. Frightened as he watched the predator's huge paw, Cammy kept hearing about some sort of gate opening, though he didn't understand what it meant. His heart was pounding frantically because the young man saw the predator closing in on him and heard that mankind had not long to live. Gaining courage, our hero moved closer to the monster, who began to say that people like him could not pass through the gate, yet he somehow managed to do so. The guy with a look of horror on his face looked somewhere in the distance and pondered that if these monsters really broke through, humanity would be finished. Clenching his blade tighter in his hands with desperation in his voice, Cammy shouted that he would not let this happen and therefore he would stand to the end. Attacking his rival, the man shouted that he would now deal with the problem once and for all, even at the cost of his own life. The monster wouldn't calm down and asked who such sacrifices were for. if it was for those who had abandoned him just a few minutes ago. The monster was much more powerful, and thus showed with its entire appearance that it was much stronger and more powerful. This was also felt by our hero, who in a moment was already thrown far back. The man was scared like never before, his heart was ready to burst out of his chest, but he was not going to give up, because the lives of many people were at stake. Standing up to stand, Cammy spoke aloud about how he was going to have a hard time, but it was too late to run. Grouping up, our hero found the enemy's weak spot to attack him even more successfully. Although the monster was not standing still, it threw the young man backwards in just one powerful motion. Cammy banged his head hard against a rock that was on the lower level, but kept telling himself that he should pull himself together and find the underdog's weak spot. Though while the young man was gathering his thoughts, the entity was already scanning him for a crushing blow, and this blow was struck. The enemy began to breathe fire, wanting to roast the unwanted man. Looking on in amazement at what was happening, our hero saw how this mechanical creature was very quickly dispersing the doppelgangers. Only a few seconds passed, and two more helpers scattered in different directions. Walking a little further, Cammy thought about the fact that the enemy was well aware of where he was, hence the ruse failed. The young man froze for a while. He was so determined that fear and uncertainty faded far into the background. Our hero turned on scan mode to figure out a few things for himself. After a moment, Cammy accelerated and headed towards the monster, realizing there was no other option anyway. At the same time, there were doppelgangers who were tasked with attacking the opponent as much as possible. However, he was clearly amused by this picture, smiled, and continued to say that it was all completely pointless. Cammy wasn't about to give up on his scheme, and so together with the rest of the assistants, they got as close to the mechanical creature as possible. Striking a blow, our hero shouted that it was not for the opponent to decide what the young man should do and what was best to abandon. The enraged and desperate hero fought like he had never fought before, like he had fought for the last time. The young man finally managed to land a blow that did damage to his opponent, but how effective it was, he couldn't judge. And so Cammy decided to act to the end and once more, before the predator came to his senses, struck that one with the ghostly blade. Bloodied, exhausted, and devastated, the boy thought his strength was at its limit. Through the prism of a fuzzy consciousness, he heard the raptor praising him, noting that it had been a pretty good battle for the weaker class, and he looked tough before he died, and added that the man was a strong opponent. But the time has come. However, they will see each other again later. Cammy thought with the last of his strength that he must have succeeded in helping this world at least a little bit. At the same moment, the system notified our hero that he was worthy of a reward because he had single-handedly killed the mechanical dragon. Closing his eyes, the guy had a poor understanding of something. It seemed to him that there was something in front of his eyes, but only that it didn't matter at all, because it was time for him to die. The alarm clock was ringing so obnoxiously that it was impossible to listen to it. So the young man reached up and turned it off, noting to himself that it was 7 a.m. already. Getting out of bed, the young man realized that the sun was shining very brightly through the window, announcing that a new day had arrived. Walking into the bathroom and looking at himself in the mirror, the guy realized with horror that he was not only alive, but young. Carefully studying his face, our hero took in his face as if he were trying to ascertain if he was indeed a living flesh and blood person. Heading to the bedroom, Cammy was telling himself if the dragon had done it all, and if it was true that that screen he had seen in the last seconds before he fainted was absolutely real. The young man heard that there was a message on his phone, so he hurried to pick it up and read what it said. The message was from a little sister asking her little brother to bring her a chocolate bar as she was very hungry. With a trembling voice, our hero struggled to pronounce the name of his baby girl, whose name was Natsu. He couldn't believe it was really her writing. A tear rolled down the boy's cheek. He cried as he realized that not only was he reading the girl's message, but he could see her right now. Sobs shook Cammy, and so he covered his face with his hands and kept thinking to himself that this wasn't all a dream, but was happening to him in real time. After coming to his senses, the young man noted that he should gather himself and do not dissipate. This time he has no right to make a mistake, and therefore should act quickly and reasonably. Looking with a stern gaze somewhere in the distance, the guy firmly decided for himself that now the story would change dramatically. It would change so much that he would not let his sister die. Opening the door to the ward, our hero to the last did not believe that he would see before him the one he had dreamed of for so long, his little sister. The young man from the threshold shouted the name of the little girl, who did not understand what her brother was so much concerned about, and therefore looked at him in surprise. Running up to the girl, Cammy, cradling her against him, started crying and telling her that she was actually right next to him, which meant that now they would be together. At the same time, it was reported on television that the number of patients continued to grow, although a major treatment method had not yet been found. Our hero had heard of professors saying that they were now developing new antibodies and preparing to mass-produce them, but knew for a fact that this would have no effect. Clenching his hands together, the young man pondered the fact that an effective treatment could only be found in the future, and in high-level dungeons at that. As he gazed intently at the television, the young man noted that he was bound to reach the top rank in no time. Getting up from the couch, Cammy knew that time was very precious, and therefore one must not waste it watching TV. Walking down the street, the guy talked to himself about how the first thing he had to do was to apply for the guild. At this point, the system notified our hero that there were several types of tasks available for him to complete, which surprised the young man. The young man recalled that it was the exact screen that had appeared before his death. Moreover, it said that he had been rewarded for defeating the Kururuken. Smiling slightly, Cammy decided it was best to double-check a few things. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in front of our hero and greeted him loudly. The young man bowed respectfully to the man walking the dog. Annoyed at what had happened, the guy reflected on the fact that this was all very awkward. He didn't understand why one would say hello in the middle of the street, and also so loudly. However, immediately the system counted our hero one completed task and indicated that now he should run on the slope of 10 km, for which he started. The next step was a pull-up, which Cammy did great with, which the computer quickly alerted. The guy had to greet loudly strangers on the street 30 more times that day, but the result was worth it as Cammy won an award. The young man was overjoyed to be upgraded to level 3, which again popped up on the scoreboard. However, the young man was surprised that he had reached such a rank so quickly, expecting to have to work longer and harder. But after a moment, our hero smiled. He realized that many people take almost a month to master the level. He pumped 3 ranks in a couple of hours. Clenching the candy in his fist, the young man told himself that he had gained power beyond his past dreams. Before, everything was given with difficulty, but now the guy even started getting candy on the street, and this for the most common greeting, which was a nice bonus. Arriving at the office and slightly nervous, the young man heard the secretary ask if he wanted to become an adventurer, answering that it was a big goal. Shyly handing the bracelet to our hero, the girl noted that now they would check whether the guy was suitable for this role, and he only thought about the fact that he had déjà vu. Schema immediately reported that the guy's name was Cammy Aki. He was 18 years old, had level 3, recruit class, and F rank. The secretary, looking at the surprised young man, stated that he was wearing a class selection bracelet. The young man should select it, but very carefully. Our hero knew that his skills would directly depend on the class he chose, and so he thought about it for a while, because it was very serious. Sitting in the hall, guys began to laugh at our hero, asking, is he really going from the couch to defend the dungeon, deciding that this is complete nonsense? Cammy stood behind them and studied his bracelet intently, trying not to pay any attention to the young men, realizing that he knew far more than they did. While the secretary was asking the young man if he was sure of his own choice, he was reflecting on the fact that everyone would later learn that the unemployed were the most versatile class. Choosing his sword, Guy favored the demon bite, knowing that it was level 3, fairly light, and it was still no sword skill. Moving down the street, our hero thought about the fact that this weapon is a bit expensive, but it will still pay for itself. Therefore, we need to think about how to proceed. In front of the unfamiliar guys was a large energy egg, though it was actually the initial dungeon where everyone started their journey. The young men were hesitant to embark on this difficult road. They argued among themselves about whether they should go inside. Cammy, who had seen and heard all this, resolutely stepped around the strangers and headed straight for the portal, approaching it at the same time. The young men watched in amazement as the boy went inside, noting that this teenager is an absolute fearless person. Entering the portal, our hero noted to himself that he had not felt such nostalgia for a long time, and was glad that fate had given him a second chance. Standing at the very beginning of the path, the guy told himself that he hadn't been this excited in a long time, but at the same time was in anticipation. After a moment, raising his sword, the young man realized that he was facing a battle with the jumping slime that had wound F. With ease, the guy noted that it was incredibly easy. Due to the difference in levels, he was bursting this slime like simple soap bubbles. Next, the young man had to fight a skeleton swordsman who was the same rank as the slime. And again, the young man noted to himself that in the past, it would have taken him much longer to do all this. Smiling and crying at the same time, Cammy talked about how incredibly cool it was to feel so strong and powerful. After some time in the field, the young man noticed that a large number of precious stones had spilled out of his bag and became happy. The guy knew that in essence these stones are accumulators of energy. In their world, they are worth a lot. and therefore for them just go down into the dungeon. Squatting down, the young man was amazed to hear some sort of growling, not realizing who it could be. The next minute, he saw a rare monster of Irang Oros looming over the young man, about to destroy him. Kami wasn't confused. He was happily ready to fight this monster, realizing that it wasn't a frequent visitor to the dungeon. After taking the blow, our hero said aloud that this monster was strong enough and more power should be used to defeat it. Already in the next minute, the guy's powerful sword slammed into his opponent's armor. The young man thought about the fact that in order to come out of the battle victorious, he should put a lot of strength, as well as use dexterity. Oros, for his part, had his trump saved and his trump, which could be described as a sprawling blow that destroys everything in its path. Moreover, the monster decided to use the blade dance as well, in order to inflict stronger and more serious damage to our hero. Knowing this, the guy used all his knowledge to not only parry this blow, but also to give the most powerful counter to the opponent. The young man, smiling, remarked to himself that this was the real strength of the unemployed man. It was the same hidden power that would only be discovered 15 years later. Hence, it was the young man who had special advantages over the malevolent one. While swinging his sword, the guy kept thinking about the fact that a jobless had a 10 times faster skill increase rate compared to other classes. No one could know about it at this stage, so the young man could fight like no one else. In addition, a high level of skill allows you to master the technique of the enemy. So this time, luck is entirely on Kami's side. Focusing on the monster, with anger in his voice, our hero declared that the beast was finished. Striking the final blow, the young man turned his attention to the opponent, as the skeleton disintegrates into many pieces. Along with this, the young man also received a prize, which was a magical stone of alternate gold color of rank D. After a while, the secretary cheerfully greeted our hero, saying that somehow he had returned too early. Smiling, the employee asked if the adventurer had had a very hard time because of the lack of class, hearing that everything had gone well. Surprised. Looking at the backpack, filled to the top with stones, the girl heard about how the guy noted with satisfaction that it was not worth no labor for him to collect all these treasures. Suddenly, our hero felt someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked if a loner like him could mop up the dungeon with his own strength. After a moment, the stranger grabbed the guy by the scruff of his neck, continuing to talk about how the young man was obviously hiding something. Kami didn't object or explain anything. He slammed his hand down on his foe's arm in one powerful motion, showing that he was capable of much. A few minutes later, a friend of this opponent asked the one who was unemployed if they had mixed up anything. Looking through the messages on his own phone, our hero was happy to note that the account was credited with a reward. The young man already wanted to rest and relax a bit, as suddenly the system gave a message that an emergency mission was available to him. With horror. Looking at this, the young man pondered on what he would have to do this time. Kami glanced at the scoreboard as if seeing it for the first time, wanting to get to the bottom of this issue as soon as possible as well. After a moment, our hero asked wonderingly, clearly displeased at what lay ahead of him. Going outside, the guy irritably pondered over the fact that he should go to the square and sing any song there, which should last at least 5 minutes. Upon arriving at his destination, the young man decided for himself that he basically didn't care where to stand, as it was a crowded place. Upon hearing the singing, passers-by reacted differently. Some rejoiced at the song, others looked on in surprise. Despite this, there was not a single indifferent person who would just so pass by our hero. He, in turn, blushing, sang as if his own life depended on it. But there was still no other choice, as one had to pass this level too. Finishing with the singing, the young man thought about how it was the most embarrassing thing in his life. He felt humiliated as many people were pointing fingers at him. Bowing, Kami realized that now he would do anything to save his little sister. And this is what he failed to do in his past life. A second such mistake will not make. Nothing terrible happened to the guy, and therefore after a couple of minutes, the system sent a notification that the level is passed and the reward is available. Unclasping his own hand, our hero was surprised to see a ring there, but it was an unusual piece of jewelry, as it had a magical identification stone. Smiling and rejoicing, the young man said to himself that this was a very useful thing, and that he was very lucky to have it. And after a minute, the system sent a notification of what skills the guy had managed to master, which served as a great reason for him to be proud. Once again, the young man decided to go to the initial dungeon in order to once again show his own strength. Using the blade dance, the young man easily dispensed with the entities that came his way. It was the same slime, however, this time in larger quantities to make it harder to pass the level. swinging his sword with ease, cutting through entities like a knife cuts through butter. The guy was glad that he had mastered new techniques, and so quickly at that. The young man noted that thanks to the new skills, things would go much faster. In parallel with this, he was destroying the walking skeletons, of which there were several dozen. Realizing that there were almost no skeleton swordsmen left, the guy happily hung his sword on his shoulder and said to himself, "That's enough for today. We can rest a little." Sitting on the parapet, the guy glanced at his personal account, realizing that he had 4 unallocated characteristic points that needed to go somewhere. The young man knew that luck directly affects suit and speed, and therefore decided to send the 122 points collected to this category. Collecting stones, Cammy talked about how his high skill level would allow him to study alien directions, which was an added advantage. When he got close to the portal, the young man decided that now he could go home. But before that, he decided to look at the guild. At this very time, a brash, strange man was asking the secretary if she had a base, and if so, she should find him the information he needed. The female employee looked at the man in surprise, not understanding how to refuse him and what was best to do in the situation. Suddenly, the secretary pointed at our hero, shouting that this was the person who was the very strong one. Walking up close to the young man unceremoniously put his hand on his shoulder and stated that they were currently recruiting talented adventurers. Cammy, with coldness in his voice, asked if the man wanted him to join him and his team, and heard an affirmative answer. Suddenly, the stranger's attention was caught by a large sack that was on the guy's back. Our hero explained without a shadow of a doubt that there were magical stones inside. And while the stranger rejoiced at the fact that the young man had collected a whole bag of jewelry, he, in turn, noted that he was only a beginner. But the man didn't care at all. He talked about how he didn't care who the teenager was, the most important thing was his potential. The stranger finally introduced himself, noting that he represented the clan. And one day they would be so strong that they would pass even the Abyss. However, our hero knew that the Abyss, this rank 8 dungeon, the very first and most dangerous place opened in their world, no one had ever managed to pass it, not now, not in the future. And hearing again of the man's offer, the young man declared with a kind of regret in his voice that he was grateful for the offer, but decided to decline after all. Hugging our hero even tighter, the man told him not to break down and, in between, kind of asked him what his class was. With some indignation in her voice, Cammy strictly remarked about being in the unemployed class. Grasping his head, the clan leader declared that the boy was not even decisive in such a choice, let alone more serious things. So I patted him on the back, wished him all the best, and went about my business. As he walked away, the man waved his hands and said that they did not need such young men, implying that the young man could do nothing. The secretary, seeing Cammy in front of her, quickly started apologizing and talking about how she didn't want to get the young man in trouble. And again, throwing his knapsack full of stones on the table, the young man asked the girl to count his earnings and issue payment. A co-worker asked with surprise whether our hero really belonged to the class of the unemployed, and he noted with calmness in his voice that it was only a class, hence a formality. Suddenly, a red-haired beauty approached the counter and said hello to the young man without a shadow of shyness. The young man, in an indifferent tone, asked the beauty to take her time and wait for her turn. The nice lady explained with a smile about coming to the receptionist and apologized for the inconvenience. Still with the same indifferent gaze, looking at the red-haired girl, the young man pondered the fact that she was pretty enough. The stranger began to explain that she overheard the conversation by accident because she wanted to know if the guy had really gone through the dungeon while unemployed. Blowing his gaze, Cammy indifferently stated that it was the plain truth and he found it hard to understand why everyone cared so much. The pretty girl kept wondering why our hero decided to become unemployed. Does this class have any advantages? Closing his eyes and showing that the young man did not much want to communicate, he simply said that perhaps she was right. The young lady laughed and spoke bluntly about the fact that she was beginning to like the young man. After that, the girl mentioned that she belongs to the Carnelian Fury clan, and her name is Alice Takashigo. The young man may not believe her, but she is an adventurer of S rank. Answering the guy's question about why such an important person needs an unemployed man like him, the beauty said that she needs him. The adventuress confessed that they too wanted to pass into the abyss, and a talented young man like him would be of great use to them. Looking sternly at the young lady, the guy asked, "And this, despite being an ordinary unemployed person." However, the one with calmness in her voice remarked that she didn't care about the class today. The most important thing was that her colleague was strong. After looking at the young lady, Cammy decided it wasn't worth revealing the secret of the skill to just anyone just yet, though he didn't know how best to proceed. Despite this, the young man still offered his hand to his new acquaintance, realizing that he could not be disrespectful to her. and sharply noted he believes her clan will be useful in accomplishing his own goals. Abruptly jerking her hand away, Pretty Lady chuckled. But with great regret, she informed him that they could not accept an F-ranked adventurer on their team. A moment later, she stated that she had sent the young man an invitation to the D-rank Ice Darkness dungeon the other day. The young man knew perfectly well what this invitation looked like and what was usually written in it. So his face became stern and his gaze as cold as possible. He didn't know what was best to answer in such a case, so he remained silent. Suddenly, the secretary intervened in the conversation, who, turning to our hero, asked if he could accept payment from them right now, as she had finished all the reports. Cammy picked up his phone and started waiting for the payment message. Alice, who was standing nearby, seeing that the guy received 90,000 for passing the dungeon, cried out in surprise. At the same time, the young man told her not to peek. A few minutes later, trying to catch up with the young man, the girl shouted that she had seen a very tasty dish in the cafe. But in response, she heard that there would be no meeting. The next day, our hero was already standing in front of the entrance to the Ice Darkness dungeon. Fearless, with his sword at his back, he trudged through the cold and snow, realizing that the hardest part lay ahead. The wind was blowing so hard that the young man could hardly stay on his feet. Visibility was zero, but he could not stop. Cammy, moving as slowly as possible, talked aloud about how he couldn't even see his nose due to the worst of the blizzard. Suddenly, the young man heard something and turned back sharply. Our hero realized that he was being followed by a polar bear, only when the distance between them was reduced to a few tens of centimeters. The lad, pulling out his own sword, thought about how he hadn't expected to meet this beast so early. The bear growled and came closer every minute, showing with all his appearance that he was in charge of the place and all the forces were on his side. The next minute, the guy was offered a quest to hold his breath for 60 seconds. Cammy watched in horror as the animal's huge paw loomed over him, like the most terrifying shadow of his life. Grabbing his sword, our hero realized that he didn't have many chances to fight and defeat this predator, so he had to act lightning fast. Swinging around, the guy thought to himself, dodging had gotten a lot easier at level 4. After a moment, realizing the situation, he realized that he had managed to strike the beast after all. Striking another crushing blow, the young man said to himself that the hide of this predator was incredibly dense, but there was no stopping. Suddenly, the system notified Cammy again that he had to complete the quest by holding his breath for 60 seconds. The young man did what was required of him, though he didn't realize who had come up with such a ridiculous assignment. At that very time, the wolf roared so loudly that the guy was once again distracted from the reality he had to face. Cammy wasn't going to give up, so he defended himself with his sword while the remaining seconds of the quest expired. After a minute, the system notified the hero that he had successfully completed the task and was being rewarded for it. Looking at the scoreboard in surprise, the young man found an alert that his level had been raised to rank 5, which was completely unexpected to him. Realizing that he had to end this battle, the boy dispatched the beast in one motion, thanks to the sharpness of the blade. A moment later, another wolf appeared on the other side, so the young man used a swinging kick to deal with this predator as well. The young man stood and silently looked at the result of his work. He was glad that he had managed to defeat such vicious opponents. Cammy had learned a new skill, and therefore gained a new cold resistance effect, which he began to use at the same instant, noting to himself that this would be much easier to deal with. Standing amidst the storm and snow, the lad realized that this ordeal was for a reason. Moving down the slope, our hero noted that he now had other problems to solve. Already in the next instant, the hare that was called a frost jumper appeared in front of the guy. It belonged to the E rank. The young man was aware of the fact that he should run as soon as possible to deal with this long-eared beast. Suddenly, the young man swooped down on his fugitive with one blow, hopefully at least doing some damage to that hare. Hopping on one paw, the animal showed that the young man had not managed to seriously injure him. However, the guy did not want to continue chasing the hare because he had other things to do. Opening the backpack, our hero happily noted to himself that there is a large number of colorful stones. After a short period of time while sipping hot tea, the guy thought about how he was doing quite well in the D-rank dungeon. And all this became possible thanks to a new acquaintance of our hero, about whom he was constantly thinking. Cammy scowled, talking about how he couldn't get this hottie out of his head. The young man continued to convince himself that his only goal, to save his sister, and therefore he should make plans regarding this and not be distracted by anything extraneous. Once again packing his backpack, the boy looked off into the distance and decided that today he should go as deep as possible. As he was about to set off again, the guy suddenly heard someone screaming and asking for help. Some unknown warrior was striking his opponent, though he himself was covered in blood. A few minutes later, both he and the other man were lying on the snow-covered ground. The girl, clutching the spear as tightly as possible to herself, looked somewhere ahead with tears in her eyes. In front of her was a huge hare that was growling and about to pounce on the defenseless girl. The little girl, realizing that there was no way she could resist this huge animal, closed her eyes in despair, realizing that she was powerless to resist. A moment later, the huge hare struck, hoping to claim his reward in the form of a teenager. As she grouped herself, the girl didn't immediately realize she was in the arms of an unfamiliar young man who grabbed her in the last seconds. The disgruntled hare continued to growl, realizing that his prey was so close, but someone was faster than he was. It was a rare D-rank monster that not everyone could handle. The young man, still holding the stranger in his arms, noted with sternness in his voice that she had been very lucky. But he had yet to fight this beast. Realizing that the beauty was crying like a true gentleman, our hero handed her a handkerchief. Looking longingly at the hare, the young man noted that it would help the girl, so she shouldn't worry. Still in a state of shock, the beauty looked at the guy with embarrassment and could not utter a word. At this point, the young men who were injured and lying on the ground noted that they were conscious. However, they still asked what class the guy belonged to. Cammy stated in an indifferent tone that he belonged to the unemployed class. The hope that flashed in the eyes of the strangers passed, and they cried out in horror that they would not be able to get out of the dungeon alive. Our hero was not surprised by such a reaction of the people. He said that they were very lucky, because he was there in time. After a moment, Cammy's gaze was caught by a hare that was snarling and approaching the young man, who had managed to draw his sword. The now huge beast towered over the young man, about to catch at least this prey. The hare did not hesitate, and therefore in the next instant clenched his paw into a fist and struck at the spot where the lad stood. Cammy closed his eyes, realizing that huge chunks of ice had scattered in different directions. The beast accelerated and headed towards where the human stood, realizing that he didn't have much time, and therefore it was time to act. Opening its mouth, the animal showed its huge teeth, hinting that no one would be able to get away from it. And once again, a battle ensued between our hero and a huge evil hare. The young man had only one thought in his head: rare monsters are real psychos, and it's much harder to deal with them because they're smart. This case was no exception. The monster was cowering, but not taking active action. Suddenly, our hero noticed that the hare accelerated, soared into the air, and was right above him. With relief, Cammy thought about how good it was that he had pumped a few points into his attack power and could now use a combo strike, which he was going to do. Using the dissection method, the young man struck his opponent with force, hoping he was able to straighten him out. The frightened girl, sitting a few meters behind our hero, looked at everything that was happening with horror and could not believe her own eyes. Blushing, she didn't take her eyes off what was happening. The guys, discussing Cammy amongst themselves, asked each other if it was true that this person was unemployed. And if it was indeed true, where did he get his sword skill from? As he moved closer to the young man, our hero thought about the fact that such remarks were beginning to annoy him. In the next instant, however, the guy switched to the beauty, wondering if she was okay and if she could stand up. Being in the same shock, the girl did not seem to understand the essence of the question, and so she asked again what the young man needed. As he pondered to himself why this man was kicking rather than helping, the beauty noted that she was a healer, and the injured young men were the ones she should be helping. While our hero was thinking about how much money he would get in the future, his new acquaintance was minding her own business. Belle looked at the wounded carefully, thinking about what she could do to help them. However, one of the men went on to say that he didn't expect to have to rely on an unemployed man and a healer. Studying everyone gathered carefully, Cammy noted that this was a time when healers were not overly valued, which the girl belonged to. Belle concentrated and tried to do something to help the wounded, while one of them kept pushing her, saying that his whole body was breaking. The young man shouted, noting that the healer had almost gotten them killed, and therefore she must hurry. The man brought his hand closer to the healer so she could see everything with her own eyes. Our hero didn't like all this, and moreover, he noted that these guys don't see how hard the girl is trying. Once again, one of the men started yelling. This time he was cursing and demanding that the healer get him help as soon as possible, threatening that they would kick her off the team. The girl squirmed and guiltily began to apologize, fearing that she would actually be left alone. Suddenly, our hero intervened in the conversation, and coming closer, he began to demand that the guys immediately expel this healer from their collective. The young man, addressing the stranger, stated that she wasn't appreciated anyway, so what was the point of wasting her precious time on these people? Hiller looked carefully at the guy who was offering to let her join him. The red-haired girl's eyes went wide with amazement, and she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Switching to shouting, the stranger asked if she had understood correctly, and when she heard an affirmative answer, she froze in shock. Cammy recognized that there was great potential in the healer, and with his help she was sure to unlock it, and so he offered to trust him. The young man resolutely extended his hand, hinting that right now he was offering the girl to go with him, but she continued to sit on the ground. Blushing, the stranger thought to herself that there was something about this man that no one else had. Finally, giving her hand to our hero, the girl noted to herself that she trusted him completely, although she did not know why. Standing up, she already announced more boldly and loudly that she had decided to follow the young man. Cammy was silent for a moment, scrutinizing his future companion, and then smiled and said he wouldn't let her down. Realizing that time was passing too quickly, the boy noted that they would see each other again, but right now he had to hurry. The healer looked at the departing acquaintance, thinking that he had probably deceived her. The secretary of the Adventurer Guild, scrutinizing the contents of the backpack, asked if they were indeed magic stones from the ice darkness. Barely dragging his backpack to his new place, the female employee announced that the guy was probably going to be promoted to rank E. Looking at the new adventurer in amazement, the secretary noted to herself that this was the first time an unemployed person had raised his level so easily. As he carefully read the message that money had been deposited into the account, young Cammy thought about the good pace he was on. In honor of the occasion, Cammy decided to please his sister and bought her a gift, knowing that she would be incredibly happy. As the young man knocked on the ward, telling Natsu what was coming in, the nurse stared in amazement at the large amount of cupcakes, not realizing how the little girl would fit it all in. Once inside, the young man found his sister asleep on the bed. The young man moved closer and smiled. He noted to himself that the little girl was incredibly beautiful when she slept. Our hero stroked the girl's head with all the love he was capable of. With some sadness in his voice, the guy said aloud that he would definitely make it this time because he was on the right track. The boy spoke with confidence about not letting Natsu leave this life. All the pieces of the puzzle were coming together. Meeting that hillbilly girl was no coincidence. With a stern look, looking somewhere in the distance, our hero said that the power of that girl would definitely be useful in the treatment of his sister. Realizing that the baby was asleep anyway and probably wouldn't wake up until morning, the guy decided to stash the cakes in the fridge, noting with frustration that they didn't fit. And so the young man made the decision to eat a few pieces, which surprised a nurse passing by the room. Once outside, Cammy decided to call Alice, who noted with reproach in her voice that the young man had finally deigned to dial her number. Not wanting to explain anything, the guy immediately spoke of having completed her assignment. Hearing that the girl was pleasantly surprised, our hero thanked her for such an opportunity and that he was able to achieve more with her help. The pretty girl said she knew, her gut never deceives her, which meant it would this time. Alice asked her new acquaintance if he wanted her to send him an invitation again, but heard an ambiguous answer. Cammy honestly said that there was one person who needed to be dragged through, as the girl had more connections. Maybe, and fell silent. After pausing for a moment, the young man went on to say that this was a promising healer, and therefore he wanted her in a group with the necromancer. Smiling, the pretty girl said that the young man must be up to something. Aloud, our hero wondered if Alice was intrigued, and thought to himself that the energy between the healer and necromancer would help the healer to evolve quickly. This knowledge had not yet been revealed at this time. Keeping mysterious, the girl said that anything could be, however, the young man owed her a debt of gratitude. Cammy didn't like it very much, but he realized that he had made a promise to the healer, and therefore he couldn't break it. Hence, he had to agree. Laughing, Alice assured our hero that she would arrange everything, and thought to herself that this man was as mysterious as possible. The next day, the secretary happily announced to the young man that he had received the rank of E, and noted that it was indeed well-deserved. The guy had no time to celebrate the occasion, and so, grabbing his award, he hurriedly removed himself, much to the employee's surprise. Bending over the counter, the girl shouted loudly and angrily that reaching such a rank was a great achievement, and not every adventurer could achieve it. But it didn't bother the guy in the least. Walking away, he stopped briefly because he saw something familiar. Our hero's gaze was fixed on the powerful metal handcuffs. Looking carefully at the prisoners, Cammy noted to herself that they were revenants, that is, former D-rank adventurers. The young man knew that these were now the most common criminals who instilled fear in the rest of us. Rolling her eyes, the secretary said with sadness in her voice that few people would agree to accompany the revenants, and then added that once again they had gotten this assignment. Hearing that a guy was volunteering to accompany these people, she froze in surprise. Returning to our hero, the girl began to dissuade him, explaining that it is very dangerous and the risk does not justify itself. Cammy knew this job paid well, and so he was ready. Looking at the startled female employee, The guy didn't bother to explain that the most important thing is to not go out of your way to get these people. Keep an authoritative attitude and keep the conversation going. A few minutes later, the secretary prepared the escort contract and wished the young man good luck, saying she was counting on him. At the same time, one of the prisoners was additionally put a bracelet around his neck. The policeman tells Cammy that this ring has a small button on it, and therefore the young man is not just allowed to use it, but is required to do so for his own safety. Holding the bracelet in his hands, the guy thought about the fact that even criminals, if they were talented, were allowed to go out on dungeon raids. The guard continued to explain. If the young man noticed anything suspicious, he should immediately press a button located on his own wristband. Hearing the men's conversation, one of the perpetrators shouted loudly that they had feelings too. The boss didn't like it, so he shouted as hard as he could, demanding that he shut up and not interfere in the conversation without permission. Now, however, another man spoke, who asked our hero his name and offered to join them. With an indifferent yet nonchalant voice, the guy said to be addressed as Aki, but didn't say or ask anything else. It wasn't long before the police officers removed the handcuffs from the criminals, allowing them to pass into the dungeon. Before entering the portal, the men discussed their peer, hinting that they would like to get rid of him, and saying aloud that they were willing to obey him. Cammy didn't care what anyone thought of him or what they wanted to do. He had a goal, and therefore he was ready to achieve it. The dungeon looked as scary and dangerous as possible, with volcanoes raging and fire blazing everywhere. The criminals complained, noting that it was very hot and scary inside, and added that the management had gone completely crazy with such assignments. Our hero didn't like that kind of attitude, so he yelled for the men to stop whining. The young man stood in front of the criminals and once again said that they had a unique opportunity and therefore, it was worth taking advantage of it. The adventurous prisoners looked at the young man carefully, smiled suspiciously, but continued to remain silent. Cammy was alerted by the stern looks of his traveling companions, and so he reached for his bracelet to press a button. The young man desperately clutched the button, but nothing happened. With terror in his eyes, he watched the stern gazes of the criminals follow him relentlessly. One of the adventurers, rubbing his hands together, looked greedily at the lad as if he were prey. The very next instant, all the prisoners' bracelets were lying on the floor. One of the men defiantly took off the top of his robe, showing that his strength was immense and he could easily fight the guy. Attacking the young man, the opposing prisoner shouted that it was nothing personal, but Aki would have to stay in this dungeon. A moment later, the system alerted Cammy that a new quest was available to him. He must kill the enemies attacking him. As he was about to complete the quest, the young man noted that this was his first bloodthirsty quest, and even undertimed. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of everyone gathered and loomed over them. Drawing his sword, our hero prepared to conquer this battle as well. The young man knew that the fire serpent in front of him was a fire serpent that belonged to the D rank. The young man looked at this picture with horror, but was in no hurry to do anything about it. Our hero realized that the bravest of the prisoners wasn't going to stand by either. The criminal raised his hand up, showing his strength as well as his determination to eliminate the monster. Clenching his fire fist, the man shouted for the worm not to distract their plucky squad. And after a moment, he added, so that he wouldn't interfere with the grown-up uncles to decide the fate of the loser. Cammy watched everyone with a level gaze and thought to himself that this criminal was a class fighter. Smiling slightly, our hero decided that things were going to be a lot easier than he had thought from the start. The guy decided that he could easily defend himself against the attacker, so he didn't worry about it. The same was true for the criminal, who, gathering his energy in a fist, smiling ecadiacally, headed towards our hero. The next instant, the malevolent man threw a stone with all his might, from which Cammy managed to bounce at the last moment. The rocks rumbled in different directions as the young man pondered what he should do next. The boy looked fearfully in the direction of the criminals, realizing that he was going to have a hard time. While the young man was fighting one of the prisoners, the other two were digging something out of the ground. Suddenly, the fat man pulled out a large suitcase and showed it to his friend. Grabbing his axe, he was about to go to the aid of his fellow adventurer. A moment later, the man donned his armor and, smiling, showed with all his appearance that superiority was on his side. Another opponent, wearing claw-shaped armor, smirked evilly and said that the fun was just beginning, and so the guy had better get ready. Cammy looked sternly at his opponents. He knew he would have to work hard, but there was still no other choice. Our hero saw how rapidly the enemy was approaching him, but he had already prepared his sword and therefore was ready for the fight. The only thing that pleased the young man was that detractors didn't get any bonuses from using the armor, hence they couldn't exchange it for something useful. Taking the blow, our hero closed in time with his sword, which served him well. The second enemy, realizing that his friend had failed to do anything, accelerated and rushed at the young man. Once again defending himself from the blow, Kami thought about the fact that the class he had to fight had excellent characteristics in both attack and defense. The fat man looked at his opponent with anger in his eyes, wanting to finish him off as soon as possible. However, our hero was well aware of the fact that the opponent's rank also had its disadvantages, of which he was aware. All three prisoners were lined up in front of Kami, and each had devised their own strategy for battling their opponent. However, the guy knew that the fighters of this class had simply terrible skill stats, which meant that victory was inevitable. Looking at the red-haired man, the young man decided that he would start eliminating the enemy with him. So he didn't wait to be attacked and was the first to strike a devastating blow. The prisoner's eyes were frantic, and he seemed not to realize what was happening, believing blindly in his own abilities. The very next second, the man swung his axe, shouting something obscene. At the same time, our hero turned his attention to something or someone. Suddenly, the fat man swooped down on the young man with all his might and stabbed him in the back so hard that he cried out in surprise. The young man fell to the ground with a clatter, realizing that his sword had also fallen out of his hands. Kami realized that this was the hardest landing of his life, and so he began to foul language. And while the lad reassured himself that fighting against the crowd was not that easy, he sensed the ill-wishers waiting now and then for him to give slack. But in the mind of our hero still continued to flicker thoughts that the criminals compared to him were as weak as possible. Once again, pointing his sword at his opponents, the lad noted that victory was practically in his hands. His own weakness was also felt by one of the opponents, who spoke of how this young man was not as simple as he seemed, and therefore should be as careful as possible. At the same time, the man shouted for the young man not to be coddled and to finish him off at the first opportunity. The coworker was silent, but showed his strength, hinting that dealing with the teenager would be as easy as possible. Now the entire trio was smiling and looking at Kami, showing her that he was no match for them. At the same time, the system notified our hero that he had learned the body enhancement skill. The kid didn't focus on that, as one of the criminals had already challenged him, suggesting the teenager attack first. Suddenly, the man swung his axe, but again he missed, because the young man was more nimble and managed to jump aside. The opponent obviously didn't expect this turn of events, so he started yelling and indignant. In the next second, the young man noticed that his opponent had also decided to use body reinforcement, and in particular, swinging punches. However, Kami realized in advance what trick his opponent would use, so he prepared himself and was the first to knock him off his feet, noting to himself that now the other two were left to deal with. The fat man, seeing what had happened, accelerated and headed towards the guy, wanting to avenge his friend. Our hero did not hesitate, so he immediately decided to use the blade dance, realizing that in this case it was the most appropriate method. At the same time, the fatty used the skeleton technique, which was quite effective. Raising his sword, Kami decided that he too would use a method that would allow him to easily defeat the criminal. Meeting the powerful strike, the opponent only thought about how an ordinary unemployed man had such excellent abilities. The fat man froze for a while, but only to carefully consider his next actions. The speed of our hero was staggering. While the enemy tried to think of something, the young man climbed the rock and was already jumping from it directly at the adversary. The young man first put his sword forward, intending to deliver a devastating blow. Lowering the gun on the criminal's head, the guy screamed like he had never screamed before. A moment later, looking at the defeated fat man, the young man happily realized that now the last thug remained to be dealt with. Kami realized his opponent clearly hadn't expected him to jump so high and then land back down again. Another opponent who was watching everything that was going on noted for himself that strengthening the body is a great technique, which the young man used masterfully. And so, with anger in his voice, he asked who Kami was. Sure, he's unemployed, but the point is, unemployed people can't fight like that. Switching to desperate shouting, he claimed they hadn't signed up for something like this and blamed some Akira. Listening attentively to his rival, our hero realized who he was talking about, as well as what the thugs had to do with it. Suddenly, the guy felt someone's hand around his leg. Kami noted to himself fearfully that it was the fat man lying next to him. Staring blindly at the young man, the perpetrator shouted to his friend to tackle the teenager as soon as possible. For the first time in all the time the young man became afraid, he realized that it was necessary to act lightning fast. And at the same time, the second villain was heading towards the guy while shouting something naughty. Kami stood there like a dumbfounded man. He didn't seem to fully understand what was going on. At the same time, the malevolent man, who held a huge stone in his hand, hurled it in the direction where the young man was standing. The stone reached its target and hit the young man right on the forehead. Screaming, our hero began to tumble backwards. Kami was hurt, but it wasn't that pissed him off. It was the fact that he hadn't expected this turn of events. The prisoners watched their victim intently, pleased that events had turned out this way. Through the prism of blurred consciousness, the young man saw everything distorted, and therefore did not quite understand where he was and what had happened to him. Thinking of his little sister, the boy realized he was fainting. So bad was he. However, after a moment, our hero managed to put his hand forward and touch the ground in such a way that he did not lose touch with reality. The criminals, who thought Cammy was finished, were now grudgingly watching the new picture. It was pleasant for the lad, but unpleasant for his enemies, as the young man found his strength and, grabbing his sword, began to rise gradually. Wiping the blood on his jaw, the young man said he would do everything he could to save his sister, and therefore would not let some criminals overpower him. Gripping his sword tighter, our hero decided to turn to body enhancement again, realizing that he would do anything but lose. With a stern look assessing his opponents, Cammy noted that to lose to the likes of them was to disrespect himself. Waving his sword, the guy shouted that now everything was available to him and he would easily destroy his enemies. A moment later, one of the malcontents was seriously wounded and holding his groin. At that very moment, the system alerted our hero that he had received an award, and in his hands lay a small key. The computer immediately asked the player if the inventory was worth using now. Cammy realized it wasn't necessary yet, and so he declined. Grabbing his opponents, the young man walked out of the portal, realizing that he couldn't leave them there as he was responsible for them. Throwing the men to the floor, the teenager could hear the policeman wondering what their problem was. Holding on from the last of his strength, Cammy heard someone yelling about how he had been waiting for the revenants from the beginning and now he needed help. At this time, some stranger, sitting in a large office, was talking to someone on the phone. Putting his foot on his leg, the man wondered who the man who had intervened in the case was. In the next instant, a photo of our hero appeared on the phone screen, along with all the information we had gathered about him. It seemed that the stranger couldn't believe that an ordinary unemployed man was able to handle several of the strongest men. And so the man laughed as hard as he had ever laughed before, saying it was funny. It was the same Akira that one of the prisoners in the dungeon was talking about. The young man noted that he would not rest until he paid back what he owed. Cammy did push-ups, not sparing no effort. It was already the 112th time, and the young man was not going to stop there. It seemed like the guy was going to break his own record in the sport. Bleeding sweat, the young man noted to himself that he seemed to have finally managed to recover a bit. Despite this, our hero did not give rest to the thought that concerned the three prisoners, or rather who was behind them. Not about to stop, Cammy decided that he owed it to himself to get stronger, as he couldn't take any more risks like that. He might not survive a second mistake. The next minute, the young man hesitated. Something else seemed to be bothering him. Looking at the key on the nightstand, the boy timidly reached out for it. Wiping his wet hair, our hero wondered aloud to himself what this item was for and what doors it was capable of opening. After a minute, the young man decided to use the system's scoreboard, which asked if the young man wanted to use the key. And while Cammy had resolutely refused the opportunity last time, now he wanted to take that chance. Suddenly, a bright scarlet glow illuminated the room, and a large portal appeared behind our hero's back, at which he stared in wonder. The guy's eyes went wide at what he saw. He hadn't expected anything like this. In the next second, the young man realized with horror that he was flying somewhere into the abyss and could not control it. And in another moment, only a bath towel was left lying on the bedroom floor. Cammy was still yelling and using profanity, but only this time from falling hard and hitting himself. As he tried to rise, the young man realized that there was some soft ground beneath his hands. Suspecting it to be sand, he looked around. Reluctantly looking around, the guy had a hard time realizing where he'd gotten to. Although the terrain resembled a desert in appearance, the guy realized that he was most likely in the dungeon of the Sunstone Labyrinth. Once again, the teen started cursing, but this time he was angry that all the gear was left in the outside world. Leaving his hand in the sand, Cammy decided that now was the time to get out of here. Scratching his back, the young man became increasingly irritated with the sand that seemed to be pouring into all the crevices. Our hero didn't know where he was going, so he went forward, hoping that somehow he would find a way out. Wiping sweat with his hand, the guy talked about how this place was much hotter than other dungeons. It also confused our hero that it was too calm around. No monsters were observed. Looking around carefully, the teenager kept expecting some kind of trick. But instead, he heard something under his foot crunch unusually. The very next instant, Cammy had a large, strong crystal in her hands. Looking at the find with amazement, the boy happily noted to himself that it was a magical stone. But what surprised him even more was that he had apparently ended up in a dungeon with resources. The young man threw himself on the ground, telling himself that this place was incredibly rare and getting here a true luck. Frantically shoveling the sand, The guy realized that the rarest magic stones could be found in such a dungeon, including it could be the stone that would save Natsu. Despite the abundance of jewels that were scattered around, the young man didn't stop to unearth them, knowing that he needed one single stone. Suddenly, the young man fumbled for something in the sand, but as if afraid, not wanting to fail. Another moment and the young man's eyes rounded with surprise. Picking up the stone, the boy shouted with joy that he had found what he so desperately needed. With tears in his eyes, Kami noted that he didn't see this jewel. With the help of this stone, the young man will be able to help his sister recover. And all this thanks to the key that our hero received for completing the task. Kami remembered that the disease that affected Natsu would later be called the magic vortex. A large number of medicines will be invented for it, but none of them will be able to cope with the ailment. The only substance that can defeat the disease is moon magic stone extract. It takes 10 such gems to create a cure. Looking with a stern gaze somewhere in the distance, our hero proudly declared that the beginning had been made, and all that was left was silence. Once again, Kami began to bury his calloused hand in the sand, realizing that he needed to find 9 more healing stones. Our hero was digging faster and more frantically with each new minute. There were more and more stones. It turned out that the young man had already dug everything he could, but the necessary element was missing. Despite the fact that his hands were cut to blood, the guy was not going to give up what he had started. Sitting in a huge crater, our hero ripped a new hole in hopes of finding the right rock. For a moment, despair seized the young man, and he thought of the fact that he could not find anything. But that wasn't what struck him. It was the fact that the system notified him that time was up and the dungeon was about to close. The next alert was about the inevitable move. Suddenly, the same blue portal as before appeared behind the young man's back, only it didn't appear in his bedroom. Grasping the sand with all his might, Kami asked for just a little more time because he wasn't done yet. Realizing that the portal was pulling him in, the guy asked again and again for the gift of at least a few minutes. Suddenly, the young man collapsed sharply and landed on the floor of his own bedroom. Seeing that the passageway had closed, our hero screamed with all his might, trying his best to hold it together somehow. The young man beat the ground with his hand in despair, bitterly realizing that these stones were too few. Not enough for anything. After a while, lying in his own bed, the boy held his only crystal in his hands. Closing his eyes, he kissed that stone in gratitude for finding at least one. Once again, Kami's memories took him back to the day he received his key as a reward. The young man was adamant that he should get to the resource dungeon at all costs. Standing up, he noted that the key was likely given for extremely dangerous tasks. The boy realized it was a small price to pay for saving his own sister. Suddenly, Kami felt something stirring in his body and thought it was the remnants of sand stuck to his body. But to his own amazement, the very next minute the guy pulled out an unknown magic stone from his pocket. The young man did not know what it was, and therefore decided that this stone should definitely be shown to the appraiser, but only after taking a shower. Finding himself under a stream of hot water, he reflected on the fact that everything had not been for nothing. Therefore, immediately after this procedure, the young man decided to go to the clinic. And as Kami walked to the room, the nurse pondered the fact that her brother had brought something for Natsu again. The girl, lying on the bed, happily greeted her brother, saying she was glad to see him. A moment later, a beautiful moon magic stone pendant appeared in front of the girl. Much to our hero's surprise, Natsu timidly spoke up about not needing this gift. Glancing at her surprised brother, the little girl noted that the thing was useless. Kami was a little upset by this, and so he said that in that case he had to go. Deciding to ask again if his sister needed the pendant, he heard a refusal, as well as a wish to have a wonderful day. Sitting in the hall with the jewelry around his neck, the young man was crying, but he didn't want to show his weakness to anyone. Realizing that there was nothing more for him to do in the hospital, our hero went to a jewelry appraiser. The young man, seeing a grown man with a caustic smile in front of him, thought to himself that this man did not inspire confidence. As if reading our hero's mind, the appraiser immediately spoke of how he should not be viewed with suspicion because he was a master of his craft. Pointing to his moonstone, Kami honestly admitted that he didn't know much about the thing and wanted to learn as much as he could. Placing the mysterious stone in front of the man, he added that he wanted to know just what it was about first. The appraiser, taking a magnifying glass, began to scrutinize the thing that lay across from him. Once again, smiling suspiciously, the man spoke of the lad's great good fortune. Kami didn't understand what that meant, so he looked at the appraiser carefully. He, in turn, kept noting that the thing was extremely unusual. After a moment, the man explained that it was a magical stone that could put an enchantment on weapons. Thinking back on his past life, the young man realized how many magical stones he had mistaken for unnecessary trash, not appreciating what lay beneath his feet. and then noted that the young man looked like he didn't care at all what the mineral was. And therefore, he added that it is an amber chigui magic stone. Hence, it should not be underestimated. Suddenly, Kami came out of his own musings and wondered what would happen if you enchanted a sword with it. The young man also wanted to know what would be accomplished if this stone was inserted into a weapon. The appraiser laughed happily, noting that no one could say that for sure. But if the guy sold the stone, he'd secure an early retirement. And he added that a young man should just imagine, he is so young and he doesn't have to work. The next moment our hero hesitated, but continued to remain silent. Kami knew that the Chigui absorbed the souls of the monsters whose blood he drank, gaining their power. However, is this stone capable of bestowing abilities already obtained? The man honestly said he didn't know the answers to such questions, and advised the guy to check it out with experience. Our hero smiled slightly, noting that he would. Realizing that the appraiser was not an easy man, the lad asked if he could enchant a sword and received an affirmative answer. In a few minutes, the deed was done, and hiding his sword, the young man thanked the appraiser for his help. And while the man responded by noting that it was a pleasure to work with the guy, he was thinking about where he could test his new weapon. Kami headed towards the training area of the Summoner's Hall, realizing that this was the best place to be. A young girl stood at the entrance and invited the next person practicing to come in. Holding the tablet in her hands and looking at the young man in parallel, the beauty said he could pass. Before the lesson, the coach scrutinized the young man's dossier, and, learning that he was unemployed, was greatly surprised. Concentrating, the summoner noted that in that case, the next monster would be fine for the guy. In the next instant, a huge glowing pentagram appeared in front of the coach. Our hero, from such a flood of light and energy, could hardly keep on his feet. After a moment, though, the young man saw some kind of white and furry creature in front of him. It was a seemingly harmless fluffball that belonged to the E rank. Suddenly, the creature screamed so hard that the young man could see its huge jaws. However, it turned out that our hero was not scared at all because he did not take any special action. Pulling out his sword, Kami swung it just once and stopped again. The coach, like our hero, saw that there was only one half left of the fuzz. The young man looked with undisguised horror at what he had managed to accomplish with just one swing. But even more amazement could be read on the summoner's face, who couldn't understand how the unemployed man had managed to deal with the creature in just a second. At that very moment, the system notified our hero that his magical defense had increased by 1 point. The coach wanted to know what the alert was about, but the kid stated he didn't need to pay attention to it. With a smile on his face and with calmness in his voice, the young man asked if the girl could only summon weak monsters. Enraged, the summoner said that now she would show what she could do, and monsters would be summoned until the guy surrendered. Just as the beauty tuned out, a man entered the room, apologizing. Our hero and coach turned their heads toward the door while a male voice asked if he could join them. It was a young man and girl who felt confident in the audience. Twisting his curly hair around his finger, the stranger repeated his request once more. However, the coach sternly stated that this was Mr. Kami's time, and therefore should either wait his turn or sign up for another time. Showing everyone gathered a black card, the young man began to hint at something, and then said what would happen if he asked for a mass draft. Looking at our hero, this young man asked him if he minded, noting that everything was on him. The coach, looking at the VIP card with anticipation, thought about the big order she had gotten. Kami was totally fine with it, thinking to himself that he would be able to fight a lot of monsters of all different ranks for free. After reviewing once again the dossier of our hero, as well as the newly arrived guy, the summoner said that in front of her adventurers of ranks E and D, and began to come up with a program for them. Concentrating, the girl talked about how it was going to be interesting, though not easy. In a moment, the room was filled with all sorts of monsters, and the system alerted our hero that there were goblins in front of him. The boy was surprised to discover to himself that there were actually quite a few creatures. The young man noted with a smile on his face that he didn't expect anything else from the lady summoner, and then asked Kami what class he was in. Looking carefully at the blonde man, the young man said in an impassive voice that referred to the unemployed. With contempt in his voice and in his eyes, the young man repeated what our hero had said. The very next moment, he and his acquaintance were laughing heartily and apologizing for dragging him into this difficult affair. While half talking about how it was no big deal, the stranger had already managed to draw his swords. Waving his blades, the young man declared that it was time to begin the battle. In a second, he was already running at the goblins with all his might, showing with all his appearance that he was the best of the best and he was in no danger. The blonde saw one of the creatures looming over him, about to strike. Covering his face with his hands, the blonde stood motionless for a while to collect himself. As he fell to the floor, he used some sort of strange tag, But he wasn't going to stay there. The very next minute, though, he jumped to his feet and began to fight back against his opponent. It was a success because the goblin flew backward with a scream. Standing victoriously over the creature from the netherworld, the young man held a blade. The young man happily announced to his friend that he had managed to defeat one goblin, hearing that she had also managed one. With a smile on his face, the stranger noted that this was a great start, and therefore it was time to go and deal with the others before they killed Cammy. Our hero, holding his sword firmly in his hands, looked at the defeated opponents scattered around the hall. The blonde man also looked around the room and the picture that opened up in front of him with horror. With disappointment in his voice, Cammy noted that, unfortunately, all the goblins had run out. Switching to a serious tone, the blonde wondered if the guy had managed to deal with all those creatures alone, and, receiving an affirmative answer, looked at him in surprise. After patting the stranger on the shoulder, our hero thanked him profusely and said that he himself could hardly afford a mass conscription. And as he headed for the exit, he wished everyone a good day and noted that they would see each other again. However, the young man did not make it out in time as he was stopped by the coach. The summoner honestly said that our hero's movements are nothing like the E-Rang, which is strange and surprising. The girl inquired who the fellow was, but heard only his first name, last name, and rank. She knew he wouldn't tell the truth anyway, so she turned away and told him to come back again. Belle yelled that next time she would summon the strongest monsters and it wouldn't be that easy anymore, which caused Cammy to smile slightly. Standing in the shower, the young man thought about the fact that he had destroyed 42 goblins but only got 3 points. Apparently not all monsters could be absorbed souls. But the most important thing is that now our hero's power will increase with each kill. Coming out of the shower room, the young man saw 2 unfamiliar men in front of him. One of them asked if it was true that the young man was an adventurer. Hearing an affirmative answer, he shouted at the top of his voice that they had another breakthrough. Cammy looked at the man in amazement, not sure what he was talking about. The boy heard the man radioing for all the adventurers to head to the dungeon immediately because there was a breach. The young man was horrified to realize that the monsters in the dungeon were proving to be so numerous that they were beginning to come out into their world. At that very moment, the system alerted our hero to an urgent task that didn't scare him in the least. There were frightened warriors running around, shouting about the emergency mission awaiting them. Someone pondered that the reward would have to be very worthy to attract them doubly so. Cammy was just glad to have the opportunity to be involved in a mission like this. Suddenly, the system sent a new alert that the young man should close the breach by eliminating the cause, not realizing how a breach could have one. And while the young man pondered the fact that it was usually a fluke, the man yelled at him to stay put, as the front lines needed his help. With a calmness in his voice, our hero stated that he was slowly heading there. As he packed, he heard the stranger prod him again and again. At the same time, Shibuya City was in chaos, burning and screaming. The frightened inhabitants of the city fled from all sides to escape their pursuers. However, the goblins recognized their target and therefore were actively catching up with the humans. This caused the chaos to become even more widespread, causing more citizens to suffer. For example, one girl was accidentally pushed away by passers-by and stretched out on the ground asking for help. At that very time, one of the goblins spotted its prey and pounced on it. She covered her head with her hands and had no hope that anyone would come to her aid. At the same time, the creepy creature rejoiced at having managed to catch up with at least one person. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. She squirmed and held her breath, watching in horror. Suddenly, ahead of her stood an unfamiliar young man who severed the goblin's head in one motion. The resident was shocked by what was going on around her, but she was even more amazed when she saw it. Cammy, upon hearing that he was called a warrior, emphatically stated that he was the most common unemployed man. Still in a slight state of bewilderment, the girl couldn't believe that she had been saved by a man of this level. That was why, immediately getting up from the ground and running away, she shouted that no one would help them since they had sent an unemployed man on such a boring task. Looking after her, the young man wondered if she had meant it. At that very time, somewhere very close by, broken glass sprinkled. The 2 adventurers, seeing the huge monster in front of them, said that they needed to be ready because they had come across the strongest possible opponent. The monster was ruthless. He easily dealt with anyone who met in his path. It was a D-rank hobgoblin that was getting closer to the warriors by the minute. 2 of them, realizing what kind of monster was in front of them, decided that the best way out was to flee, while their colleague didn't understand where they were headed. Cammy, who had already arrived at the place where the events had unfolded, watched the fugitives carefully. He heard a stranger warning him that this place was too dangerous, and therefore it was best to hide or get far away. Taking out his sword, the guy confidently stated that he was an adventurer, after which he gave his name. After a brief pause, the young man also revealed that he was unemployed. Looking at our hero with horror, the stranger thought that he was the most ordinary ballast. However, he didn't say it aloud, but simply clenched his protective armor harder. At that moment, the guys heard the whistle of tires and saw a big jeep stop where they were standing a second ago. Out of the car came the very goblin that Oleg and Cammy feared so much. Glancing at his opponent, the young man pondered the fact that hobgoblins possessed a high attack. At the same time, they also had a big disadvantage, extremely low intelligence. Hence, it was not that difficult to outsmart this creature. Cammy stated that they still had a lot of work to do, and therefore should be done with this malcontent, hearing a grunt from the man. After a bit of thought, he said he'd distract the monster and give the guy something to do. In the next instant, the goblin was staring intently ahead of him, and our hero was running as fast as he could, realizing that every second counted. Watching this, the adventurer cried out in horror that the young man had simply run away and left him alone with the hobgoblin. Defeating his opponent alone didn't interest the stranger. He followed Cammy, who could hear the monster's footsteps. After a moment, the young man turned his head, and their gazes and the malcontent met. The young man didn't say anything. He just accelerated and ran as fast as he could. Stabbing his sword into the goblin's back, the stranger said aloud as he finally realized what he had to do. However, after a moment, something happened that the man didn't expect. His opponent turned around and looked him carefully in the eyes. Not intending to give up, he drew his sword to strike. With a loud shout, Cammy came running in and swiftly plunged his sword into the goblin, chopping it practically in two. And while the system informed the guy that his attack power had been increased by 1, he asked the stranger how he was feeling. Sitting on the ground, the man could not believe that the young man was suggesting he continue the battle to free the city. Grabbing Cammy's hand, he spoke happily about how it had worked out this time, and that he was still capable of something after all. However, the men were unable to continue their conversation because their attention was drawn to what was happening up ahead. The young men stood up to scrutinize the amazing phenomenon. In front were warriors of various ranks, and the stranger said cheerfully that the cavalry had arrived at last, adding that a little more and they would be finished. And then, when the high-ranking adventurers arrived in large numbers, he noted that it was now their job to keep the civilians safe. Running forward down the street, the young man shouted that he had figured it out, though his new acquaintance couldn't realize where Cammy was headed. Swearing under his breath, the man asked our hero where he was going. However, the young man was in such a hurry that he did not stop to answer his colleague. The reason was that the young man saw a new portal in front of him. The system immediately sent a notification that this portal leads to a dual dungeon. Pensive, Cammy was in no hurry to take any action, deciding to think things over carefully. But after a moment, the young man asked his new acquaintance why he followed him instead of doing what he was going to do. Panting a little, the man replied that he didn't think the young man would decide to venture alone into such a dangerous place. Cammy smiled slightly and spoke to the adventurer. He said the one was overly kind and also stupid. At the same time, the man thought it was possible to stop at kind. Out loud, he stated that Cammy might be strong, but he still wasn't a warrior alone, and he could use some backup. He added more cheerfully that he was also taking a risk so they could have a drink when it was over. The young man smiled and noted in a quiet tone that the most important thing was not to overpraise himself and his own virtues. Looking at the portal, he answered the adventurer's question as to why he had decided to go to the dungeon, explaining that the cause of the breach should be dealt with. The man also thought it was an accident. However, the guy said it was still to be found out. Suddenly, the young man pointed to something that caught his attention in the portal. But no sooner had my colleague said anything than the guys felt a powerful flow of energy and light that literally swept them off their feet. The guy had one eye squeezed shut, the other still trying to keep an eye on everything that was going on around him. Absorbed in the bright light, he thought about how he would do anything to get the right amount of moonstone. The second adventurer realized he didn't know what was going on, but it was too late to do anything about it. The man watched our hero somersault and fly somewhere. While inside the sphere, he asked the young man how he was feeling, hearing a reassuring reply. Lying on the ground, the colleagues looked somewhere forward and did not realize what had appeared in front of them. It was a huge monster that belonged to the C rank, and it was called Echo Kururuken. And while Cammy looked at the crest in amazement, the monster asked how the guy had managed to find it, though the very next moment it was angrily screaming about having to deal with the uninvited guests. The adventurer, not hiding his panicked terror, looked at this predator carefully. He apologized, saying that he had largely exaggerated their abilities, and now it was too late to change anything. The young men stared intently at the huge jaws of the dragon that was about to devour them. And while Cammy's colleague hid behind his shield, the young man glared angrily at the beast, thinking through a cunning plan. It seemed that neither the young man nor the beast was going to make the first move, waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, the predator began to roar, spewing a powerful stream of flame at our heroes. The young man had time to react faster, and so pushed his comrade to the floor. The guys went down in the same second. However, hitting the ground was not the worst outcome at this point. After recovering a bit from the fall, Kami examined his opponent's sword with undisguised surprise, not realizing what had happened to the weapon. At first, the young man thought the blade had rusted, but then he realized that it was actually rotting. The dragon didn't care what was happening to the men. His main goal was to destroy them, and so he didn't think of giving up. Gathering his strength, the guy thought about the fact that if they were hit by the fire flow, they would definitely not live to see retirement. And the adventurer, realizing that he was too weak for the task, asked that the young man leave him, explaining that he was just an unnecessary burden. Looking sternly at his partner, the young man asked if they hadn't agreed to have a drink together. The man looked at his new comrade with tears in his eyes and simply said his name. However, the predator did not slumber, and therefore began to growl again, showing all his strength and power. In the next instant, the dragon spoke of making himself the most delicious sack to be made from the young men in the coming hours. Getting to his feet, Kami resolutely picked up his sword, while his companion didn't understand why this was necessary or what he was up to. Examining the dragon with a cold gaze, the guy reflected on the fact that he had already fought monsters using breath more than once. Once again, the predator started laughing, asking the guy if he expected to win, noting that it was funny. The young man looked at the dragon in amazement, but he was in no hurry to get into a verbal altercation with him because he had other things on his mind. The boy raised his sword in hopes that he could at least wound this monster. The very next instant, however, he felt some force pulling him backward, and he snapped. Lying on the floor, but not letting go of his own sword, our hero saw the monster spewing flames of light once again. Struggling to get up, Kami honestly admitted to himself that this was going to be a tough fight. But the predator was happy about it. He realized that most likely the guy couldn't fight him, hence would surrender soon. Suddenly, the young man remembered that dragons don't burn their throats with their own breath. They have a magical point in their throat from where they spew their magic. Taking a swing, the young man decided for himself that he was going to hit exactly there. Our hero decided to use the body enhancement as well as the blade enhancement. Once again, the dragon began to smile, but the reason for it was unclear. And in the very next instant, Kami and his partner noticed that the predator had become more angry, and thus began to release the stream of fire again. The guy realized he was hitting as he needed to, but his opponent managed to dodge very quickly. The young man realized that breathing required a huge amount of mana, and so he decided that the best solution would be to strike at the moment of preparation, when it would be a surprise move. In a moment, our hero did as he intended, putting all his strength and power into this action. Kami decided he shouldn't stop and punched the dragon. For a moment, our hero froze, but only to assess the situation. After looking at the predator, the guy decided that his technique was a success after all. Although further happened something that the young man did not expect in any way, because a huge force knocked him off his feet. The monster knew exactly what Kami wanted to do, and therefore tried to take him out of the game. And it worked, because less than a minute later the young man fell to the ground with a clatter. The boy saw the dragon looming over him, but was powerless to do anything about it at that moment. The guy's co-worker opened his eyes wide at what he saw. He was wildly horrified, not understanding how to solve this problem. Without thinking, the man rushed to the raptor and covered its head with a shield to prevent it from breathing fire. Kami had found the strength to rise, and now he was staring intently at his colleague, not believing his own eyes. The young man asked the adventurer if he was all right. Continuing to stare at the man in the same restless manner, the boy heard the man say that there was only so much he could do to help. Smiling sincerely, our hero declared that it was quite enough. The man at the same time was struggling to hold back his shield. He realized that just a little more and the monster would break out. The next minute, though, something happened that the adventurer least expected happened, which he asked his colleague about. Showing his sword, Kami stated that poisoning had occurred. Looking at the defeated dragon, the boy admitted that he had used a technique he had learned a little earlier from a hobgoblin. The young man knew that it was impossible to leave this monster alive, because sooner or later it would be able to break through the portal. And a moment later, the system notified our hero that the defense points had been absorbed. The level had been raised to 7th, and the emergency task had been completed. Once again, that coveted adventurer's key appeared in the young man's hands. Blushing, Kami thought to himself that he would have to face this Kururuken more than once. Sitting on the ground, our hero's co-worker began to ask him about the key. However, the young man closed his eyes and silently rubbed the blade of his sword with his hand. Realizing that the guy didn't want to talk, the man laughed and pointed out that he was always prying and therefore apologized. Putting his arms around the young man's neck, the adventurer kept asking with the same smile if the guy didn't want to object to anything. But Cammy didn't have time to answer anything, because suddenly unknown people appeared in front of him. The man in the suit, addressing the young man and his associate, said that the boys had done their best. A colleague, pointing to our hero, stated that it was predominantly the merit of the teenager. Looking at the clock that served as a computer, the stranger looked at the guy's file and noted that he would be sure to remember his name. The next minute it was reported that the breach had stopped and the gate was stabilized. The man turned to Cammy in a businesslike tone and asked if he knew what this was about. The young man was silent at first, reasoning that he would not be able to get away with it this time, and so he decided to tell it like it was. He explained that when they killed the dragon, the gate returned to normal. The stranger thought about it, noting that it was quite interesting, since the breakthrough was thought to be a random event. But it turns out there was a reason for it after all. With calmness in his voice, our hero said that he knows nothing for sure, but says only what he personally saw himself. Patting his comrade on the shoulder, Cammy gave him a hint that it was already time to leave. And in the next minute, the newfound friends staggered away from where the portal had been. One of the guys standing on the platform stated the fact that the young man was leaving and offered to stop him for a small fee. Looking at his watch, the man noted that he didn't need to do that as he didn't want to ruin his relationship with the young man. And he added that the young man seemed to have a sick sister. The blonde standing next to her asked her question, the gist of which was whether the commander wanted to engage this newcomer. And a moment later, a teenage girl also interjected into the conversation, saying she was scared and adding that the adults were just crazy. However, the commander replied in an impassive tone that extra force was never superfluous. And, after a brief pause, he continued, noting that there was a great battle ahead of them all. As for this young man, he could be their trump card. The man wanted to say something else, but his phone rang. The stranger, talking to someone, said he wanted that person to join them. Sitting on a bench and smiling evasively, the young man held his cell phone in his hands, but remained silent. Cammy, laying out a variety of tools on the strip, favored a small spatula. It was the one he first put in the big goodie bag that was on the floor. The next moment, our hero heard that a text message had arrived on his phone. It reported that the young man's rank was now D, which came as a complete surprise. With a serious look, the guy thought about the fact that with a 7th level and such a rank, he had an increasing chance of advancing as far as possible, which was a great result. Cammy was about to put the phone aside, but heard some kind of message come through again. It was his sister. She called the young man a real celebrity, and to make sure he was convinced, she dropped him a link to the local news. In one of the videos, journalists talked about the fact that the young man was unemployed and also mentioned his name. Next to him, the healer New Ami, who also had a large amount of merit, was also actively discussed. No sooner had the boy thought about all of this than the next moment Natsu sent another message, asking how come his brother was unemployed. However, Cammy was quick to explain to the girl that unemployed was his class, not his status, as he had a job and would have one. A short time later, standing in the middle of his bedroom, the young man held a shovel in one hand and a bag in the other. Taking the key, the guy decided that now was the time to go in search of the cherished crystal, because there was no time to lose. The next second, the system sent an alert saying that this key was for high-level adventurers, which meant that perhaps our hero's level would be too low. A moment later, the computer asked if our hero wished to continue or if he wanted to abandon the plan. For a while, Cammy stood staring intently at the inscription on which his life and his sister's depended in part. Our hero's gaze was as vicious and stern as possible, with determination in it. And so, raising his hand, the boy reached for an affirmative answer by pressing yes. The system immediately reacted and sent a message saying it was a great solution. A moment later, the computer greeted our hero, who had a new unknown adventure awaiting him. Within a second, a huge yellow portal, the likes of which he had never seen before, opened in front of him. This time it was different. Cammy felt like he was being pulled through that door, and he didn't understand what had gone wrong. The young man watched in horror as his body seemed to flow smoothly, dissolving into a bright yellow glow. Through some clouded consciousness, the young man saw before him rather strange stone structures. Within a minute, he was already standing with shovel in hand on the carpeted walkway, flanked on either side by guards in armor. Cammy stared at everything that was going on with incomprehension and thought it was just a bad dream. Opposite the young man on the throne sat an old man who resembled a goblin in some way. It was an Alfheim residing in a Class A dungeon. Our hero did not understand who was in front of him and why everything was so confusing. He also could not realize what kind of dungeon he was in. But the old man was completely calm. He said that the young man was guided by the will of God and asked him to tell his name. Cammy was still silent. He didn't understand what God had to do with this, or if he should really take on a new assignment. Realizing that it was impolite to stand silently, the young man finally introduced himself and then explained that he had come here to find a moon magic stone. The man still stared impassively at his guest, and then asked if it was true that he needed the stone to cure a magical ailment. The young man was finally confused. He didn't understand how this stranger could know about such things. Without waiting for an answer, the elder stated that this was the truth. Moreover, if the young man had such a desire, he could prepare healing potions. After pausing for a moment, the man continued to explain that the moon magic stone was also valuable to them. Clenching his hand into a fist, Cammy angrily asked if the elder wanted him to take the gem away by force. The man was not at all embarrassed by such a brazen speech, and so simply said that it was not a bad idea, and added that God's will had sent a good adventurer to them. The elder might have said something else, but at that moment a subordinate approached him. The elf whispered something in the ruler's ear, and now both were looking at the boy. Suddenly, a subordinate asked if it was true that our hero was unemployed, which came as a real surprise to everyone. The subordinate, apologizing, checked with Cammy to see if there was some mistake or inaccuracy. However, our hero still asked in the same nonchalant tone if this was a problem. Hearing a negative answer, he only nodded. Closing his eyes, the elder calmly said that God's will is never wrong. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed his finger at something, and then stated that he was holding the guy responsible and stopped talking. After a brief pause, he added that it would be a duel with the great sinner. Everything was in flames. Dead people were lying everywhere, and the survivors were begging for mercy, not understanding why they had suffered such a fate. However, the distraught elf was screaming about whether this wasn't why they had been given the power. This entity boasted of its own capabilities, showing off its power. It seemed that this elf was simply maddened by his own power, and so he used all his magic not for good, but for the destruction of his own city and the destruction of its inhabitants. The old man said with sadness in his voice that killing one's kin was a terrible sin, especially for their people. The young man didn't let him finish and stated that this was the reason they needed the stranger that he was. The clan head didn't deny it, for it was pure truth. So he said that they would reward Cammy if he fulfilled their request. With a smile on his face, our hero extended his hand to the elder and cheerfully declared that he agreed to the offer. The boy stood in front of the head, extending his hand to him. However, as embarrassed as he was by the situation, he realized that he was an outsider, and therefore trust still needed to be gained. The elf, noticing that the elder had risen from his chair, wanted to say something to him. But after a moment, the hands of our hero and the head of the clan came together in a firm handshake. Bowing, the man explained that the battle was to take place the next day, but until then, the young man could tour the city. Hearing such a statement, our hero looked at the elder with surprise. After a short time, however, Cammy was already scrutinizing the beautiful and well-maintained buildings of this small town. There were joyful elves walking everywhere, who appeared to be no different from humans except for their large ears. The blonde beauty joyfully greeted our hero and noted that for the next 24 hours she would accompany him. Moving behind his guide, the lad was surprised to realize how hard it was for him to believe he was in a dungeon. Turning around, the beauty stated that their city and this place itself was radically different from all other dungeons. While the young man looked at the fruit with interest, his guide explained that visitors from other worlds came here once every 10 years. The young man inquired why the fruit and shoes looked so strange. Continuing to smile, the beauty noted that they had just died. Such an explanation surprised the guy, for it wasn't about the products themselves, but about the fact that the girl talked about death so easily. After a moment, our hero's attention was caught by loud noises, and he looked in the direction from which they came. Looking at the man in the plaza, Cammy said he felt like there was an event going on. The tour guide confirmed this, and then asked if the guy wanted to get a little closer to see what was going on. At this moment, the man on the stage was actively soliciting passers-by. He talked about wanting to demonstrate a small but interesting spell. Raising his hand, the man announced that a skill enhancement was about to take place. Suddenly, a large ball of fire appeared in his hands. Tossing it upwards, he was clearly enjoying his stunt, as was everyone gathered, watching intently. Cammy, who up to this point had remained completely indifferent, was now greatly surprised by what he saw. The artiste bowed and explained that it was magic, temporarily enhancing all spells and skills. One of the girls standing next to our hero said that this spell had only recently been invented. At this moment, the system forwarded a notification that the young man had learned a skill reinforcement, which pleased him immensely. Passing by the simple stalls, our hero's guide informed us that the tour was over for the day. Hearing that the young man would like to look around more the next day, The beauty assured him that she would definitely walk around the city with him again. However, with a slight chuckle, she added that it would only happen if the man survived tomorrow's battle. The young man didn't like this attitude, so he turned and strode away. Cammy stood in front of a small stone corridor with a dim light burning at the end of it. The young man resolutely headed forward with a quick step. Less than a minute later, the guy was already standing in the arena, with a large number of people sitting in the stands. Our hero saw some elf dressed in all black come out of the archway. Suddenly, he appeared before everyone present in all his glory. Rubbing his hands together, the villain eyed his opponent carefully, feeling that he was far stronger and more powerful than some teenager. Cammy appreciated his opponent and noted to himself that he was quite strong, pondering what he had been fed in the dungeon. The elf asked the guard if it was true that if he killed the boy, all charges would be dropped and he would go free. Realizing that this opponent was extremely dangerous, the young man immediately began to actively prepare for battle, realizing that he needed to win with all his might. Suddenly, the ill-wisher began to draw some kind of pentagram and loudly recite a spell, warning that the young man was about to experience the full power of his charms. Looking at what was happening, Cammy thought to himself that the enemy had somehow managed to drastically change the weather. The elf declared that the fight would be spectacular, and he would show everyone who they dared to raise their hand against. Running his hands through his hair, the enemy shouted over and over that the young man's army would face his true strength. Grabbing his sword, our hero did not hurry to take decisive action, deciding to wait for the enemy to calm down a bit and come to his senses. Time passed, but nothing happened. The elf finished his spell, but continued to recite it as if he could do nothing else. The next moment, however, the boy realized his mistake, for the rain suddenly fell with such force that he could hardly see what was happening just a few dozen centimeters away. The most unpleasant part was that the bad weather was only getting worse, and now it seemed like it wouldn't stop until the elf wanted it to. The young man noted to himself that it felt like he was standing under a powerful waterfall. At that very moment, the malevolent man, smiling, once again shouted out some incomprehensible word. Cammy realized that the rain was far from the most unpleasant thing he would face as he began to sink into the mud. The mud slurry filled the arena so quickly that in a few minutes it was already reaching our hero's throat, and he didn't realize what magic was behind it. Cussing, the guy grabbed the ground with all his might, trying not to drown in that mud stream at least. Cammy was also uncomfortable with the fact that the crowd sitting in the bleachers was cheering the elf on, demanding that the uninvited guest be dealt with as soon as possible. Looking at the elf, Cammy thought about how quickly the humans had forgotten that not so long ago he had been exterminating his own kin. Despite this, the young man was not going to give up. He held on with all his strength and was already thinking over a plan of further action. At the same time, the opponent laughed even louder and called the young man a greedy fool, ordering him to fall before his overwhelming power. The servants, standing next to the head of the city, spoke of how it was very difficult for a human to fight a mage of this level, but the head replied that it didn't matter. Looking at the young man lying in a puddle, he calmly continued that none of them would die. At this very moment, the young man decided that it was time to use the body-strengthening technique. It was extremely difficult under the circumstances he was in, but Cammy fought desperately, realizing that his sister's life was at stake. Grasping the hard surface again, the young man called upon his skill enhancement to help him. And then something happened that few expected. Leaning on his hands, the guy still managed to pull himself up and half get out of the mud. His opponent glared at his opponent caustically but remained completely silent. Standing on solid ground, Cammy noted to himself that he'd been lucky enough to meet a magician recently. Grabbing his sword, the lad reflected on the fact that it was much easier to move now. He had regained faith in his own strength. Taking a swing, the young man decided that he would use the blade dance technique that had helped him out more than once. However, after a moment, he did not find the elf in front of him, but there towered a huge ice block protecting the enemy. Raising his hand, his opponent remarked, laughing, that the magic of the human race was so primitive that it would never compare to their abilities. Looking under his feet, the boy was surprised to notice that ice had appeared there. Cammy realized that now would be a good time to use the ice and cold defense skills. But the elf wasn't about to give up, so he raised his hand up again. The disgruntled man cried out with a chuckle in his voice about some chasm between them, noting that the young man would not be able to bridge it. With that, the elf ordered the snow and ice crystals to immediately descend to the ground. Our hero watched carefully as thousands of ice shards fell on him. For a moment, the audience held their breath and even stood up from their seats, realizing that the hero will not be able to escape from this frosty captivity. And indeed, in the place where the boy had stood a few seconds ago, a huge ice sculpture now stood. Many spectators were happy about this, so they shouted and chanted, cheering their victorious elf. The one, in turn, loudly announced that everything had gone very quick and easy. The show was over, which meant that he was now completely free. The elder looked at the arena intently, but remained silent, not knowing what to say in the situation. The elf turned to the king and asked if he was wrong, since that was the deal. Closing his eyes, the old man remained silent, deciding not to respond to the remark. And it was the right decision because in the next second, all those gathered heard a loud scraping of ice. Jumping up from their seats, the ruler and his faithful servant stared intently at the arena. The same was done by the audience, who did not take their eyes off the place where their hero had recently stood. Everyone could see that there was now a huge block of ice there, but now it was cracking and glowing, and then a young man appeared out of it. The opponent tried not to give the appearance that he was actually surprised by this, so he asked the guy if the guy had managed to survive. Looking at his opponent with disdain, Cammy noted to himself that he wasn't really as strong as he thought he was. However, the elf hastened to assure everyone that for him, the battle with this boy was nothing but fun entertainment. Raising his hands, the detractor stated that now was the time to raise the stakes. Hearing the creature say that it would show the young man true skill, Cammy pondered to himself that the man had likely made the decision to enhance his own abilities. The young man's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. He told himself that he knew exactly how to defeat this elf. At this very minute, our hero's memories brought him back to the distant past. Or rather, to the life he once had. In one of the inn's dungeons, a young man met a foolish elf. He completely accidentally set his hair on fire with his own spell and then ran away in a panic. He must have mistakenly thought it was Cammy who had cast the spell, even though he didn't really know anything about magic at the time. Back to reality, the guy saw the crowd demanding spectacle, and so he decided to give it to them. Suddenly, the rivals came face to face. It seemed that this was the moment when everything would be decided. Cammy, looking at the smug enemy, plugged in his body reinforcement to help himself. Speeding up, he decided he still needed to use the skill boost, which he did. However, the enemy, as if standing in his place, continued to do so, as if everything that was happening did not concern him at all. Swinging around, the young man saw the elf instantly accelerate and leap as far away from him as possible. Landing in a completely different place, the man declared that even if he didn't conjure anything or use magic, the teenager still wouldn't be able to handle him. And, laughing again, asked if that was all the young man was capable of. Cammy stood and just smiled, not a shadow of self-doubt on his face. But the very next minute, he turned his attention to the white long hair that was falling en masse beneath his opponent's feet. The elf was at a complete loss. His eyes read surprise, disappointment, and incomprehension. The arena became quiet. All the spectators froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Grabbing with a calmness in his voice, the young man explained that most of the elves' mana was concentrated in their hair, adding that perhaps his opponent didn't know that. And as Cammy dropped the hair he'd managed to grab onto the floor, he heard his enemy cursing. The young man understood that one could not abandon the case halfway through. It had to be brought to its logical conclusion. So he accelerated and headed towards his opponent, who kept yelling that the man had beaten him. It was hard for the elf to believe that even the strongest magic hadn't saved him. The young man struck his opponent with as much force as he was capable of. And while he was flying back, the system notified our hero that he had absorbed 10 units of magic power. Suddenly, the ruler jumped up from his seat and announced to all assembled that the sinner had been defeated, and said glory to the adventurer and all the gods who had sent him. The young man was confused. He saw the flower petals falling on him as a sign of victory, but didn't know how to react to it. The next moment, the elder personally approached the guy and sincerely said that he had done very well. And now, the man himself was the first to offer his hand to our hero, as a sign that he really appreciated and respected him. Lowering his voice slightly, the king asked how the boy knew their magic was hidden in their hair. The young man looked at the man carefully, but he didn't know what he could tell him, so he just kept silent. The ruler asked the young man to keep it a secret, and in return, he decided to give him something interesting. It was a magical stone from the abyss, the rarest of its kind. Cammy looked at this jewel with amazement. He couldn't believe that this thing was actually left to him. Putting the pendant around our hero's neck, the elder explained that the young man should show it to the enchanter, and the latter would tell him how to use it. The king looked at Cammy intently, though he remained silent. And he, in turn, said that the promise was fulfilled, because a moment later, a servant approached the company and handed him a moon magic stone, telling him that the young man had actually picked it. Holding the pouch with the stone, the guy was so happy as if he had gotten a whole bag of gold, realizing that now he already had 2 crystals in his piggy bank. Again the ruler spoke, saying that for the young man's merit he wanted to give him something. Hearing that it would be the recipe for the moon magic stone, the boy looked at the man in surprise. The young man felt that a portal had already appeared behind him, yet he continued to ask the king what he meant by the prescription. However, the elder only bid his guest farewell, noting that if ever the gods pleased, they would meet again. The next minute, the guy was already standing in his own bedroom with a baggie in his hands. As he untied the braid, he pondered what was meant by the prescription. Looking at a man walked into the office where people were gathered and apologized for being late. Sitting down in his seat, the man said it was about time to start the meeting. Taking the remote control, the man responded to his colleague's question that the young man was already in place, and therefore there was nothing stopping them from proceeding with the scheduled meeting. The next second, everyone saw a video on the screen of an athletic young man pumping his abs. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise but continued to remain completely silent. One of the people gathered in the office addressed our hero as Mr. Aki and asked him for a brief distraction. Hearing a request to get dressed, the guy started to explain that he was a little out of time and then apologized for his appearance. Our hero did not intend to detain anyone, and therefore after a moment he asked what the conversation would concern. Looking at Cami, who had already started to dress, the man informed him that they wanted to offer the young man a job. He explained that they were gathering the best adventurers in the country for her, and he had been recommended to them by Mistress Alice, so they hoped the young man would not refuse. Frowning, our hero looked away briefly, then asked what it was all about. The man with a serious look stated that this was classified information. Taking the clipboard in his hands, he added that the guy should not spread what he heard at the meeting to outsiders. In the next instant, the chief displayed all the information he had on the scoreboard for all to see. Looking at the incomprehensible graphs, the young man asked what they meant. One of those present replied that it was data on the deaths of adventurers, or rather their murders. Cami looked at this report with horror, and at the same time with genuine scrutiny, which just seemed ridiculous to him. As if reading his mind, the man stated that it was hard to believe but a fact, adding that this included accidents during adventures. The young man, raising his finger, wanted to say something, drawing attention to himself. Everyone gathered looked at the young man attentively, but still remained silent. Suddenly, the chairman spoke, noting that it was amazing how the guy knew about this, even though this information had not yet been made public. Our hero thought to himself that in his time, all this data was not a secret, and said aloud that some rumors had reached him. Coughing a little, the chairman was about to say something important again. He noted that an organization made up of player killers took their bait. Now it's up to the players and the entire team to slam this trap. Hearing the understanding from the guy, the chairman said that he liked how Aki-san grasped everything as fast as possible. After a second, he added that the mission was dangerous, but the rewards would also be appropriate and the reputation of all the players would be enhanced. Plus, Cami has had a decent amount of hospital bills recently, so he thinks it's a pretty good deal. Closing his eyes, the boy thought with some sadness and doom about what these people knew about his sister. After a moment, the young man said he was willing to participate in the mission and asked that an operation plan be sent to him for preparation. No sooner had Cami finished talking than a plan of action was relayed to his phone. The lad had read that given all merit and ability, S-rank adventurer Akira Babazono was being put in charge of the mission presented. At this very time, but in a different place, an unknown beast was raging. He growled while someone asked if everyone could see the creature. Pointing the camera at the monster, the commentator went on to say that it was a B-rank monster, but it was easy to defeat if one knew the weaknesses. But the very next instant it appeared that this beast was trying to find the adventurer's weaknesses. Looking at the hole in the ground that the monster had made, the man realized that he needed to save himself. And so after a moment the young man accelerated and ran away. Before he did, though, he managed to perform some sort of stunt and then prostrate himself. Finding it safe and showing his own blade, the guy said there was nothing difficult about the task. Watching the tablet screen with a live broadcast of the dungeon walk, the young girls couldn't take their eyes off their hero. One of the operators closest to the portal turned to Akira-san, but it seemed that the guy did not hear him at all, because he was busy meeting with his fans, who showered him with all kinds of compliments. Sitting in the car and bowing his head, Akira began to complain about how complicated it all was, and then noted with anger in his voice that it pisses him off to interact with trash, to which the driver replied that he should watch his words. The driver also added that there was a message from Bloodsnake. The message was that they were trapped. Everything was going according to plan. They could enjoy themselves. Smiling, the young man asked himself which scum would be sent on a mission this time. Looking at the profile, Akira suddenly froze. It seemed that something had surprised him very much. Looking at our hero's file, the young man could not believe that this young man was among the participants. To be sure, Aarons asked his driver if it was true that this man was the one who had defeated the Revenants. When he received an affirmative answer, he nodded in satisfaction. Akira looked at the photo of the young man once more and noted his name to himself. Smiling, he thought about the fact that they would soon meet in the Red Dungeon. At the same time, Kami came to the hospital with beautiful flowers to please his sister. They were 2 yellow roses, which, according to Eastern traditions, are considered a symbol of happiness and good fortune, to which the nurse took notice. Walking into the girl's room, the young man greeted her cheerfully, hearing the same exclamation in return. The little girl smiled sincerely when she saw the flowers in her brother's hands. Besides, the boy said he had brought her another piece of good news. Looking carefully at Natsu, the young man informed him that they might be able to cure the young lady soon. Instead of joy, however, Natsu noted with some doom in her voice that the doctors had said her illness was incurable. The next moment, Kami gently placed his hand on his favorite sister's arm. Smiling, he assured the little girl that none of that mattered. He knew for a fact that her health would be fine. The girl laughed as heartily as she could. She said she believed her brother. The nurse, who was standing at the door of the room and heard the conversation between the 2 relatives, became emotional and began to cry. However, the very next minute, Natsu, pointing at the book, said that in the language of flowers, a yellow rose meant a touch of love. Taking his bouquet, the young man turned and walked away from the hospital. Sitting on a bench, Kami was talking to a girl who told him she recommended him. Alice, buttoning her robe, thanked him happily for agreeing to help her after all. She then began to tell me that unfortunately she wouldn't be able to participate, but there would definitely be other strong adventurers there. Pretty Lady said she knows Akira personally, as well as Ichinos Eru. Already in the next minute, Alice turned the conversation in a completely different direction. She suggested to the young man to go on a date after finishing this work. The beauty noted that the guy is very talented, as she initially assumed, and therefore wants to get to know him better. After hearing Kami promise to think about it, the girl jokingly stated that he was a real underdog, which was really nice. Wrapping up the conversation, the guy said he'd get back to her when the assignment was resolved. And he thought to himself that it had been a long time since he'd dated a girl, and decided that it looked like the dawn of his youth had arrived. The next day, the chairman gathered all the adventurers together and began his speech by thanking them for agreeing to come and participate in the task. Pulling his glasses tighter over the bridge of his nose, the man noted that this night they would put an end to the nightmare of all adventurers, namely player killers. He then introduced the leader of this mission to the audience, pointing to the approaching guy. It was Akira Babazono, who had an S rank and an assassin class. The young man proudly announced to all present that they could safely rely on him. Raising his hand up, he went on to say that together they would definitely come out of the dungeon victorious. The crowd, including our hero, began to applaud, though Kami did so without any enthusiasm. As he was turning around, he did not immediately answer the question, but asked the counter-question of who the stranger was. She replied that the guy must have known about her from Aletsama since she is her first student, and her name is Ichinos Eru. After a brief pause, the brunette added that Mistress appreciated him very much, and then, in a sterner tone, she added that she might not be the strongest, but she still wouldn't lose. Suddenly, a young man in a raincoat intervened in the conversation and asked what the guys were making a fuss about. However, the beauty did not answer his question, but simply introduced her comrade, who was Shiraka Daiki. Unashamedly, Kami indifferently inquired why Alice had invited this yokel. Ichinos replied that apparently the young lady knew much more than they did. Shiraka suddenly raised his voice, but this time he told the girl not to defend the young man. Unexpectedly for our hero, the system sent him a new task, which was for the young man to steal a phone from Akira, not realizing what it was for. And while Kami was pondering whether the system was mocking him, the one who was affected by all of this silently approached him. The young man did not speak to the boy but watched him intently. All players were greeted by a robot who announced that he would explain the plan for the upcoming operation to all gathered. From the ground at the high-rise, the adventurers playing the role of decoys were briefed under the guidance of a mentor. But due to confidentiality of information, they were not told of the plan. Bloodsnake and his team of player killers have taken the bait on the information they've been given. And now those players are planning an attack. A team of hunters will have to rush in the moment the killers show up. The main task of adventurers: destroy all these rivals which do not give the heroes the opportunity to cope with their tasks normally. Kami, looking at the recording on the tablet, decided for himself that it was a brief explanation of the operation plan. Looking out the porthole window, our hero finished watching a video in which the robot wished everyone good luck. The young man realized that nobody explained anything in the video, and therefore it was unclear where they would end up and how events would develop. The guy looked around the passageway and saw Akira there. assuring the young guys that everything would be fine because he was nearby. Cammy thought to himself that ever since they'd taken off, this man had been the center of attention constantly. And at this rate, stealing his phone from him would be hard enough. Suddenly, our hero's musings were interrupted by Ichinos. She quietly asked if it was true that the young man belonged to the class of the unemployed. Closing his eyes, the young man lazily declared that this was in fact the case. Looking over the guy, the girl noted that he was looking at Babazono so intently that from the outside it might look like he was a fan. Not wanting to explain anything to his companion, the guy said that he actually likes this person. However, the beauty called him a liar. Cammy looked at her with a penetrating stare, then asked why she was so sure of it. The girl honestly admitted that the young man looks at this guy very differently. He has the look of a hunter. Looking into the guy's stern face, she kept noting that it was as if he was waiting for the moment when Akira would show his own weakness. The pretty girl smiled and went on about them being archers. Representatives of this class are not just great at seeing details, they are very sharp. Now, already, our hero was scrutinizing the two fingers of his new companion, which spoke of the fact that whatever he was up to, she would surely help. After a brief pause, she added that this was what Mistress Alice had commanded, and she simply could not disobey her mentor. The rest of the flight went well enough, and after a couple hours the team arrived at the airport in full gear. Seeing the young people off, the flight attendants carefully told them to be careful not to trip. Though the very next instant, Ichinos accidentally pushed Akira, though she immediately apologized to him. Cammy walked past the guys at the same time and heard them exchanging various pleasantries. The brunette went on to tell the guy that she is a big fan of his and watches everything he does. Holding the stolen phone in his hands, our hero happily noted to himself that he had not expected that the experience of a former assassin would come in handy in such a way. Turning around, the young man continued to look at the girl, hearing the system notify him that he had just passed the test. After a minute, the guy popped into his inbox, and what he saw there surprised him greatly. The young man thought about the fact that this was what he least expected, though he didn't elaborate on his thought. At the back of the park, where the animals were walking, was the very portal through which the boys were to pass. The bus that brought the adventurers arrived at the appointed time. The boys realized that they had not a minute to lose, and therefore got out of the vehicle very quickly. The very last person to leave the bus was the head of the whole operation. Gathering the participants around him, the man said that if the information was correct, they should be ahead and allowed the adventurers not to hold back. Correcting his own glasses, the captain suggested that all those gathered eradicate evil once and for all. Upon hearing such a statement, everyone became animated and started chanting something loudly. Moving to follow our hero, Ichinose asks him if he's sure of his own judgment, because it all sounds like utter nonsense. Cammy remembered how, as they got off the bus, the executive security guards asked everyone gathered to turn in their empty lunchboxes, which went into a separate bag. The girl complained that they had to give up breakfast because of the young men, though it was in vain. Wrapping her arms around her shoulders, she went on with sadness in her voice about how she never thought it would be like this. The guy patted her on the shoulder and assured her in a confident voice that they were sure to make it through. And after a moment he added that he was sure to come up with something workable. Walking off to the front, Ichinose said that the make-believe guy that he is had better find a job, hearing back that unemployed is just his class. At this very time, Akira, raising his hand up in the air, shouted to everyone that he would be the one to lead the adventurers to victory. The young man walked ahead of everyone and actively engaged the crowd, for whom he was the unquestioned leader. Kami and Ichinose watched everything carefully but remained completely silent. Babazono didn't care who or what anyone thought of him. The man just kept walking forward. In the next minute, the young man was already standing close to the portal. Our hero was slightly nervous, and his companion calmed him down, explaining that he was an excellent fighter. It wasn't long before Cammy followed the others across the zone that separated the two worlds. Looking after her new acquaintance, the brunette thought with a smile that she seemed to finally understand why her mistress liked this man so much. The guys were walking across a large and beautiful bridge that was in an ancient dungeon that belonged to the E rank. Akira, who was leading the people behind him, informed everyone present that they were almost close to the entrance gate. However, in the next instant something happened that no one expected. Everyone present witnessed a terrible explosion. Big old trees began to fall on the bridge. The adventurers started backing away in horror, unsure of what to do next. The two guys who were closest to the scene froze for a moment. The reason was that behind them was a whole group of criminals who were already waiting for them. The young men, noticing the detractors, began asking them who they were and what they were doing in these parts. One of the perpetrators immediately started attacking without even bothering to respond. The stranger's magic and power was so powerful that those standing closest to her began to fly off in different directions. The adventurers watched in horror as their colleague flew into the wall with a clatter, realizing that something untoward was going on. The one, Akira, smiling evilly, added that his opponent was absolutely right. For a moment, finally, Babazano, still smiling evasively, apologized to someone for waiting too long. The guys who were naively listening to Akira discussed amongst themselves that if they had such a hero with them, then surely everything would be all right. However, one of the young men looked intently at the speaker, but said nothing. After a moment, the guys started coughing and grabbing their throats, realizing that something wrong was happening to them. Not even a few minutes later, the warriors were already lying on the floor, feeling extremely ill. Those left behind could not believe what was happening before their eyes. At the same time, the villains rejoiced that things had turned around in such a way that they could now easily deal with the players. Akira turned his back on the adventurers and strode in the direction where the malcontents stood. As they approached them, the whole gang started laughing at the warriors, realizing that they had just been fooled. One of the guys on the ground asked Babazono what it all meant. Walking up to the unfortunate man and swinging his leg, the young man declared that the weak only bring trouble to the world. The opponent flicked the young man's head with his foot, noting that in public he was a bona fide adventurer and a popular streamer at the same time. However, all these people to him are just a bunch of useless fools who don't even realize how much he hates them all. And then he called the gathered people parasites. After a moment, he added that the Player Killer clan was created by Blood Serpent. In other words, himself. The girls who had recently bowed down to this young man were now surprised and could not believe that it was all true. The young man lying on the floor with Akira's foot on his head also didn't understand how this could have happened. And the villains, while continuing to laugh, advised everyone gathered not to resist, stating that they wouldn't be able to handle them anyway. Babazono, drawing his sword, noted that this was the plain truth. After a moment, he added that this world doesn't need weaklings. The guy the sword was pointed at shouted loudly. The very next minute, however, when he opened one eye, he realized that what he had expected had not happened. The adventurer watched his opponent closely, who stuck his knife next to his head. Akira, turning to someone, asked why that person wasn't lying amongst everyone else. Kami noted with indifference in his voice that, unlike the others, he simply had no appetite. However, this was not what was important to the opponent. He looked with surprise at the fact that the young man had a familiar cell phone in his hands. Ichinos, standing behind our hero, reflected on the fact that she couldn't believe that things had turned out exactly as the guy had said. Babazono, as always, behaved in the most tactless way possible. He laughed loudly and talked about how everyone here was a lowlife. The young man held a knife in his hands, showing that he had no opponents and, in principle, could not have any. Already in the next minute, Kami and Akira's gazes converged, though the boys remained silent. The first to interrupt the silence was the opponent, claiming that the guy had shamelessly taken and stolen his phone. And looking at the guy and girl standing across from him, he went on to say that he was probably just questioning what he had seen. Kami thought at this point that he really hadn't counted on things going this far. The reason was that because of the lockdown, our hero was only able to read scraps of messages. Suddenly, the brunette yelled loudly that she had made a mistake and didn't immediately realize that there was another rat in their midst. Pointing to her associate Chirac, the beauty claimed that he was the one who put poison in everyone's food. The young man defiantly covered his eyes, though he was in no hurry to say anything. After a brief pause, he pulled a small vial from his pocket. Showing its contents, Shiraka stated with a sneer in her voice that because of her and her new friend, their plan had changed a bit. Akira started laughing and clapping his hands again, saying that it was actually true. However, some of the guys weren't as easy as he thought from the beginning. Then, pointing to his companions, he asked what two ordinary adventurers could do against a large team of experts. The young man added that it should not be forgotten that only one of them belongs to the D rank. Our heroes have seen that there are actually a lot of opponents, but that's no reason to just give up. Ichinos eyed her new acquaintance carefully but chose to remain silent. Though the very next minute the girl was screaming about her buying time for Kami, and he had to act decisively. Pretty Lady said that the young man should immediately go to the office and report everything to Mistress Alice at all costs. But the guy sharply contradicted her, saying that he was tasked with the mission of taking down the player killers. Hearing the girl remind the young man of his rank, Akira noted to not worry about him and bring backup. With a loud stomp of her foot, Ichinos explained that the lady had told him to keep an eye on him and not let him go for a moment. Consequently, she will keep an eye on the young men until they complete the task. Closing her eyes, our hero noticed that her devotion was simply impressive, and thought to herself that she wanted her to stay in one piece. At that very minute, Akira approached the guy from behind and asked if they were done talking already. Our hero looked to the side, and his opponent was squatting behind him. In the next minute, though, the young man turned around so that he was a step away from his opponent. The brunette screamed in horror, not understanding how this was possible, while our hero thought to himself that it was an assassin's movement skill. The young man then thought about shadow sliding, though he took no action. Rising from his seat, Babazono called his opponent by first and last name. He stated that he had already taken note of the boy a long time ago, so his plan was to destroy not only the young man, but all the insects as well. The adventurers, who were standing off to the side, watched intently as events unfolded. At the same time, Akira took a quick step towards his opponent. Pointing a finger at him, he wondered if the young man could stop him. Kami eyed his opponent carefully, but was in no hurry to answer him anything. So the enemy turned to his gang and said it was time for a great feast. The villains began to giggle and rejoice at finally getting their hands on the trophies. Ichinos and Kami stood back to back, while detractors began to approach them from different directions. Before the young man could look around, his colleague had already run somewhere. The guy wanted to ask her something, but she was so fast and agile that it was useless anyway. After a moment, the beauty sat down on one knee, pulled out her bow and aimed it somewhere. The men, however, they were not going to give up, and therefore ran at our heroes. At this, Ichinos wasn't going to waste her energy on these worthless people. Instead, she concentrated on her main task. Suddenly, our hero yelled for the brunette to aim for her head immediately. The girl only had time to notice how the tip of the blade gleamed in the sunlight, and within a minute, several of the enemies were wounded quite seriously. Some rivals were shouting, others were flying around, others were still going to do something, while our hero's companion was staring back attentively. She couldn't take her eyes off Kami, who had already managed to partially accomplish the task at hand. Hiding her sword, the young man said that she had called her name for nothing at all. Staring in amazement at everything that was happening, Ichinose could not describe her emotions and what was revealed to her eyes. The guys could have discussed everything that had happened for a long time, but they noticed some kind of saber flying in their direction. The young people did not immediately react to what happened, and therefore just watched. The brunette yelled loudly for the young man to move as far away as possible as they were in danger. No sooner had the beauty finished the last words than the container burst and our heroes flew in different directions. Ichinos could barely make out the young man, despite the fact that he was only a couple of meters away from her. Finding herself at a loss, the adventurer spoke of the fact that they found themselves separated. Suddenly, Shiraka approached the girl, stating that her opponent would be him, as they were both of A rank, and then added that it would be perfectly fair, that way no one could come to her rescue. Ichinos wasn't in a hurry to say or do anything, she was just observing that she wouldn't make a mistake later on. Reaching for her arrows, the beauty angrily declared that before her was a traitor, with whom conversations are short. Aiming, the young warrior shouted that she would turn the young man into a sieve, and therefore he should be ready for it. Staring fixedly at the man, Ichinos continued to say that in this cruel world, and then suddenly fell silent, and added hatefully that her former acquaintance really pissed her off. However, what Shiraka was saying was that in this world only power and nothing else really matters, and then quickly pointed a few vials in the direction where the girl was standing. The archer wasn't about to give up, and after just a moment she released several arrows. The enemy watched in horror and frustration as all of his containers, while still in flight, shattered into small fragments. The adventuress shouted loudly for the young man to finish preaching his silly ideas already. But the one didn't seem to care anymore because the young man just stood there silently. Due to the liquids that were still in the air mixing together, a small fireworks display appeared in the sky. Ichinos also noticed that something managed to still touch the ground and explode right in front of her feet. Shiraka still stood still and silent. He was in no hurry to do anything else. The man made a statement that he could argue the girl clearly did not expect such a turn of events, although it was very easy. The enemy was so sure of himself that he did not notice one arrow reach its target and embed itself in his shoulder. Belle heard her former acquaintance shout, and now she was the one who spoke, raising her hand to say that he was the one who hadn't expected much, and then quickly thanked Shiraku for creating the smokescreen she so desperately needed. Closing his eyes, his opponent noted that he had actually been defeated in this fight. Ichino saw the young man fall face down on the ground, but she wasn't going to go near him. Instead, the smokescreen had completely dispelled, and hence the beauty could observe the full picture, which struck her very much. Sure, she saw Kami, who was taking his time to celebrate something, but besides him, there were opponents lying on the ground defeated by him. Ichino smiled sincerely and honestly said that the young man could be relied upon in any situation. At that very time, the voice was raised by Akira, who held his knife right above our hero's head. Kami was not the least bit intimidated by this man. On the contrary, he was ready to meet her because he had been waiting for her all evening. As he came closer, the enemy shouted loudly that he would crush the young man like a bug. Kami struggled to stay on his feet, though he was in no hurry to drop his sword, the young man holding onto the cut on his chest as the villain laughed at what he saw. Babazono stated in a sarcastic tone that, as usual, he would have to do all the dirty work himself. Our hero thought about Akira being fast, as expected of an assassin, but with his current skills he wouldn't be able to track this man's movements. This was also noticed by the archer who, turning to her comrade, shouted to him not to stand and wait to be attacked, but to run away at once. It seemed that time stood still, because the enemy of the guys stood and carefully watched the opponent. This was also happening to Kami, who was fumbling around because he was hurt, but wasn't going to leave or take any other action. Suddenly something changed, because a barely perceptible yet sly smile appeared on our hero's face. The girl looked at it all in amazement and couldn't believe how it was possible. As the young man began to swing his sword, the beauty thought about why her new acquaintance was smirking. At the same time, the guy had already thrown his sword in such a way that it boomeranged towards Akira. Sitting on his haunches, the enemy simply watched the events unfold, his amazement unparalleled. In that same second, the sword stabbed into the shadow that was flaunting on the ground. The young man lowered his eyes and marveled even more at what was happening. It seemed as if he had seen a ghost. Suddenly, Kami spoke up and apologized to his opponent, talking about how he was just unlucky with his opponent. Stepping on the blade, Akira disdainfully stated that it was no accident, and then asked his opponent how he knew the weakness of Shadow Slip. Remembering his past life, with indifference in his voice, the young man replied that he knew a bit about the assassin classes. With anger and irritation, Babazono noted that Mr. Aki was full of unexpected surprises. Pulling out his blade, the opponent asked our hero if he knew what he was holding, and without waiting for an answer, he cut his arm in one sharp movement. Suddenly, a strange dark glow surrounded the malevolent man on all sides and soared upwards. The unwilling witnesses, with their mouths open, watched the whole event as if they had never seen anything like it before. Suddenly, Akira disappeared. Even so, everyone present heard him say that it was an assassin skill, and it was called Dark Contract. Kami realized that he couldn't see his opponent, but he could hear him, so he held his breath and just listened to what was going on around him. The young man decided that his enemy had summoned a demon to his aid. Hence, he belonged to the contracted assassins. And while Babazono held onto the blade of his blade, our hero continued to ponder the fact that this was the most popular class of the future. Raising his hand above the boy's head, the malcontent thought to himself that Kami had the wrong man to fight with and the wrong man to choose. But in the next moment, the situation changed dramatically. Smelling the enemy nearby, our hero in one movement grabbed him by the wrist. Akira, who had turned into Day, looked on in amazement at what was happening and couldn't understand how this was even possible. Rising from the ground, the enemy decided to fight back against the young man, in one motion throwing him backwards in such a way that he began to fall. Kami, who was holding a blade in his hand, decided this was his chance. And so just one movement and the young man was already throwing this weapon at his opponent. The entity lying on the ground turned out to be a summoned demon called a Shadow Herald. Our hero was in no hurry to do anything else. He watched carefully as the darkness of the night gradually dissipated, realizing that one creature had been dealt with. In the place where the defeated entity had been a short while ago now lay a knife. Ichinos, standing a little farther away, thought in amazement at the fact that the guy seemed to have it all worked out, even though it was something unbelievable. At that, Babazono, holding his knife in his hands, spoke with a smirk at the fact that it all looked as if Aki's knowledge was limited to the few things that were available to almost anyone. Our hero wasn't going to explain anything. He simply stated that he would do as his opponent said. However, the villain went on to say that the guy can take whatever action he wants but still won't win, and then pounced on him. Akira held the young man with all his might, though he took no further action. And then the opponent started using some obscure tricks, which surprised Aki a lot. Suddenly, the underdog grouped up and jumped a few meters away from his opponent. This caused Kami to fly back to the railing of the bridge as well, still not realizing what had happened. Akira watched the exhausted young man carefully and laughingly repeated that no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried to show his strength, he would still be unable to do anything against an S-rank adventurer. At that moment, someone's foot came closer to where everything was happening. Tightening her bowstring, the archer shouted at Babazono, but with all her attention focused on the target. Suddenly, the girl turned to our hero and shouted to him to run. and she would buy him some time, especially since the portal was very close. Akira looked at the girl with a smile, showing with his whole appearance that she meant nothing to him. Though a few seconds later, rising to his feet, Kami asked his opponent what was going on that made him smile again, and then added, he thinks, how weak the assassin class is, and how much pathos and so little damage. While the villain was thinking about something, the guy noted to himself that if it had been someone else of the same rank, he would have been picked up from the floor piece by piece. After a little thought, Babazono asked the guy if he thought he had the slightest chance of winning. Our hero looked at his opponent without taking his eyes off, and declared in a determined tone that, of course, he had every chance of winning. And in the next instant, he shouted that now was the time to reveal his status. The young man summoned an on-screen panel that alerted the player that his skill level was 81 points. Ichinose, who had been watching her comrade in amazement, had never seen anything like this before and so began to ask him questions. The young man continued to communicate with the computer, saying that all the conditions had been met, and therefore it was easy to unlock the hidden class. The eyes of the unwilling spectators opened even wider in surprise. They seemed to have no idea that it was even possible to do such a thing. But the guy wasn't distracted. He was looking at the scoreboard that showed a closed lock. A second later, the system notified the adventurer that everything was unlocked, displaying the appropriate sign on the scoreboard. Raising his hand, Kami shouted that he was choosing to change classes immediately. The young man stood motionless while a blue glow enveloped him. The guy, remembering his past, decided that everything was not for nothing, and everything happened for this particular moment. And even the fact that he came across an amazing sword, that all happened for a reason too. Putting on his jacket, our hero heard the system notify that the secret master class was now considered activated. For a while, Kami just stood still. He eyed the intruder carefully and assessed the situation. Akira, who had been smiling a short while ago, now looked as confused as possible and asking himself questions that had no answer. The archer standing next to the young man asked him how it was that an unemployed man could easily move to another class, hearing that it wasn't about that at all. The guy explained that with the jobless class, it was much easier to increase one's skill level, which unlocked the master rank. Akira, interrupting the guys, proudly announced that he didn't know what just happened, but that still wouldn't lessen the gulf between him and his opponent. Swinging, and in the next instant, everyone noticed how the blade of the malevolent flew towards our hero. Thanks to this throw, somehow the knives were copied, and now they were all threatening our hero. The villain with a wild face rejoiced that now he would finally be able to defeat the guy. And the young man stood and spoke to himself about some craft. After that, he summoned a troll's two-handed sword to his aid. At that moment, the knives began to unfold in slow and flight on their own. A disgruntled Babazono yelled about how it was possible that Kami had summoned all of his blades. Looking at his rival with an impassive gaze, the young man noted that the latter was wrong. It was all about the fact that he himself had created all of this. If Akira was surprised by this, he should prepare himself. And what happened next was that all the blades somehow turned into swords of different sizes and kinds. For the first time ever, Babazono's eyes read real and genuine horror, because he had never seen anything like it. The archer realized that the magical power put into each weapon was simply incredible. Unexpectedly, Kami asked if the S-rank assassin he was so boasting about was ready to behold true mastery. Guy heard his enemy's question regarding whether it was true that he had created these swords himself. Smiling, our hero noted that this was in fact true, and then stated that this is all original work. There is not a single copy or even a roughly similar specimen among all these swords. Babazono looked at all of this in amazement and didn't understand how such a young man was able to produce so many magical items. With trembling hands holding his blade, the guy kept thinking about how a D-rank representative had practically managed to overpower him, an S-level master. Kami watched his opponent closely, who couldn't budge, and then asked the man where all his fervor and zeal and desire to be the best, his desire to be first, had gone. Already in the next instant, the guy turned around and pointed the biggest sword at the malevolent. Akira clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore looked at his opponent in surprise, not understanding what to do next. But our hero wasn't going to stop there, and then with one motion of his hand he aimed another weapon at the adventurer. The sword reached its target very quickly, piercing through the enemy. Babazono made a grimace but remained silent. And in the very next instant, everyone gathered turned their attention to see the ruthless body of the opponent fall to the ground. Kami saw the underdog but realized it wasn't as simple as it might seem to inexperienced warriors. Smoke suddenly appeared around the body, indicating that it was not a real person, but merely a clone of him. Ichinose, coming up behind her, asked Kami what kind of magic he was using. The girl didn't even think about the fact that her shadow wasn't really a shadow. It was Akira's soul hiding in it, who thought about the fact that he had managed to use that trick at the last second. While hiding, the young man admitted to himself for the first time that our hero is very strong and therefore incredibly dangerous. Cammy didn't answer his new acquaintance's question, but leaned over and summoned a bright glow to help himself, and suddenly pulled out a shining sword illuminous that was quite rare. The boy held the hilt tightly, but was in no hurry to do anything. After waiting a bit, the young man raised his sword upward and asked the instrument to illuminate the darkness for him. Babazono, who was afraid of being uncovered, squinted against the light. He realized that it would no longer be possible to hide. The archer wanted to say or ask something, but our hero with one hand sign let her know that now was not the best time, and then summoned his ice sword Frostbind to his aid. Akira was horrified at what was happening. He realized that he was trapped, and there was no way to get away with it. Cammy looked intently at his opponent, and at the same time raised his hand, signaling that when he lowered it, justice would be served. And in the next instant, all these magical weapons rushed to the place where our hero's enemy stood. Realizing that the situation had heated up to the extreme, the young man rushed running off his feet, trying to save himself. A moment later, Akira was already lying motionless on the ground. As he's looking at his rival with horror, Babazono asked who he was. How could he have changed so much when he was the most simple, unemployed man? When asked how the guy managed to resist the adventurer's excellent skills, he said when the attack and defense stats were low and fell silent. After pausing for a moment, with calmness in his voice, he added, "In such a case, the speed advantage simply doesn't work. Hence, no rank will work." And, getting as close to his opponent as possible, noted that he had just lost. And then, already silent, he began to summon his swords again. Akira glared angrily at his opponent, fear red in his eyes and sweat broke out on his face, but he still laughed loudly. Again, Cammy raised his hand, confidence and determination in his every action. This was realized also by Babazono, who, lying on the ground, covered himself with his hands, seeing the guns rapidly approaching him. A second later, the young man was already pierced by magical spears. The villains watched the young man in amazement, with genuine fear on their faces and no trace of bravery. Turning around, Cammy asked if there were any others who wanted to join. But instead of answering, one of his opponents let his knife out of his hand. This was followed by the other villains, who also actively began throwing out their guns. Not much time had passed, and they were already sitting on their knees in front of our hero, with their hands still up in the air. Cammy didn't turn around, even though he knew exactly what was going on. The young man was looking intently somewhere else where something more interesting was happening. Spreading his arms, the young man began to smile. He seemed to finally relax and feel free. The adventurers, who were the fellow's colleagues, were jumping, dancing, and cheering. They actively welcomed their savior. Ichinos, handing a bottle to one of their teammates, talked about how it was an antidote and should definitely be drunk. After a moment, though, the archer turned her attention to the young man, but she remained silent. What surprised the beauty was that Cammy was holding the rope with which he had already managed to tie all the villains in order to bring them to justice. Holding his head, the guy thought about mana flying away like rappers and decided to himself that he had expended too much energy for one day. Touching her new acquaintance's hand, the girl thanked him sincerely for all that he had done for them. Cammy heard the archer ask again regarding his power, but said the same as before, that he had already explained everything, and added that no one knew that in their time, or even 20 years later, and then said that it was classified information that he had barely gotten through S-rank connections. The girl wondered how the young man would tell everyone about it, if he would tell them that he was a D-rank adventurer, but he had activated his hidden class and dealt with an S-rank warrior. The lad had heard that at this rate absolutely everyone would be talking about the young man the next day. Upon reflection, Cammy admitted that this would actually be a problem. The topic was serious. The news could turn the entire adventurism industry upside down. The archer announced that she would tell her mistress all about it, and then stated with joy in her voice that she would ask Alice to fix the problem somehow. Sitting on the railing, Ichinos wondered how this hidden class worked, and then the guy thought to himself that unlocking a master requires a level of skill. This level grows differently for each weapon, but the two-handed sword is especially difficult to develop. Our hero, however, what was still important was the past life experience that made it possible to reach this level, the level of a two-handed sword master. But the nuance is that others are unlikely to be able to do it in one lifetime, and so the young man didn't know what to say to him. Hearing that, Cammy could see that the pretty girl was upset, and therefore stated that he could help her with improving her archery skills. To himself, Our hero thought to himself that he had learned a lot about legendary weapons in his past life, but out loud he said that he knew a couple chips he could tell you about. Looking at the guy with surprise, the archer wondered who he really was and what he was hiding. The guy grudgingly replied that he was the most common adventurer. However, the beauty stated if that was the case, then he was Conan the Barbarian. Ichinos advised the young man unnecessarily not to tell everyone about it, hearing that he wasn't going to. The next moment, all the adventurers approached the young man and began to thank him for the work he had done. And all would have been nothing. But all these warriors in one voice asked such a huge number of questions that the guy could hardly understand what they were talking about. With a wink to her acquaintance, the archer said this was the first test for his secret. The young man stated his name is Kamiaki. He can't reveal much, however he does narrate some things. At this time, something incomprehensible was going on in the Adventurers Bureau. Breaking news reported that S-level adventurer, streamer, and model Akira Babazono was detained the other day. The people of the town who heard about it could not believe that such a thing was even possible. He is accused of attempting to kill a group of rookie adventurers in a rank E dungeon. He was caught red-handed in the attack with dozens of his accomplices. News reports noted that police believe he founded a wedge of gambler killers, blood snakes, and is suspected of multiple attacks on adventurers. Law enforcement is conducting a thorough investigation into the incident. Such chaos had never happened before, but nothing like this in the form of betrayal had ever happened before either. Responding to questions, the officers said that the details of the case are not yet known. Facts are being verified at this stage. Suddenly, the receptionist noticed someone. At the same time, someone on staff said a young man was heading towards them. Up ahead, confident, walked Cammy while everyone gathered looked at him intently. Walking up to the counter as if nothing had happened, the young man asked if there was any work for him, which shocked the brunette. Stammering, the girl began to explain that because of the situation so far, the situation was unclear. The guy didn't realize that meant there would be more discussion ahead about how to interact with him in the future. While the receptionist was telling Cammy not to worry, the young man saw Alice on the balcony and turned to her. The pretty girl yelled about the place being too crowded and therefore suggested socializing elsewhere. In a moment, the boys were entering an unfamiliar room, the door of which was opened by some young man. Our hero immediately realized that he was in some kind of meeting, as the office was full of people sitting with smart faces. The only one who stood out from the crowd was Ichinos, who, smiling happily, greeted her comrade. Moving closer, the guy asked the archer about what she was doing in this place. Alice, realizing that the adventurers had become friends, told them so to their faces. Patting her student on the head, Alice said she must have had a hard time working with the guy. Despite blushing, the brunette noted that it wasn't really easy, but there was no other way out. Suddenly, everyone gathered rose from their seats at the same time. With his head down, the leader stated that he wanted to formally apologize for what had happened on behalf of everyone gathered. The man looked at the guys and explained that he couldn't have foreseen that the punishment squad would include a player killer. This man had fooled everyone, although the Adventurers Guild office and its leaders could not have foreseen this, and therefore it was not their fault. Despite this, the chairman continued to berate himself, saying that there was no excuse for him anyway. And after a moment, he added that Mr. Cammy would receive an additional fee as compensation. But that's not all. Our hero will be upgraded to a C-level rank. The guy thought about the fact that he had obtained D rank just a few days ago and was already moving on to the next step without any special endeavors. Ichino, looking at the confused face of her new acquaintance, the archer thought that for decency he could at least smile. Performing his usual ritual of pulling up his glasses, the chairman and himself said that this had never happened before, and added that the man had invited 3 representatives of the adventurers to the meeting to approve the rank by hand. The first was the general manager of the Adventurers Bureau, a man of advanced years but one of the most experienced. The second was Miyata Goki, that's an S-rank adventurer. The chairman hesitated a bit before naming the third person, but then stated that it was still S-rank person Alice Takagi. Looking at the girl in amazement, the guy could only mumble out that she was the spokesperson, and the one smiling and waving remarked, now he realized how influential she was. Suddenly, someone slammed his fist on the table with all his might and shouted that they had enough of this circus. Miyata said with anger in his voice that they didn't come here to exchange pleasantries. The boys were not frightened by such a statement. They were more at a loss not knowing what to say in this case. The man then stated that he had heard rumors that a low-ranked adventurer had been able to defeat an S-ranked assassin, a curiosity that had plagued him ever since. Opening the tablet, Goki continued to note that the young man was only level 11. Moreover, the young man has a hidden class and therefore doesn't everyone here seem maximally suspicious. Grabbing Cammy by the scruff of the neck, Miyata shouted, "What if this man is also a fraud like Babazono turned out to be?" And then, looking intently at the young man, asked what his secret was. The guy didn't like this kind of behavior, and so in a stern voice he told the man to remove his hand immediately. However, the adventurer tried to piss our hero off, and then replied that he would not do so, wanting the young man to force him himself by using his hidden class. The chairman, realizing that the situation had escalated to the extreme, ordered the men to stop, reminding them that fighting and conflict within the bureau was forbidden. However, the vice president jumped into the conversation saying that there was no need to stop this scuffle, and Cammy could actually show off her skills. Ichinos, realizing that his comrade might be declassified, stood up for him and yelled for it to stop because it wasn't nice to behave like that. Miyata asked our hero if he was scared, adding that he was actually a liar. In the next second, the man turned around and planned to walk away. Suddenly, however, he turned around, true terror red in his eyes. After a moment, the adventurer noticed that he was surrounded by a multitude of swords aimed at him, and one even seeking to impale him. This was also seen by other men who didn't realize what was happening. Miyata glared angrily at the guy. However, he was in no hurry to do anything about it. Alice, realizing that the situation had heated up to the extreme, shouted that this was the end of this conflict. Pretty Lady turned to Goki and remarked to him to stop all this and stop. The floor was running down the man's face and he looked as tense and angry as possible. Raising his hand, Miyata turned around and was about to leave. The high-level adventurer slammed the door with such force that it looked like the ceiling was about to fall. Alyssa asked our hero if he was okay and added, she was embarrassed about the whole thing. The girl explained that this was one of the weakest S-level adventurers. Perhaps he was complex about it, and therefore desperately trying to maintain his position. Hearing Alice ask her boyfriend to forgive the man, Cammy stated that there was no problem. Suddenly, the girl started screaming, saying that this must be the signature trick that Ichinose had told her so much about. Our hero had not expected this, as the archer had promised to keep quiet, and so was both surprised and angry. The girl admitted that she told her mistress in confidence, and the mistress stated that she shouldn't be angry with her student because she didn't do it out of spite. Once again, the vice president spoke. This time he asked Kami if the young man was going to share information about the hidden class with them. The lad knew. For many adventurers, it would only be a hindrance. Some like Goki would suffer greatly if there were more like our hero. Kami knew that, in fact, only a select few needed this information. And in parallel, he heard the girls asking what would happen next. The vice president said in a quiet voice that this was the end of their meeting, and therefore all could be dismissed. The first to leave the office was the chairman, who thanked everyone for their time. Alice, realizing that everyone had dispersed, told Cammy that she had important business to attend to with her boyfriend. She was going to introduce him to someone. Not realizing what this was about, the beauty noted that the young man would probably be surprised. As she walked down the stairs, the girl continued to talk about how this person had been waiting for this moment very much. Cammy's face read a storm of emotion as he looked down. The guy kept his eyes on the blonde, wondering if he could really see her. Upon arriving at the restaurant located in the hotel, the young men were cheerfully greeted. And while the visitors were attentively looking at the newly arrived guests, the waiter asked our heroes if the table was really ordered for 2 persons. The vacationers were whispering so loudly that the guy and girl could hear those discussing the blonde girl, talking about how she was a healer with infinite regeneration. Embarrassed, the girl apologized for having invited the young man to dinner so suddenly, noting that he must be feeling as awkward as possible. Cammy sat back and smiled, talking about how it was no big deal. The young man was surprised that the blonde was now incredibly famous. The guy remembered how a couple hours ago, standing in the waiting room, he had told Nia Ami that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Alice then narrated that when she paired the healer with the right group, the beauty had grown incredibly, and the latter added that she was now level 15. Ichinos, who had no idea that our hero was even familiar with the blonde, was most surprised. Cammy wanted to tell, but when he remembered how much that had always happened, he admitted that it was a very long story, and thought about the fact that not long ago Nia Ami was about to be kicked out of the group. She had no idea what she was supposed to do, and now she was in the spotlight. The girl said that if it wasn't for Cammy, none of this would have happened. Rubbing her hands together, the blonde wanted to say something but couldn't quite make up her mind. Alice realized that the pretty girl was shy, so she said instead that she wanted to thank the guy for his help. Blushing and embarrassed, Nia Ami barely squeezed out an offer to have dinner together. It seemed that the young man was not prepared for such a turn of events, and therefore looked at his new acquaintances in surprise. While Cammy thought about the fact that all this is very unexpected, Alice shamelessly declared that our hero is waiting for a delicious dinner and a beautiful girl, and therefore it is unclear why he doubts. And after a moment, the girl said with one voice that the healer was actually grateful to the young man. For a moment, the young man thought for a moment, but only to give an affirmative answer, which immediately pleased the healer. With a wink, Alice declared that the most important thing had already been decided and she would take care of the rest. After a while, the guys were already sitting in the restaurant wondering what to order. The guy looked at the girl carefully and smiled. Hearing Cammy say that the blonde has become much more confident, matured somehow, so stated that the young man is solely to her credit. She explained that Mistress Alice had added her to a group that had a necromancer, and it had really affected not only the level but herself. For a moment, Nia Ami remembered her past self, remembered the ugly way she had been treated by the people she had helped. And instead of showing everyone what she could, she was just being a victim. However, things are different now, Pretty Lady said, since she had mastered soul healing and was silent for a moment. And then, smiling sincerely, said that things had changed dramatically for her personally and for those around her. Our hero was still smiling the same way and thinking to himself that this young lady was referring to the healing of souls. The guy knew full well that a healer couldn't learn this spell without a necromancer on the team. At low levels, this is an extremely important skill to support. In a world 20 years from now, this will be standard procedure, but not now. And so, at this stage, Nia Ami is a trailblazer. Folding her arms, the girl noted that she could now be of use to her group and the community, people who were previously stranded now seeing a way out. While the blonde was happily talking about how much she liked everything, the waiter brought out a variety of dishes. Nia Ami was just glowing with happiness. It seemed like she was the happiest person in the world at that moment. This was noted with satisfaction by our hero, who was glad that everything had worked out so well. Pointing to the table, Cammy said that everything was ready and therefore it was time to start eating. The blonde spooned the spaghetti onto her fork at the same second and quickly began devouring it. As she chewed, she spoke in parallel about how incredibly delicious it was. Cammy remained silent and gazed intently at the beauty who liked absolutely everything. Even though the young man was eating, his plate remained almost full. This was also noticed by his companion, who asked if the guy didn't like it, but heard that it was just the opposite. Everything was as delicious as possible. With sadness in his voice, the guy confessed that he thought about the fact that his sister would also like these dishes, but she can't go to the restaurant because she is in the hospital. Upon hearing this story, the healer said she thought healing magic had great potential. Therefore, when she gets stronger, she might be able to cure Natsu. Taking Cammy's hands in hers, the girl told him firmly, if he had any requests or wishes, he only had to say so. And she added that she wanted to do her duty and repay the young man with the same kindness with which he had approached her problem. Our hero did not object but simply thanked his companion. And, placing his hand on hers, he added that when the time came, he would be sure to turn to her. Nia Ami was embarrassed in a way she had never been before, and then timidly said that she would like to with a guy, and abruptly stopped talking. Cammy made a stern face and asked what the girl wanted, and added whether the young man wanted to go to a place with her right now. After a while, the healer was already swimming in the pool and talking about how she didn't expect they could use the hotel's rooftop pool. Closing his eyes, the young man noted that Alice had great capabilities, though sometimes you really need to allow yourself to be distracted and rest sometimes. The beautiful woman, eyes downcast, thought she meant something else entirely. Nia Ami didn't want to say anything, and so she simply remained silent. Suddenly, the blonde dared and asked the guy a personal question regarding whether he had someone he loved. Cammy thought about his loved one, and at that moment a certain image popped into his mind. And so, scratching his head, the young man honestly said that there was no one, and he didn't need it. Standing backwards to our hero, the hottie said out loud about it being very good. Realizing she had said something unnecessary, the healer quickly retreated, saying she hadn't said anything. In less than a minute, the girl already had a ball in her hands, and so she offered her companion to play. Without waiting for a response, the hottie threw the ball and yelled for the guy to catch it. Realizing he was struggling to reach, the guy decided to bend over and catch the pitch, but instead fell off the mattress into the water, which the companion saw. And if at first the girl was frightened, then she started laughing loudly. Being underwater, our hero could distinguish everything perfectly, including the healer's legs. He could also hear her making fun of him. And just so she wouldn't have so much fun, the guy grabbed her leg with one swipe of his hand and dragged her underwater after him. A second later, the boys were above the surface. To the surprise of our hero, the blonde was not angry with him. On the contrary, she was smiling. For a moment, the young people's gazes converged, and Nia Ami began to blush and look embarrassed again. Cammy, with streams of water running down his cheeks, asked in a calm tone if the beauty wanted to see something. The healer was surprised. Even so, she asked what her new acquaintance was talking about. The young man, jumping into the water, declared that he had been nicknamed Tuna among adventurers, and therefore wished to demonstrate this. The guy was winding in circles with great speed, which his companion watched intently. The stranger standing next to him thought to himself that the young man had been given an utterly pathetic nickname. However, the blonde was so much into the guy that she didn't care. She was just talking about how it was something incredible. At this very time, in one of the dungeons, a centaur, looking somewhere in the distance, growled heavily. Some unknown girl was crying too. And our heroes sat in the lobby of the Adventurers Bureau at 6:30 in the morning and listened to what they were told. Alice, clapping her hands happily, talked about the fact that a new team had finally been assembled, which the girl congratulated her listeners on. While Ichinos complained about the fact that they had gotten up so early for such a thing, the adventuress went on to talk about the fact that it was now up to the boys to mop up B-Rang's dungeon, and added, if the new team succeeded in doing so, then she would gladly invite them all into her clan. It was about the S-ranked clan Carnelian Fury, to which Nia Ami was very much astonished. Looking carefully at the guys, the girl noted that it was actually hard to get to them, and so she asked if everyone was happy with this type of deal. The healer took the liberty of answering for all the guys, saying that they will definitely do well. The pretty girl smiled, talking about what they had agreed on then. Cammy thought about the fact that even in the future, Carnelian Fury was one of the top S-ranked clans. However, by the time the guy rolled back, he had already disappeared. The young man remembered hearing about it on the news at the time, only wondering what caused it. Our hero heard the archer accuse him of flying in the clouds, adding that he didn't understand what an honor it was, and especially for such a low-ranking adventurer. The young man sat between the two girls, not knowing what he could say or add. Suddenly, the young man shouted unhappily about being the lowest ranked of them all, which Ichinos once again confirmed. The next moment, Alice intervened, saying that in time the young man would catch up with everyone, and the archer again spoke grudgingly about having to defend this young man. The S-rank adventuress approached her apprentice and stated that her future depended on it, and the latter noted that she would do her best. Alice cheerfully informed everyone that their test would be tomorrow, and so now everyone was free to go. As she left, the girl kept shouting that she wished her team good luck, but warned that they should prepare as they should. The archer followed, talking about how she was going to head home and mind her own business. The next instant, Ichinos felt someone's powerful hand grab her hood. Hearing the guys say they needed to get ready, the girl grudgingly pointed out that she didn't have to do that. However, the young man stood his ground, and so he continued to say that they would all train together. Patting the beauty on the back, Cammy noted with a calmness in his voice that he had thought this through long ago. Nia Ami stood back. She was sad and confused. There was an atmosphere of peace and quiet in the dungeon of the 6 feet ancient forest. At least it seemed so at first glance. Archer complained that she couldn't believe they were going to some dungeon on their day off instead of minding their own business. The healer was afraid of everything, and Ichinos was greatly annoyed by it, and so she kept asking what the girl was doing in this place. Cammy stated that it was all necessary for the healer, for whom such a journey would be incredibly beneficial. Besides that, they would learn how to interact with each other. Nia Ami blushed and thought to herself that she really wanted to be with this young man. The girl wanted the young man to be able to trust her, to be confident in her, and certainly not lose to his rival for anything. While the archer noted to keep the new girl close, our hero sat down and in one motion indicated to the beauties that it was best to be quiet. On the lawn lay the centaur they needed, and so the boys were glad they had found her so quickly. The young man smiled, thinking about the fact that this half-human was asleep, which was also to their advantage. At the same instant the system sent a new task for the guy. It was to heal the monster. Cammy didn't understand what monster he was talking about, and so he thought briefly about the situation. Our hero turned to the healer in a quiet voice and asked her to come closer, and to be very careful. Belle stepped onto the grass as quietly as she could. She couldn't see that a grasshopper-like insect was sitting on one of the leaves. At that very minute, the locust jumped up from his seat and flew somewhere. But instead, a suspicious eye appeared in the same spot. Immediately, Ichinos yelled for all the guys to immediately duck, or better yet, drop to the floor. The girl realized that no one could hear her, and so she quickly made her way towards her classmates and fell on top of them. Everyone gathered turned their attention to the arrow that pierced the branch next to them with precision. The healer was the most frightened, her eyes rounded with fear and surprise. At this time, someone's skillful hands were once again loading an arrow for the bow. It was a movie Taurus, aiming in the direction where the young men were found. Cammy, looking at everything that was going on, thought about the fact that the inhabitant of this forest shot without delay, and went on to point out that she has lightning-fast reactions. It's still a good thing they didn't get caught. Nia Ami fearfully stated the fact that normally centaurs don't act aggressive. Then, what happened to this one? The young man looked carefully into the creature's eyes and knew for sure that something was wrong in this case. Raising a hand, the young man motioned for the centaur to stop, assuring her that they came in peace and therefore would do no harm. The centaur still continued to hold her bow, but she did so very tentatively, floor dripping down her face and herself shaking. Not a moment later, the forest dweller collapsed onto the grass. The guy immediately talked about how he felt like the centaur was unhealthy. Suddenly, Cammy stated what it was, then abruptly stopped talking, but only to ask the archer to listen in on something, and then ask afterward if she could hear anything. The girl cocked her ear and was silent for a while. Except for the silence, she heard nothing, and so she asked the guy what she was supposed to be paying attention to. But the lad had no time to reply, for in the next instant, Ichinos fell to the ground with a clatter and screamed. Our hero shouted and declared for the girl to be extremely careful, though the girl still couldn't understand anything. Looking at the centaur, the adventuress finally noticed the weakened one and realized that the reason for this was due to some kind of poisonous substance. The girl was about to leave, but suddenly she saw a huge beetle in front of her, with a large sword in one of its paws. Cammy realized that there was not a moment to lose, and so he summoned his sword to immediately fight the poisonous insect. The young man immediately began swinging his sword, wanting to save his partner as soon as possible. However, the insect rose higher above the ground. At the same moment, the guy noticed that something began to rain down on them from above. The young man began to use the energy flow to buy time. It seemed to have no effect, as the huge insect both flew and continued to do so. And within a minute, the girls started coughing, covering their mouths with their hands. Realizing that the situation wasn't much good, the guy yelled out that they had to deal with poison pollen, and therefore immediately shouted that these insects are strong enough, it cannot be delayed, but first it is better to hide behind a tree. But worst of all was Ichinos, who was bowed to the ground and could hardly sit up. The unpleasant thing was that there were hordes of insects circling around the girl, watching her closely. Standing up, the lad summoned his Thunderblade, realizing that this weapon would fit just fine. After disorienting the gnats for a while, the young man asked the archer if she could go, hearing her make excuses for being so careless. Belle looked carefully at her hands. She realized that the bow was no longer in her hands. But the girl didn't have time to say anything, because at that moment, Nia Ami launched her healing magic. Once in the same circle, the guy asked if it was group magic, but the healer explained that they were standing side by side, but she put the effect on each one individually. Hiller admitted that she doesn't have a poison resistance spell and therefore has to cast purification over and over again. The guy understood. Magic is used continuously to minimize the incessant exposure to the poisonous pollen, which means the caster can't move. The young man realized that mana didn't last forever, and so he asked the archer if she could try to take down the mate. This is the queen, and she poisons her victims with pollen and then sends her subordinates to roll the victim into a meatball and carry it to the nest. Upon hearing the story, the girl said it was gross, and then she would deal with the female while the guy would destroy the little thing. Cammy shouted that he relied on his partner, and she confirmed that he could rely on her. And the very next instant, the battle began. Our hero handling the change so quickly and so efficiently that it was hard to believe. However, the queen did not give up. Realizing what was happening, she was going to take revenge on our heroes. The archer realized this, and so began screaming for the uterus to come down, as it was difficult to hit from this distance. Suddenly surprised to herself, Ichinos found that she had managed to hit the wings after all. The queen looked at our heroine carefully, but did nothing. The archer realized that the womb was very strong. It would be hard to hit. But at the same time, the girl watched the healer. The brunette realized the complexity of the situation, and that she had to hurry, or they wouldn't get out of this dungeon. For a moment, it felt like time stood still. Nothing the queen did, but neither did the adventuress understand how she could overpower this huge insect. Suddenly, the uterus began to envelop the girl with something she hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Belle fought as hard as she could, though it wasn't that easy. Kami finally turned to Ichinos, who managed to calm the young man down, reassuring him that she was already fine and had solved her problems. And so, after a moment, she took up her bow again and drew the bowstring. This time, the queen's eyes were frightened, and she knew that she would not be able to leave so easily. The girl was confident, so she began to take aim. Suddenly, the beauty felt her hand touched by someone. The archer didn't know what to think, while the centaur lay next to our heroine and watched her intently. The forest dweller held out her bow and arrows to the adventurer. The girl watched in horror as everything around her began to change. Now the queen was confused and Ichinos was just the opposite. In the same minute, she thanked the centaur profusely for his help and was already taking aim. The beauty chose the best angle, realizing that it would directly affect the final result. The next thing everyone gathered noticed was how the adventuress had scrambled into the womb. The queen began to scream, unable to keep up on the fly. At that very second, Kami joined in, using his blade, determined to finish off all the insects. It's only been a couple minutes, and our hero has already dealt with everyone, and very deftly at that. But the guy was more concerned not with that, but with the fact that the healer hadn't taken a break from her mission the whole time, and so he thought he was just in time to make it. The young man turned to the girl and asked her to come over to him. Following Kami, realizing that the forest dweller would not survive without her, told her acquaintance if she could help. The healer nodded affirmatively, then took her staff and began the ritual. Everyone gathered could see that the centaur was actually feeling bad, and therefore didn't understand what to expect next. But next, something incredible happened, because the forest dweller stood up. And at that very minute, the system notified our hero that the task was completed, and as a reward he received the adventurer's key. The archer hurriedly thanked the centaur for giving her bow in time, otherwise things could have ended very differently. However, to Ichinos' surprise, the forest dweller refused to accept her weapon back. She smiled but didn't say anything, just looked at the brunette intently. As she watched her walk away and out of sight, the girl asked if the centaur wanted to give her the bow, but there was no response. Instead, Kami pointed to the weapon and said that it was one of the finest bows to be found in these dimensions, and added she might remember their conversation about helping her with her shooting skills. So, centaurs create their bows by combining them with their own magical power. These items are far superior to what humans make, and they are extremely difficult to obtain. The young man thought sadly, and thought to himself that he was going to steal one of those bows. The archer smiled and noted that she only realized how valuable the weapon was when she touched it. Suddenly, Niaami cut into the conversation, saying that she was incredibly happy for the brunette, which surprised the girl. Ichinos, who had carefully always hidden her true feelings, was now smiling, and she admitted that she was a little shaken when she saw the healer, but now she was very glad that she was the one to be around, and added that the girl had maintained the spell for a very long time, and it was truly remarkable. But instead of joy, tears appeared on Hiller's face, though she spoke of being overjoyed herself. The brunette didn't understand why the adventuress was crying, and so she tried to cheer her up. And Kami at this point sincerely thanked the girls for their efforts and apologized for dragging them into this adventure. The very next minute, though, the young man's attention was caught by an arrow that had been fired by a centaur and lodged in a branch. Looking closely, the lad saw an insect that had been pierced by an arrow and chained to the same branch. On the face of our hero read no feigned surprise. He thought about the fact that apparently the forest dweller had not originally intended to attack them. The young man was pleased to realize he was right about the centaur's kindness, and so he smiled. And looking forward, he saw before him the very one he had just been pondering. A day later, a joyful Alice, raising her hand, said that a new stage was beginning for the boys. A test to enter the Carnelian Fury awaited them. With a wink to her team, the adventurous woman noted that they would succeed because she believed in them. Just like last time, the haughty Found began to say goodbye to the guys, adding that they would meet up very soon. Energized by her mentor, Niaami turned to her colleagues and told them that they should put their best foot forward, as if there was anything wrong before. Kami remarked with some indifference that he shouldn't worry so much about it, to which the pleased brunette agreed. Raising her bow, the girl declared whoever came out against them. Her new weapon would be easy for the enemy to handle, and assured everyone that they could easily rely on her. It wasn't long before the boys found themselves in the dungeon of a tomb of sinister spirits. Ichinos, who had shouted the day before that she could handle everyone, now clutched her bow and literally trembled with fear. Firstly, the place was very dark, and secondly, all sorts of birds were flying around, which greatly frightened the beauties. When Kami asked if the girls were okay, they said they were fine, though the boy could see that their former enthusiasm had evaporated. Our hero explained that the underground tomb of sinister spirits is where all sorts of evil things gather. Against ghosts, physical attacks usually don't work, so it's not going to be easy, and that's something the archer didn't like anymore, stating that she was a little freaked out by this news. However, the brunette quickly retorted and started talking about how they were just monsters, and besides that, they weren't in a horror movie, and therefore they should just be defeated. Niaami understood that her friend was very scared and tried to calm her down somehow, saying that she was already used to all this. After all, she worked together with the necromancer. The young man who had been listening to the girls all this time suddenly stopped and thought to himself that it had gotten very noisy. For a moment, Cammy stopped and ordered his female companions to do the same. And in the next instant, the guy spotted the C-rank monsters called zombie goblins. Grabbing her bow, with excitement in her voice, the archer shouted that she could easily handle these monsters. But no sooner had the girl fulfilled her promise, for her attention was drawn to the image of a woman standing by a tree. She wasn't easy to see, though Ichinos was sure it was a woman with green hair. Stammering, with terror in her voice, the brunette tried to explain to her companions that there was someone behind the tree. Cammy himself was aware that someone was watching them, but in a frightened yet commanding tone of voice, he stated that they didn't care about strangers right now. The guys were facing zombies that they had to fight to survive. Realizing that the count was running out of minutes, the young man summoned his sword to his aid. And in the next minute, our hero began to strip these entities with ease. Cammy, holding his sword, realized that everything was going as it should. The healer, realizing that their comrade had a holy blade, spoke happily about how wonderful it was. However, Ichinos had little interest in that, as all of her attention was directed in the direction where the unknown woman had been a short time ago. Suddenly, something alerted our hero, who said that the power of the wizard in the ability to choose a weapon with suitable properties, but the more powerful the characteristics, the more mana is spent. The young man looked at the skeletal remains and started to say something else, but then quickly fell silent. Everyone gathered turned their attention to the entity that was moving away from them. And after that, our heroes saw C-rank monsters that were soul eaters. Cammy said against monsters with no physical form, they certainly had much less of a chance. And the archer noted with horror that they were probably all finished. The girl asked to do something, but the young man honestly answered that in this case he was practically powerless. Grabbing our hero by the arm, the brunette hurriedly led him away behind the back of Nia Ami conducting the ritual. It seemed that the monsters were afraid of the light that came from the blonde staff, and so they bowed to it. After a moment, the light that Hiller was controlling began to swirl into some kind of powerful stream. The girl shouted that she was starting the healing of souls from now on. And in a moment, the zombies began to disintegrate into small pieces, turning to dust. The blonde explained that soul healing uses the souls of the dead as a catalyst, and turns them into a powerful healing spell. The young man suddenly interrupted his familiar and continued, "The excess healing transforms and increases the amount of mana the target has." Nia Ami didn't finish listening and informed that this was a skill she had learned thanks to Cammy. While the archer praised her friend, the lad reflected on the amount of healing and mana gains beyond all expectations. What's interesting is that it's evolving faster than the young man thought, and therefore, if it interferes, but the young man didn't finish his thought because he saw something strange. From all sides, the guys began to be surrounded by all sorts of monsters, and the girls were talking about whether there were many of these creatures. Our hero realized that things were bad, they should get out of the encirclement, and therefore shouted to his companions to run as fast as possible. Already on their way, Cammy informed everyone that he didn't know for sure where they were going, even though he had been here earlier. As they came to a blank wall, Ichinos cried out in horror that they had reached a dead end, not understanding why the guy was trying to crawl up the wall and what exit he was talking about. Thinking to himself that this exit probably hadn't been created yet, he yelled loudly about having to fight. The guys realized they were cornered, and the monsters were getting bigger by the minute as the brunette spoke. The healer realized that there was no time to panic, and so she immediately began to play some strange song, which caused astonishment among all those gathered. Pretty Lady called for lost souls to rest in peace. But that wasn't what surprised the guys, it was something else entirely. The woman they had seen earlier appeared in front of our heroes, and the young man announced to everyone gathered that it was a banshee. The boy immediately ordered everyone to cover their ears, noting that this entity's attacks were unpredictable, and thought to himself that even S-rank adventurers could die at its hands. Nia Ami stood like a dumbfounded. She asked Cammy what it was, but didn't elaborate on what it was about. The girl was amazed that the zombies were disintegrating into separate parts after singing her song. But it didn't seem like it to Banshee, because she stood looking at the boys intently as before. The lad knew not to let his guard down, and so, covering his companions, stepped forward a little and put forward his cold weapon, showing that he was ready to defend himself. At that moment, Banshee's eyes lit up and she extended her hand forward. The guys either didn't expect it or couldn't understand what to do, but their faces showed a whole range of feelings. But it didn't last long, as the next moment our heroes began to fly somewhere to the side, thrown away by a powerful energy stream. The young men literally ran into the wall and started screaming very loudly. Ichinos, who was already afraid of all things otherworldly, looked at her hand in horror and couldn't understand how it had gotten through the wall as well as part of her body. The girl screamed as loud as she could. She was asking Cammy why they were going through the wall, what had been done to them. Practically falling through the brickwork, the young man thought about the fact that he had never heard of such magic before. He also wondered what else Banshee had prepared for them. However, the entity didn't even blink. It continued to do what it had done before. The guys, on the other hand, couldn't stop noting that they were going through a wall and had no way of controlling it, let alone stopping it. A moment later, the young men fell to the stone floor with a clatter. Sitting on the floor, our hero talked about how they had gotten into a secret room, the very one whose entrance he was trying to find. No sooner had the boys relaxed than the silhouette of a banshee appeared through the wall at the same moment, further frightening the already worried archer. But this time the entity didn't try to harm the guys. It put its hand on his chest and remained silent. The boy, realizing that such creatures could not be trusted, immediately grabbed his sword, while Ichinos was already preparing her bow. The young man finally spoke aloud about how it didn't seem like the banshee was hostile, but caution was still advised. The woman raised her hand, and Cammy continued to note that it wasn't entirely clear why they had been moved to this place. Suddenly, the entity pointed at Nia Ami and asked the latter to help her, much to the girl's utter bewilderment. Ichinos, who was standing a little farther away, noted with horror that the creature in front of them had spoken for some reason. Suddenly everyone gathered saw some sort of small lantern in front of them, not realizing what the banshee was talking about. The next instant, a picture appeared before our heroes, and it showed some sort of monster or predator. The young man immediately understood everything because in front of him was the image of the Soul Stealer, the boss of this dungeon. In response to a question from Hiller about what it means to release souls, the young man explained that the creature absorbs the souls of the deceased and uses them as magical power. The dead for him are a source of magic that gives him immense power. The guy doesn't know why, but Banshee wants to cut off this flow of magical power. And after hesitating a bit, he added that it would require the soul healing skill. Looking at the healer, startled to ask if the guy had gotten anything mixed up. Not to be mistaken, Cammy turned to Banshee and wondered if he had understood her correctly. The entity closed its eyes and remained silent. But it was clear from its appearance that the young man had explained everything accurately. An archer standing nearby asked our hero how he knew so much and if it was true that he was in the dungeon for the first time, though he answered nothing. The young man was lucky because the next minute all the adventurers noticed that the woman had turned around and was striding away, but only to walk up to the wall and put your hand against it. And a moment later, a large tunnel-like passage formed in that spot. Looking at him, the guy was saying that the boss was up ahead, which meant they had to go. The place was dark and scary, but the guys realized there was no turning back anyway. After a short period of time, the adventurers found themselves in yet another room. Right in front of them on the throne sat that same scary boss. Although in reality, it was not a boss at all, but a very real A-rank monster, a soul snatcher. After hearing from the young man about all the characteristics, the beauties were horrified to realize that they could hardly stand on their feet because they were being carried away by a stream of energy somewhere. This monster was not going to give up so easily, and so it instantly soared into the air, holding the very same mysterious lantern in its hands. Realizing the fear of her companions, Cammy stated if they acted strictly according to plan, everything would be fine. The healer realized that a lot depended on her, and so, taking her staff, began to recite some spell. The monster looked at the guys carefully, but it wasn't going to take any aggressive action. The adventurers simply stood and watched the powerful monster, realizing that anything could be expected from that one. Standing in a small circle, the boys gripped their guns harder. Suddenly, Ichinosu shouted. She was surprised to ask how the opponent had such a huge area attack. The young man didn't answer, deciding not to escalate the situation, but he knew it was bad, because at this rate they wouldn't last long. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a banshee appeared and began summoning some sort of soul curtain. Everyone looked at her in surprise as the archer wondered if this woman had decided to help them. However, the one who didn't take her eyes off her boss carried out what she had in mind. The soul gatherer still held his lantern in his hand, the same way. And so the guys didn't realize if there was any change given the help they now had. Suddenly, everyone saw a white mist, which was apparently the veil. The adventurers realized that this monster was smiling, as it surely realized that it was much stronger than them. Cammy told his companions that he wasn't just holding a lantern as it was the source of his magic. If it wasn't destroyed, that the attacks would continue indefinitely. The banshee must have realized what was going on, and therefore did what she could. The young man saw the woman slumped to the floor but did not realize what it meant. At that moment, Nia Ami shouted. She noted that the spell was completed and apologized for the long wait, and then stated that it was time to destroy the monster. The banshee found herself enveloped in this green glow, though she continued to sit on the ground. However, the archer, looking at something with amazement, spoke of how it was simply something impossible. Tightening the bowstring, the beauty cried out in excitement that they would definitely win now. Ichinos realized that an ordinary arrow would not help in the case, so she called for a fire arrow, which flew precisely at the target. The lantern faltered in the monster's hand, which meant that it was beginning to worry about the outcome of this battle. And at that moment, the arrow flew towards the resulting dome and touched it, causing it to start cracking. A powerful stream of fire burst inside this veil, causing the Soul Snatcher to scream even harder. It seemed that he was all engulfed in a bright red glow, indicating the weakness of the enemy. The brunette was pleased to note that she had done something incredible, and it was all thanks to the bow the centaur had given her. The girl realized that it was impossible to stop at the achieved result, and therefore, shouting curses, began to launch the next arrow. Grabbing the metal chain, the monster screamed that all these souls belonged to him, and him alone. The boss struggled to hold on to his flashlight, which was no longer glowing. By some miracle, the adventuress managed to grab one edge of the chain and wrap it around her arm. But only the beauty did not calculate her own abilities and strength. A moment later, Ichinos was flying somewhere, realizing that the monster was much stronger, and now he was dragging her to him, not her. The archer felt the powerful hand of this opponent grabbing his tail, but didn't realize what she could do in this situation. The enemy held the lantern in one hand, which was now beginning to glow again, while the other held his hostage tightly. Nia Ami, seeing what was going on, immediately rushed to her companion's aid. She shouted that the monster had forgotten something as a powerful stream of light appeared out of nowhere. In a moment, the boss had no more of the hand with which he had so tightly clutched the girl. Holding the sword tightly, Kami spoke of the power literally overwhelming him. And after a moment, he added that the monster should prepare to behold the full strength and power of our hero and his sword. The young man wielding his blade saw that there was a result, and it was very noticeable. The young man noted to himself that the holy power of Excalibur was spreading throughout the Soul Snatcher's body, dealing more damage with each passing second. Kami smiled, noting that he never thought the effect would be so good. The guy realized that you can't stop halfway through a case, and so he shouted loudly that it was time to finish what he had started. As our hero wielded his blade, the chain quickly braided around the boss. Everyone gathered noted how the light around the monster changed, as well as how its arms were falling apart. The boys were confident that they had finally succeeded in achieving the desired result. But the victory was not so easy. After a moment, the young man realized that somehow the damaged arm had recovered quickly. At the same instant, though, some bright spot headed straight for Kami. The young man saw the Soul Snatcher continue to fall apart rather than recover, but he couldn't see how that was possible. The monster raised his hands, seeming to try to make some sort of impact. The girls standing nearby could hardly stay on their feet because the airflow was of incredible strength. The Soul Snatcher saw many fireballs near him that did not deal damage to him. And so the monster laughed as loud as he could. He shouted that the young man had fired so many projectiles, but only not one had hit him. He saw the hand of the malcontent reach toward him. Suddenly, the young man realized that the monster would attack, which happened in the next instant. And then in one swift movement, our hero stripped this monster of its head. Everyone present saw what everyone had been waiting for so long happen. Relaxing a bit, the young man put his blade behind his back and began to smile. Less humble were the girls, who immediately started cheering and shouting, saying that they had all managed to defeat the monster. At this moment, the lantern began to glow with an even brighter radiance. The young man watched intently as the object twisted with some sort of energy flow, stronger and stronger. Realizing that there was no time to waste, our hero smashed this lantern with a single blow, which immediately split into two pieces. Kami watched in amazement at all that began to happen next. Hundreds of imprisoned souls who had escaped from their confinement began circling around this lantern, also unaware of what had happened to them. The archer mused aloud about how she never thought she could see something like this. The banshee, who was standing off to the side, was also watching everything that was going on closely. It seemed like she needed something else, and so she wasn't going anywhere, but she wasn't asking for anything either. Guy, looking at the hundreds of souls, realized what a big deal they had made. But what the young man saw in the next moment shook him to the core. It was a small childlike image that sat near the broken container. Suddenly, Banshee jumped up from her seat and ran toward the broken lantern, her face showing both amazement and joy at the same time. In turn, the child's soul watched this woman intently, as if waiting for her to come closer. Cradling the entity that was once a baby, Banshee closed her tear-wet eyes. Kami had never seen anything like it, and so he watched this amazing picture with amazement. It seemed that both the woman and her child had finally found peace as they looked peaceful and calm. Folding her arms across her chest, Banshee thanked our heroes with sincerity in her voice for all they had done for her. Our heroes realized that this woman's image was growing dimmer by the second. And after a moment, only a bright light remained where Banshee had stood, which gradually dissipated. The astonished adventurers, looking over each other, asked themselves what it was all about, though no one had an answer. Suddenly, the healer covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled slightly, which surprised Cammy. Thinking back on everything that had happened recently, the girl explained that this was the first time in her practice being thanked by a monster. The young man also smiled slightly, noting that this was actually true. The next day, the boys reappeared in full force at the Adventurers' Bureau, where Alice congratulated them on passing the dungeon. Smiling, the beauty noted that they were all accepted into the Carnelian Rage from now on. The emotional girls began to scream, unable to contain their joy, saying that this was what they had been waiting for. Alyssa asked if Cammy was here, and then stated that as soon as the young man showed up, they would immediately go out to celebrate the occasion. At this time, the girls were approached by correspondents who began to point out that they had overheard that the adventurous girls were now members of a new team. They said that the guys had become very popular because they had managed the almost impossible to pass such a difficult dungeon, although not all S-rank representatives could do it. The beauties looked at this whole crowd in amazement and didn't understand what to say to them or how to behave at all. But just at answering, suddenly, Ichinos shouted loudly, pointing at the guy. She said that they were only able to complete the task because of the guy. Realized members, the young man might have intervened in the conversation, but at that moment his cell phone rang in his pocket. The young man didn't know who it was, so he decided to introduce himself right away. Suddenly, our hero's face turned white. Sweat beaded on it, and in his eyes there was a horror that had not been seen even in the dungeons. Alice, standing nearby, tensed up. She knew something was amiss, and so she began to ask the adventurer what was wrong. The guy didn't answer anything. The beauty only saw the phone fall from her acquaintance's hands to the floor. The girl saw Cammy speed away from the bureau, and though she shouted after him, he said nothing. Belle stared intently at the phone, which continued to lie on the ground like that. The young man ran as fast as he had ever run before. It seemed that something truly terrible had happened. Our hero's face was filled with pain and rage, and his sister's name was the only one that resounded in his mind. Not much time had passed and Cammy was already at the door of the hospital where Natsu was lying. At this time, the doctors in the room were discussing among themselves that the baby's blood pressure and heart rate were already 30% below normal, and therefore the medication should be continued. After a moment, though, the doctors summoned other specialists to their aid, realizing that they couldn't do without them. At this time, our hero ran into the hallway. He saw the medics entering Natsu's room. The young man didn't hear the fact that he was being asked to wait outside while the crew did what was necessary. The young man continued to tear into the room. After agreeing to stay out of the way, the doctor closed the door with a clatter, leaving the boy alone in the hallway. Cammy sat back in his chair, but he was pounding with fear, hopelessness, and the heartache of not being able to help. Covering his face with his hands, the young man remarked to himself about the fact that the symptoms of the disease had already progressed to such a degree. The guy remembered the king of one of the dungeons he'd been in recently and thought about the fact that there was still no cure. Suddenly, someone called out to our hero. Although immersed in his own thoughts, it seemed that the young man did not hear anyone. Then the unfamiliar man came even closer and again called out to the young man. Then a minute later, holding out his cell phone to the guy, asked him to take it. Taking the smartphone, it seemed that from shock, the guy didn't quite realize it was his thing. Cammy stared at the phone in surprise. He realized he was getting a call but didn't know if he should answer it. Once again, the stranger spoke, asking Mr. Aki to not only answer but to also look out the window. Cammy didn't know what to expect. For a while, he still hesitated to answer. And the very next second, Alice was talking about what she had managed to find out about the state Natsu was in. The girl explained that the young man dropped the phone back then at the bureau. She answered the call and found out what was wrong with the baby. The guy stood up from his seat, not understanding anything. He started asking both Alice and the stranger what that noise was and what was going on in general. The man didn't answer anything. He just pointed with his hand to the window he had mentioned even earlier. Walking over to the window, the young man still stood there with the most surprised and confused look possible. The reason was that he saw the helicopter and the pad where it was about to land, but just didn't understand what it was all for. Alice spoke cheerfully of her decision to confide in her companions and trust them with the young man and his problems. For a moment, the beauty was silent, but only to exit the transportation. And then she proudly announced that the guy was part of the Carnelian Fury from now on. The very next minute, those men in white coats who had come with the adventuress opened the door of the ward. The medics who were helping Natsu didn't realize who the crowd that had shown up was, but the men, resolutely putting on their gloves, remarked that the cavalry had arrived without explaining anything more. Looking at the unknowns with astonishment, the local doctors said, "Do the guys really belong to a magical medical organization that is gaining more and more strength? With their technology, this company has shed light on diseases caused by magic, which previously could not be cured. On the account of these people, many lives saved." The doctors, looking over their shoulder, kept saying that they were the best ones to do something about the situation. With some doom in their voices, the attending physicians pleaded for help. And then they said that the girl has a magic vortex and the severity is classified as 3rd degree. After that, a group of experts began to confer about resorting to a magic absorption operation. Cammy looked at all these doctors and asked Alice where all these people came from. All with the same positivity and optimism as usual. The girl declared for the guy to trust these strangers and not to worry. The young man suppressed his gaze. He realized that he had no other choice anyway, but it was as difficult as possible to do so. For some time, our hero and his companion simply sat in silence, each immersed in his own reflections. After a certain period of time, the doors to the operating room opened and specialists started coming out of there. Responding to Cammy's question, the guy said that her condition has stabilized and she's on the mend, but the disease is progressing rapidly and therefore, without the right treatment, she could have another seizure. Still with the same frightened face looking at the men, our hero thanked them. And looking at Alice, a group of people declared that they were summoned by the girl, and therefore only she should be thanked. Demonstrably placing her hand on his chest, the beauty noted that the guy didn't need to bother. She was just happy to help. When asked if the adventuress was so helpful to everyone, she said, closing her eyes, that she was. Placing her hand on the young man's shoulder, Alice wanted to say something else. Getting as close to the guy as possible, she said in a quiet and languid voice that she was doubly glad to help the young man. Blushing, our hero stared intently at his new acquaintance, though he didn't know what he might answer. Laughing, the girl spoke loudly about their iceberg, alluding to Cammy finally melting. In a now stern and serious voice, the young man noted that he was very grateful to the adventuress. She, smiling again, said she was glad to be thanked again. The young man stepped aside a bit as Alice continued to say goodbye to the specialists, realizing that he didn't belong there. When everyone had dispersed, the guy asked if he could ask the girl for one more thing. Cammy immediately started saying that this was all for Natsu, not for him. Despite that, he wouldn't stay in debt. It seemed to be the first time all evening that the adventuress had looked at the fellow with such wariness and some fear, and then stated again that for Aki-san to be approached by her was a true honor, and so she hurried to find out what to do. The guy thought to himself that Alice had actually proved that she could be trusted. Her sincerity and determination were real, and therefore it was possible to reveal part of the secret. Leaning over, the young man quickly said that he knew of a way to cure the magic vortex, but it required alchemist-class power. And so the young man wonders if the girl has no connections among such people. After a little thought, the beauty stated that she had never heard of such a class. With a wistful look on his face, our hero thought to himself that most likely nothing of this sort existed yet in this era. Remembering his keys, Cammy decided that there seemed to be no other option but to go to the elf world again. While Alice was thinking, the guy was talking about how moonstone was the only material that could be turned into a magic vortex cure. The girl replied that she had heard of such a stone, but never thought it could be used in such an unusual way. Stop. Holding out her hand to the guy, the girl said loudly that she still wouldn't leave Cammy in trouble. Suddenly, the girl, with desperation in his voice, Cammy shouted that if it could be arranged, that would be just fine. Alice stated that her new acquaintance should be prepared for the journey to be difficult. And, after a brief pause, she added that there could be serious challenges ahead. At that very time, an expensive and presentable car was rushing through the streets of the city. The car, having reduced speed, was approaching a local clinic. All those gathered noticed that finally someone's foot in expensive shoes appeared out of the vehicle. It was Kanzaki Hara, a doctor who works at the University Hospital of Tokyo. Suddenly, reporters started running from all sides, turning to the young man. Members of the media asked questions about how a doctor with little experience manages to create one drug after another so easily, hearing that it is not that difficult at all. Smiling, the young man cheerfully stated that his success was probably because he was very talented. Within a minute, the doctor was on his way to the clinic doors, waving to all those gathered and wishing them all the best, although he could hear that journalists were still asking questions. All the employees greeted their colleague with surprise. They seemed to treat him as someone of great value. This undoubtedly flattered Kanzaki, who strode confidently through the medical facility, donning a robe as he went. A few minutes later, seeing the specialist remove himself in his office, one of the employees noted that the reward for creating the new drug was on the table. Sitting on the table, the young man thought with satisfaction about how rich he was. A moment later, he decided to print out the wad of money that was meant for him. Kanzaki slowly pulled out a money bill from a makeshift envelope. Sniffing the piece of paper, the man thought happily that his life was a success. Raising the bill up, the doctor spoke loudly about how his talent was like the philosopher's stone, and it was wonderful. It seemed that this man couldn't get excited about a bill of money that he wasn't going to let out of his hands. Suddenly, Kanzaki heard his phone ringing and decided it was necessary to answer it after all. It was a father asking his son if he had some free time to meet someone. Responding to his son's question, the man said he did not know who the man in question was, but the man was said to be quite influential. Kanzaki, with displeasure in his voice, began to tell his father that this did not concern him at all, and therefore he owed no one and nothing. But the man continued to insist, noting that first it was important to him and to the hospital, and second, it would cost his son nothing for this brief encounter. Staring dejectedly at the screen of the phone, the doctor pondered on who it could be about, if even his father had managed to push it on him. A minute later, the phone received information about our hero, which greatly surprised Kanzaki, who had no idea what this guy needed from him. The next moment, the secretary announced to the doctor that an important guest had come to see him. The man did not suspect what the young man needed, but he realized that he had promised his father and therefore could not break his vow and told him to let the young man in. Once in the office, Cammy immediately began to introduce himself and also thanked him for being welcomed. The doctor did not want to seem impolite, and so also introduced himself in return and got straight to the point. Not wanting to waste my precious time, stated to the guy to not be shy and tell him why he even showed up. Cammy blithely mentioned that he was looking for a good alchemist, which caused a look of surprise on the doctor's face. The young man realized that this might sound unusual, and so he explained that he had been told that the doctor had certain skills. Hearing the guest explain that he could leave if he came to the wrong place, the medic immediately asked if it was true that Cammy had gotten to him through his connections. Rising from his chair, Kanzaki noted that he didn't know who recommended him, but the young man had come to the right place. Hearing after a moment, Cammy stated that he needed to make a medication. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, for this was not at all what he had expected to hear from such a great man. The man laughed, saying that his talent was worth money. How could it be that the guy was clueless, and especially in the field of pharmacology? Blushing, the boy stated with sadness in his voice that he didn't know about it. The blond man's eyes rounded at what he heard as our hero continued to talk about how Cammy had just heard that he was a good specialist. Waving his hands, the young man honestly said that he did not have a large amount of money at this stage, but could offer valuable information in return that might be useful. The doctor thought angrily to himself about how someone had followed him to come to him with no money, and stated aloud, if there was no funding, the young man was free to go, igniting the energy flow. Kanzaki decided to scare his guest into not wanting to ask for anything more. However, the young man, who had seen many things in his long life, continued to stand still. The next minute, though, his attention was caught by something happening at his side. The young man was alert and listening as the doctor was about to sneak up behind him to strike. Lightning fast, raising his arm, Cammy defended himself from his opponent's leg that was about to hit him right in the face. The opponent watched in horror and didn't understand how this could even happen. The young man wasn't going to stand there and just watch him get hit. So he did what he expected his opponent to do, who was the first to start playing foul. Kanzaki didn't even realize how it was that he had flown right back into his desk. Struggling to hold onto a piece of furniture, the man fearfully asked the guy where the guy got such power from. Power that no C-rank adventurer has. The young man stood surrounded by the money that spilled out of the doctor's pocket. At that moment, he didn't feel like saying anything. The opponent, on the contrary, could not take his eyes off the young man. The one, realizing that he had no one else to ask for help, turned to Kanzaki once more and said that he needed the abilities of an alchemist. But the man was adamant. He was screaming about why he should help some crazy scum, especially still for free as it all concerned him. With a stern look, Cammy stated the fact that the doctor actually liked money a lot. Taking one bill in his hand, the man declared it to be natural, and after a short pause, he added that they are at the head of everything. Without them, man is nothing. Cammy didn't say anything back, he just stood there smiling. Walking up to his opponent and poking him with his index finger, the young man stated that in such a case and abruptly fell silent. And then he added, if Kanzaki helps our hero develop a cure, then he will make him rich and earn much more than he has now. The opponent listened to the guy attentively and could not believe that it was possible, and therefore constantly interrogated about it. The young man said with a calmness in his voice that he could see the future, though he thought to himself that this was not quite true. for our hero could only know what was in his world. Kami reiterated what he said earlier: if the alchemist helped him with the cure, he would become a fabulously rich man. It seemed that the doctor did not believe what the adventurer was saying, and therefore noted that he was an intelligent man and would not fall for such nonsense. Our hero realized that to deceive this healer is not so easy, and therefore remembered about Alice. The young man realized that he had no other choice. It was too late to retreat, and so he pulled out his phone and held it in his hands. Not under the blonde. The young man did not object, but simply opened a photo of some unknown man and pointed to it. And then the frightened Kanzaki slumped into the table and began shouting that this was an acquaintance of his. He was a good man, and therefore would never do anything like this, and therefore didn't understand what the young man was making up. The next second, our hero took an envelope from under the money and started writing something on it. Smiling and walking out of the office, the guy talked about how a man has to remember that there is a lot of money at stake. The doctor seemed to think his guest was somehow crazy, and so watched him leave, moving down the hallway. Crumpling up the piece of paper on which the phone number was written, the doctor declared that the young man was just crazy. Without thinking about what would happen tomorrow, Kanzaki easily sent the envelope into the trash can. The next morning, it was all over the news that the former deputy had been arrested on suspicion of hit and run at the scene. Kanzaki listened unhesitatingly to all the details of the case, which had been reported to him the day before by a common adventurer. The doctor's eyes widened more and more with each passing minute. Answering the phone call, our hero calmly stated that he had been expecting this. However, the doctor couldn't say anything coherent. He just yelled and asked the guy how he made it so that everything came true exactly. The guy pointed out that he didn't do anything, he just took a glimpse into the future, just like he said he would, and then said he would discount the location where he would wait for the doctor and promised it was a real gold mine. After a while, a car pulled up to what looked like a construction site. The disgruntled doctor climbed out of the car and looked carefully at the place where he found himself. Once inside, Kanzaki realized he was standing at a dungeon waste disposal site. After a minute, Kami came up as well, stating the fact that the doctor had come after all. The man began to shout loudly and swear. He asked where the promised gold mine that had been talked about so much was, and why they were socializing in the most common dumpster. The young man explained that sometimes these wastes are brought in by adventurers, sometimes they erupt from the gates themselves. These are special materials that modern technology can't recycle, and so they are dumped in this place not knowing what to do next. Raising his hand and showing 3 fingers, the guy said 3 years from now and fell silent again. After pausing for a moment, he continued that after this period of time, a method would emerge that would turn this waste into biofuel, but with the abilities of an alchemist, and again he fell silent. With only 1 finger left, the guy went on to say that with the doctor's abilities, it would only take 1 year, and then this business can be easily monopolized. The blonde smirked and said in an evil tone that it was all understandable, but he wouldn't be so easily fooled. Kami stood and just stared at the doctor, not understanding what the doctor was disliking again. And the guy kept saying that the guy would probably want the guy to take him in his share. Unwinding the energy stream, the opponent began to scream again that he would not be fooled so easily. The next second, one of the piles of debris shattered with ease as if it were an ordinary house of cards. The former adventurer summoned a monster made of garbage to his aid and shouted to our hero that he would not be able to see him off. The young man saw the trash monster about to hit him, and the doctor kept harping on and on about how the guy deserved to be punished. Bouncing back at the last second, Kami saw the monster hit the ground with such force that it left a dent there. Our hero thought about the fact that this man is actually an alchemist. Realizing that thinking should be set aside now, the boy called for his sword. This time, the young man decided to use the enchanted sword of nitrogen. Within a minute, there was no trace left of the enemy made of garbage as it shattered into many individual parts. However, spinning on his axis, the alchemist asked, so the young man could also create, though he didn't elaborate on what exactly he was talking about. Looking around, the doctor heard the young man's voice saying he could do it, but only with 2-handed weapons. After placing his hands on the ground, the man decided to call upon his transformation to help him. And in the next minute, the small pile of trash that was in front of him began to grow rapidly and increase in size. And in a couple of minutes, the doctor was already covered by a huge and powerful wall. It was done just in time, as all those swords clattered into the not-so-sturdy defenses. Kanzaki had counted on his plan working, but the power of the swords was so savage that there was no trace left of the wall. On the face of the doctor, who realized what was about to happen, read wild and genuine terror. He became especially frightened when one of the swords stopped just a few centimeters away from his face. The man sat on the floor and didn't move. He didn't understand what was going to happen next, but he hoped for something better. Clutching his grip tightly, Kami spoke calmly about how he wasn't lying. Lowering his sword, our hero once again stated that he just really badly needed the help of an alchemist. The guy added that he wasn't asking to do anything for free. He voiced his conditions. Didn't Kanzaki need the extra money that he was resisting so much? Smiling, the blonde repeated his crowning phrase that money rules the world. After scooping up some trash, the man declared with greed in his voice that every yen was worth the effort. And greedily looking at the dirt, wondered if the young man had a different opinion on the matter. The young man remained silent and looked at the alchemist in surprise, not understanding what he was doing, and most importantly, why. Suddenly, Kanzaki got to his feet and calmly spoke about how everything was fine. And with excitement in his voice, he added that he would create the potion that Kami was asking for. The young man stared in surprise at the man's dirty hand held out to him and didn't realize what he should say. Then still uttered his question as to whether the doctor could help him in creating a cure. Still standing there with a dirty hand, Kanzaki stated that of course it would help, since he had talked about it before. Shaking the dust off his jacket, the alchemist explained that he had thought it over once more and realized that the guy's offer wasn't so bad, and therefore, why turn it down? And he thought to himself that Kami's ability to see the future was questionable, but his skill that he'd never seen before was something. Not only does the young man manage to summon swords with ease, but he can also threaten an A-rank adventurer, which is nonsense. This is clearly not an easy man, hence he is worth following. And aloud the doctor added that he was interested in the young man's abilities. Looking at the huge pile of garbage, the man in the suit once again asked Kami if this waste could actually serve as biofuel, receiving a satisfactory answer. Taking the phone, the alchemist immediately began calculating the cost of the entire process, pondering his next steps. Our hero was bored looking at it all, and even more so now that there was a magical whirlwind raging through the country. But it wasn't long before Kanzaki cheerfully announced that if it actually worked out, the margins would be huge. Heading for the exit, the young man explained to his questioning companion that he could monopolize this whole business, but at this stage had no means, no technique, no skills. For the first time ever, the alchemist admitted that with his abilities, our hero could be the ruler of the world, though he does not aspire to be. The boy looked at the doctor carefully, not understanding what he could and what he should say to him. Shaking hands with his companion, the young man said he would dial the doctor shortly to discuss any remaining nuances. Heading to meeting guests in his own lab, Kanzaki said he was very pleased to see the young people at his place. And while our hero was thanking for the welcome, Alice, who was walking behind, was saying that they would not disturb the alchemist much, but would only take what they needed. To the guy's surprise, it seemed that it was not for the adventurous girl a great honor to get here and meet the doctor, but for him, as he was now and then, that he said various compliments. Pouring the stones out onto the table, Kami noted that they were the same stones for the cure he had mentioned a bit. Looking at the jewels in amazement, the alchemist admitted that he had never seen anything like it before. Inside the stone is a large amount of magical energy. It acts as a cocoon and it's just beautiful. Our hero explained that the stone is as if in a dormant state, and therefore it is necessary to use alchemical power to activate it. Kanzaki stated that we need to try and see what comes out of it, and then asked that he had previously raised questions as to why this was all necessary. In a confident tone, the guy stated that it was a remedy for the curse disease that was the magic vortex. Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately shouted that it was impossible. The young man had mistaken something, and added, if it's some alternative treatment or homeopathy, he refuses to help, hearing that it's not. Kami told me that the magical energy of this stone can neutralize the instability of mana flows within the body. Looking at the boys, the alchemist realized that apparently the stones were the cure itself. Closing his eyes, our hero stated that he was definitely sure of it and once again asked the doctor to help him process the mineral. For a moment, Kanzaki thought about something, and then a smile of epiphany lit up his face. The doctor thought to himself about Kami being a veritable bag of gold. The next minute, the doctor was already texting someone. The man realized that action should be taken, and so he asked his guest what property should be imparted to the stone. Upon hearing that it was about fire, the alchemist stated that he would get to work right away. Everyone in the crowd took notice as electrical charges began to build up between the man's hands. The alchemist looked at his hands. Something was beginning to happen to them. It was as if they were moving into some other dimension. And after a moment, this stream of energy filled almost the entire room, which creased a bit. The young men watched in silence to see what was happening. Suddenly, Alice broke the silence and said quietly to the guy, wondering what would come of all this. Kami looked at the stone and realized that no change had happened to the stone. This was also pointed out by Kanzaki, who stated that there was not enough heat and therefore the temperature should be raised. The next minute, he began to concentrate on just that. And the next moment, in a calm tone of voice, he announced that there was finally a reaction. He stated that the outer shell dissipates heat and therefore should be concentrated on the central core. And at that very minute, an interesting change began to take place inside the stone. This was also mentioned by the doctor when the guys got closer to him. He explained that the structure was starting to show, but there was still a need to rearrange all the elements correctly. Suddenly, the outer shell of the stone cracked and shattered into small shards. Some of them started to fall onto the tray that was on the table. But what all those gathered saw struck them to the core. Above the doctor's hand hovered a small pebble that possessed a bright golden glow. The alchemy, with tears in his eyes, our hero struggled to utter that this was exactly what was needed. The guy honestly said, if it wasn't for Kanzaki, it would have taken years to develop a cure. But as it was, it only took a few minutes. Looking at the girl, congratulated Cammy, saying that she herself was overwhelmed with emotion from what she was able to see with her own eyes, and suggested that it might be best not to publicize it. Upon hearing this, the man began to shout and indignant. He pointed out that they had managed to develop a cure for an incurable magical disease, and therefore, how could it be silent at all? And after a minute, he continued his outrage, noting that there are thousands of people, including children, sick all over the country, all hoping for something. Suddenly, Alice stood up for our hero. She talked about the fact that he has the gift of predicting the future, and he does not want absolutely everyone to know about it. The lad was pleased with such concern, but he didn't know what to say to that. The alchemist was silent as well, but he also looked at his guests intently. Suddenly, a secretary ran into the office. Turning to Kanzaki, the latter stated that there were a lot of reporters outside. However, the alchemist, who had previously sent a message to someone in secret, was happy to say that he would take on this heavy burden. There were members of the media standing outside, wanting to know if it was true that somehow a cure for the magic vortex had been found. Alice didn't understand what was going on, while the alchemist, with a calmness in his voice, spoke of the fact that they had a certain arrangement with Cammy. Pointing to the phone, Kanzaki stated that the guy had promised him a huge amount of money in return, and additional notoriety for the work he had done. With calmness in his voice, our hero confirmed that this was the case. The young man explained that he has neither time nor desire to communicate with journalists, because the most important thing is to save his sister. Hearing about Cammy wanting everything kept private, the girl turned to him. But at this point, the doctor intervened, saying that he understood and would remain silent. The next minute, the door opened fairy-like, and Kanzaki appeared in the opening. He happily answered reporters' questions, emphasizing that they needed a cure for the real magical disaster. The man explained that this was a problem for all of humanity, and that's why solving it was so important for everyone. For a moment, the alchemist thought about the fact that for the first time in his life, he had managed to compete with the Health Institute by coming up with something completely new and original. While the reporter was asking if it was actually possible to come up with cures for the disease, the doctor was reflecting on the fact that he could already smell his favorite smell of money. For a while, the man pondered how best he should begin. Raising his hand, Kanzaki stated that the key to the cure was a certain magic stone. But there was still much that remained unclear, and therefore it was too early to talk about anything specific. With joy in his voice, the alchemist stated that when everything was ready, he or his team would be sure to report everything. Alice, who had been watching everything going on from the window, asked Cammy if he thought it was all right. Hearing the girl remark that it should be the guy who gets the glory and not anyone else, he indifferently declared that he didn't care about any of that. The young man stated in a quiet voice that he had only one singular goal. Pensive, our hero imagined his favorite sister finally shedding her hospital clothes, rejoicing in her recovery. The next day, the news was all over the news about the magic vortex gaining momentum, even though Kanzaki's group had already announced that they had found a new cure. The man said that this technique is a revolutionary breakthrough, and therefore, when everyone knows about it, it will be a real sensation. While all the channels were showing the same thing, Natsu still continued to lie unconscious like that. It seemed a moment, the young opening the suitcase, the man stated that the mixture for the remaining magic stones was already ready, and then stated that he was going to start the operation, just wants to know how it's all going to play out. Looking at the sad-looking doctor, Cammy spoke of this was the end of his involvement. Our hero stated that magical healing is needed next, and in this matter the young man relies on the healer. The girl smiled and noted that she would do anything for the adventurer, who is her friend as well. The young man faded his gaze for a moment, then thanked the healer. The alchemist was indignant that the boys were going to treat the illness without the doctor's input, though Alice immediately pointed out that the doctor didn't know how to use magic stones. Smiling, the man began to retort, explaining that he would do anything for medicine and science, he just wanted to help. Kami walked over to Natsu's bed. His sister was tearing up in pain, but at the same time it was full of hope. Taking the hand of his sister, who opened her eyes, the young man stated that he knew how hard it was for her, but the girl could not worry because he would take care of everything. With hope, the girl couldn't say anything, but you could read complete trust in her eyes. Kami carried the suitcase over to his sister's bed and said her name to himself. Placing one of the stones on his hand, the boy thought about how this was all just for Natsu, for her to keep living. After a minute, the mineral began to glow with a golden light, and so Kami realized he should start, even though it was scary. The young man looked once more at his sister, around whom the stones had already begun to line up. In a minute, all 10 stones were above Natsu's bed, and our hero was controlling the process with his energy. Everyone gathered saw the stones amazingly pull all the blackness and all the negativity out of the little patient. Suddenly, the young man shouted. When the curse disappeared, his sister's strength would also be at an end. Hence, he asked Nia Ami to connect immediately. The healer immediately tapped healing recovery magic into the process. The boy continued on with his task, but thought with horror that his magical energy was rapidly depleting, despite the fact that he had practiced so hard for this moment. Realizing that there was almost no strength left, Kami practically dropped his hand, realizing that he would not succeed in what he had planned. At that moment, Alice jumped up to the young man and immediately replaced the young man in that position, giving him a chance to regain some energy. The beauty, with her characteristic positivity, stated that it was impossible to fail now, and therefore she would help. Quickly getting back on track, the young man thanked his acquaintance profusely for her help. Something indescribable was happening in the room. It seemed like the hospital room had turned into some kind of magical place. The alchemist, watching in horror at everything that was happening, spoke aloud about the light getting brighter and brighter by the minute. But the change was not only about that, but also about the stone that was about to crack. A moment later, Alice bounced back and Kami covered her face with her hand, realizing that this was what had happened. The stone shattered into thousands of small pieces that were now scattered everywhere. The alchemist behind the screen asked in surprise if anything had worked. But our hero didn't understand anything yet, so he noted that everything had to work. However, Natsu was still lying there with her eyes closed, and therefore nothing was clear. Suddenly, the girl spoke and called out to her brother, who immediately rushed to her. The guy, not believing his eyes, started asking Natsu how she was feeling, what she wanted to tell him. The little girl, taking off her mask, explained that, firstly, it had become somehow freer, which she couldn't explain, and secondly, nothing was bothering her anymore. Kami immediately touched Natsu's shoulder in one tug, in a way that pulled her to him and hugged her. Holding his sister in his arms and sobbing bitterly, the young man spoke of how he had waited so long for this moment, hoped so much for a miracle, and it had happened. In the next minute, tears were already flowing not only from the eyes of our hero, but from the eyes of Natsu, who didn't really understand what was going on. Kanzaki, picking up the shards, said if you channeled magical energy into a magic stone right on the patient's body. The alchemist didn't have time to finish. The minute Alice grabbed his elbow and pointed out that such things were best discussed outside the door. Closing. While taking her morning jog, the girl heard the news report that thanks to a new medicine, the condition of heavy patients affected by the magic vortex had improved. Although the doctor is increasing the production of the cure, so he asks all adventurers to cooperate, asking for moon magic stones. Suddenly, the girl took off her earpiece to answer the phone as her favorite brother was calling her. Our hero asked Natsu if she was doing well as what her sister was up to. She replied that she was doing her morning run and was full of energy like the old days, and then asked where Kami was. The young man bragged about being on top of the highest mountain in the world, i.e. Everest. The girl was happy for her brother, though she didn't understand why he needed to make this climb. The young man wanted to answer something but realized he couldn't find the right words. Suddenly, the system notified the player that the task of conquering the highest point had been completed, and therefore he was rewarded with a key, and Natsu said he just felt like doing it. The girl called her brother a bit odd, though she praised him at the same time, noting that he's actually a versatile person, which is great. Suddenly, Natsu announced that she had decided to become an adventurer in order to collect moonstones that would help people cure themselves of the magic vortex. Closing his eyes and smiling, the boy replied that he understood the urge. Kami said with sincerity in her voice that she would not only support her sister, but also help her become stronger and more resilient. As they headed back, the young man stated that when he returned in a few days, they would go rock climbing to strengthen Natsu's body. A few days later, our hero arrived at Japan's Narita airport, noting to himself that the hardest part of it all was the flight. The guy was thinking about the fact that he was hungry, and therefore, as soon as he got home, he would immediately take his sister, and they would go out for lunch, although he would buy her another souvenir on the way. As he approached the exit, our hero saw an unfamiliar girl holding a sign with his name on it. As she approached Cammy, the stranger once again asked the name of the young man, who said he was the one she wanted to see. Looking at the young woman with surprise and incomprehension, our hero asked how she knew his name and the date and time of his arrival. The stranger replied that she herself knew nothing, as she was only a messenger, but her master was aware of everything. Cammy didn't understand anything, and so he said what would happen if he did decide to back out. The girl stated that her master had said he wished to welcome and thank the young man, for it was he who had found a cure for the magical epidemic. Opening the door of the car, the stranger noted that its owner knew all the answers to the questions, and for the time being the guy could take his seat in the auto. Our hero looked attentively at the appetizing plate of fruit, because he was very hungry, and therefore asked if he could eat it all, hearing an affirmative answer. A few minutes later, Cammy was already sitting in a car that was headed in a direction unknown to him. Eating another piece of fruit, the young man heard the driver explain that they would be arriving very soon. Soon, some residents that looked very fashionable appeared out of the auto window. The young man realized that this was exactly where he was being taken as the vehicle pulled into the yard. Getting out of the car, the young man looked at the building in surprise, seeming to recognize it. Opening the door, the girl turned to her master and informed the latter that she and Mr. Aki had arrived. The man on the stairs thanked his assistant. Descending the steps, the stranger cheerfully greeted our hero, who still didn't understand what was going on. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes, and the fact that in front of him was the guild leader of the S-rank guild, the Ice Guard, Koha Dago. Without taking his gaze off the guild leader, the guy didn't understand what this person needed from him, the most ordinary guy. But in the next instant something happened that our hero did not expect in any way, as Kocha instantly rushed to him and started crying. Wide-eyed, the young man stated, "Thanks to the medicine that was invented, his wife is now in no danger." And the guild rep kept crying and talking about how it was a true miracle. But if it wasn't for Cammy, none of this would have happened. After a minute, Kocha, talking about his wife's full recovery, decided to show a picture of his spouse on his phone in a way that nearly swept our hero off his feet. Looking at the photo of the healthy girl, the guy thought about the fact that this powerful man was surprisingly very sentimental. But the young man was more interested not in that, but how Coke knew that the drug was actually developed by him, because this information was classified. The boy wasn't given a word to say, however, because the guild representative was squeezing Cammy again and again, noting that no matter how hard he tried to thank the young man, it still wouldn't be enough. And after a moment, with a smile on his face, he added that he would like to repay his debt as much as possible, and therefore if our hero agrees, he can join their guard. Hearing this, Cammy thought to himself that it was very unexpected, and said out loud that he was honored. But he was already a member of another guild. Raising his hand, the young man said he knew of the Carnelian Rage, but noted that those did not have the same privileges that their organization had. And after pausing for a moment, he added that the dungeon in question was a rank S dungeon, namely the Abyss. The guy opened his mouth in surprise because he didn't know what to say. And Koha went on to explain that the way to this place had been closed for many years, and now the situation had changed. The young man smiled slyly. He knew he needed to give his guests some time to think. And then, holding out his hand, asked how about going into this dungeon with them. The young man stared at the outstretched hand in surprise and replayed the words the guild leader had said in his head. But he didn't know what to do next. The gates leading to this dungeon are usually tightly closed, and therefore no one can get in. So even finding the entrance is a daunting task for adventurers, but when certain conditions are met, the seal is broken and the gate is opened. The boy thought to himself that this was how the Abyss worked. At least he had heard about it. But he wondered aloud if Coke knew how to get inside. The young man smiled and proudly claimed some awareness, and added that he had the key to how to reach the top of the Abyss no matter how strong the Carnelian Rage was, but Takagi Alice couldn't do it. All because it is the most difficult dungeon that no one has been able to complete yet. And the Ice Guard would be the first guild to succeed. Cammy wondered with surprise where the man got such confidence in his own abilities. The guild leader replied that they had information about the S-rank monster that dwelled in the Abyss. It's about a mechanical dragon that is very dangerous. This information stunned our hero, and so he began to wonder how Kocha knew so much. The man, realizing that the young man was somehow unnaturally asking about it, asked if he had heard of this dragon before, which set the boy off. Cammy realized that he couldn't give away his secret. It might complicate the situation, so he replied that he had heard something like that once before, but couldn't say exactly where. Raising his hand, the head of the ice guard noted that he was fine with his benefactor, but he simply couldn't say anymore. And after a moment he added, if his guest did decide to join them, he would find out whatever he wanted to know. The guy faded his gaze, remembering that the mechanical Kurururukan dragon was the monster that had caused him to go back in time. Now that the young man and his thoughts went back to the time when Alice and her team came to the hospital to visit his sister to stabilize her condition. So Kocha, the man, and our hero, and he added, if he goes there, it'll be with this girl. The guild turning away, Kocha again defiantly started talking about how he was actually sorry. But if the young man had his reasons, it couldn't be helped. And then said, again, being part of an S-rank clan, our hero would inevitably be drawn into the battle for supremacy in conquering the abyss, whether he wanted to or not. While Cammy was away, the adventurer's world had changed considerably. And in the next instant, the head of the ice guard held out an envelope to his guest and asked that he familiarize himself with the contents. Opening it, he added that it directly concerned the young man as well, and therefore the latter had a duty to know. Just starting to look at the document, Cammy was taken aback, though he was in no hurry to say anything. Our hero had a plan in hand to conquer the abyss by the 5 S-ranked clans. And then Koha stated that this was an official assignment from the association. It had come just recently. Carnelian Fury had received the same. This is a unique opportunity to penetrate the abyss. Even the association wants desperately to get there. The dignitaries are hungry for the huge riches hidden in the abyss. They want the treasure. The lad decided that there should be a slight change of tone, and so noted that the adventurers had the same goal, which was confirmed by the master of the house. Lastly, Kocha warned his guest to be prepared as a big conflict was brewing, and a lot of noise would be raised. And pausing, he added, the young man must remember that their ice guard would always be one step ahead, and if Cammy wasn't with them, she would be left behind. The guy smiled and said he understood. A few days later, in one of the offices, astern, immersed in her thoughts, Alice sat in a chair. The other man addressed everyone gathered as ladies and gentlemen and was about to begin his speech. But before that, I decided to remind everyone that Miyata Tsueshi, the leader of the Earth Honor Clan, was in the audience. Mimiya Startail is also present. She is the leader of the Comet Tailguard. Furuya Ginji is the chairman of the Mind Hunters Clan. Koha Daigo leads the Ice Guard. And Takagi Alice is the leader of the Carnelian Fury clan that absolutely everyone knows. And so, the Adventurer Guild chief thanked everyone for taking the time to come to the meeting. Placing the envelope on the table, the speaker stated that they were asking for everyone's help in exploring and capturing the Abyss Dungeon. The guild still knew little about the place, and therefore it was best to work together. Suddenly laughed Furuya, who was saying why it was they who should work together. And after a moment he added, I wonder how many of them would actually go for it and agree to work as a team. Mimiya immediately called the clan representative a mean old man who clearly didn't like it. Looking at those gathered, the gray-haired man spoke of how they were all just pretending to be fine, though their look said something else entirely. Each one present dreams of overtaking the other and becoming the first. And then Furuya laughed, looking around at everyone carefully. Standing up from her seat, Mimiya wondered what was wrong with having ambition. After all, everyone wanted to be the center of attention, though it was different now. The association required cooperation. And suddenly, with a wink, the girl talked about how the old man must be very happy that someone finally let him have a say, or he was already covered in dust. However, the representative of the Mindhunters clan was not moved by this, and said that he would like to talk to a smarter and more well-mannered woman. Suddenly, everyone gathered heard a loud slam on the table and a shout for everyone to be quiet. It was literally piercing everyone with her gaze. The adventuress said that it was not worth wasting time on idle talk. It was better to return to the essence of the conversation. However, the old man was most amused by the whole story and said that his throat was dry from laughing, and so he asked someone to bring him a cup of tea. Holding her head and sighing heavily, Alice thought about the fact that the S-rank clans, like before, couldn't find common ground and come to some sort of unified decision. And now they're all being sent to take over the dungeon. Based on what's going on in this room, things are bad. All because the dungeon S-rank Abyss is the first dungeon that appeared in their world. The probability of returning from there is extremely low and does not depend on the strength of the adventurer. Because of its high difficulty level, it is also called the last dungeon. But no one knows the conditions for opening the gate, as this dungeon is difficult to explore. But there is information that one of the adventurers who penetrated there and somehow managed to see a vein of magical minerals similar to moonstone. Ever since the usefulness of Moonstone for treating magical illnesses became known, the demand for it has only increased. If this information is true, whoever manages to get to this deposit and develop it again will probably be able to live a carefree life for the rest of his life, even for his grandchildren. Continuing the story, the guild leader went on to point out that it wasn't just about the Moonstone. There may be resources lurking in this place that have such power to overturn the modern way of life. Suddenly, everyone heard someone yawning and immediately turned their attention to Mimia. The adventurers did not understand what was going on, and so the narrative was suspended. The girl, realizing that something should be said that this story of riches seemed too boring to her, and therefore she wanted to sleep. Furuya stated with a sneer in his voice that the beauty wasn't pretending because she was just as interested in those jewels as everyone else. The girl was silent, but her eyes were filled with fury and irritation, though she was not in a hurry to show it. And the gray-haired man added a moment later that it was best for the adventuress not to croak, but to behave decently. Suddenly, Alice intervened. She asked if the old man was tired of sitting in retirement and enjoying life, and then, looking him straight in the eye, asked if he wanted her to soothe his spirit. The green-haired participant looked at her colleague intently, but was not about to enter the conversation. The man was not going to end this conflict, and therefore defiantly turned away from the girls and said that he was very scared, although it looked very theatrical. Coughing, the guild leader stated that they could finally continue their meeting. He stated that now they were lucky. The gates were open, and a unique opportunity was before them. The participants would have to penetrate the deepest floors of the abyss. Miyata pounded his fists on the table without listening to the end, questioning whether it would really be as interesting as it sounded. The speaker did not get distracted, but stated that any dungeon usually has someone who runs it, a so-called boss. The clan leader of the Earth Honor clan couldn't stand it again and asked, what would happen if they faced this boss? Upon hearing that they would need to destroy this monster to pass the dungeon, Miyata became furious, explaining that there would be casualties already on the way to the goal, and what would happen if there was still this battle waiting for them. The guild representative replied that because the company invests so much in adventurers, failure is unacceptable, and if someone is not ready for the risks, they may not participate. The man looked at everyone gathered with irritation and anger, but he could do nothing against them. Suddenly, Kocha intervened, who remarked in a nonchalant tone, "There is not a single adventurer who does not want to touch the treasures of the abyss," and he added that he's sure everyone agrees with him because none of this would make any sense. After handing out documents to everyone, the guild representative stated that he would share all available but classified information with the participants. Miyama irritably read aloud that the mechanical dragon would descend into the depths of the dungeon to face this monster. Mimiya began to tease her co-worker, asking if he was so scared. Then why did he come to the meeting? The man jumped up from his seat and indignantly started talking about why the girl was always picking on everyone, while she asked a counter question about why he was so afraid of everything. And looking at the enraged adventurer, she continued to remark, perhaps he should go back to F rank, where it's much safer. The impact and energy flow was so strong that the piece of furniture shattered into small pieces. However, Miyata headed in the direction where the green-haired beauty was standing to continue his squabble with her. Looking at all of this, Kocha said aloud about being caught up in some kind of circus show of fools. After a moment, the young man turned to Alice, who was gazing intently out the window. The girl, with terror in her voice, announced to all present that something was rapidly approaching them. The young men watched in amazement at some monster that was about to fly into the room. And then something happened that no one expected. The monster easily broke the window and was inside. Miyata tried to cover himself with his arm and also put up a defense to avoid flying after the guys. But that proved impossible, and in the next instant the man flew backwards. With difficulty rising, the adventurer realized that the blow was of maximum force, only it was unclear who had struck it. The guild representative looked at all of this with astonishment, not knowing what he could say. The reason was that an A-rank monster, a Kururukan shard, had appeared in front of the gathering. Everyone wondered where this monster had come from, while the Ice Guard representative pondered that it might have been the curse of the abyss. It is a curse that overtakes those who attempt to pass this dungeon. The abyss is said to possess consciousness and kill anyone who tries to explore it. Not everyone believed it, though, screaming that it was just superstition. The guild president stared at this monster that seemed to be beckoning to him like a mesmerized man. Realizing this, Koha immediately grabbed the man and felled the man so that no harm would befall him. The adventurers looked on in horror at the energy that literally chained them to themselves. The monster stared intently at everyone gathered, clearly feeling his own superiority. Responding to Alice's question, the young men told her not to worry because they were fine. The A-rank monster seemed to be about to do his best to destroy his opponents. Alice, standing not far away, pondered her next actions, realizing that something had to be done. After a moment, the monster screamed, and so the adventurers stepped back. Suddenly, Furuya spoke, noting that those who dared to desecrate the tombs for their own profit would definitely be in danger. The elder smiled and stated that it was perfectly fair, and he added, if they decided to send this insect against them, then their forces are very much underestimated. In one powerful move, the man destroyed this monster. The people who had gathered looked at this carefully, realizing that the old man was actually not only fearless, but also wise, and also had plenty of strength. Mimiya decided to tease Miyata and said it wasn't bad, then advised the adventurer to learn similar tricks. Unexpectedly, that monster said that Kami Aki, the target, is unconfirmed, causing absolutely everyone to be surprised. No one could understand the meaning of these words, and also how this monster could know a low-level adventurer. But the next minute, everyone turned their attention to a small circle that looked like a blue stone with pink flecks. The old man picked up the jewel and declared that he would keep it, though the guild chairman immediately began to argue with him. However, closing her eyes, the girl wondered what this was all about. Meanwhile, upon Furuya, he added that it was very important for them not to die in the abyss while traveling towards their goal, and said they would meet in the dungeon soon. Arriving at the appointed place, our hero examined it carefully, realizing that he was here for the first time. It was about the large and stately house that housed the headquarters of the Carnelian Fury Squadron. The young man stepped inside with a confident step, realizing that he had come on business, and therefore had nothing to fear or be afraid of. There was a cute girl at the front desk, and a guy next to her who was actively insisting on going to lunch together sometime. Cammy resolutely approached the receptionist and asked if he could meet Alice. Dumbfounded, the employee said that she would clarify everything now, and thought to herself that such an informal attitude was very alarming. The stranger was also angered by this, and therefore he began to pester our hero, wondering what he needed in this place. The young man continued to press on, saying that the young man must have gotten something wrong, since in this room, the manager should be addressed as Mrs. Takagi. Cammy didn't like this insolent behavior, so he explained in a calm but confident tone that he wasn't lost in any way, but was a member of this community. The opponent thought the guy was a newcomer, and so he once again began his speech about Madam being the head of the Carnelian Fury, and after a little silence, he added that you should not behave so familiarly, because on the first day you can easily make enemies. Our hero calmly replied that he didn't think Alice was making such rules. Moreover, he had his own way of showing respect. What followed was an even more pointed verbal altercation between the young men, which the terrified secretary watched in horror. The situation sharpened to the maximum, but no one present seemed to be paying attention. No one except Ichinos, who was looking at this picture with amazement. Moving closer, the girl greeted Cammy cheerfully. Realizing that a fight was about to break out, the brunette was slightly upset because she had expected a very different turn of events. The adventuress told the stranger with irony in her voice that he would not be able to overpower Kami Aki, though the young man did not like her remark, and so he declared for her not to show off. And while the archer was saying something to our hero regarding the wind-up, he was looking at her sandwich and thinking that it looked very appetizing. However, the club member could not calm down. Now he was actively accusing not only the guy, but also Ichinos, repeating the talk about the guys disrespecting their guild leader. The young man, realizing that no one could hear his words anyway, swung his arm to hit Cammy. But instead, in the next second the stranger was lying on the floor not realizing what had happened. Our hero held his opponent by the arm as he used a special hold. The young man asked the club member in a calm tone if he had calmed down. Letting go of his opponent's hand, he explained again that he had not come here for entertainment, but because he had been personally summoned by Alice to discuss something. Still sitting on the floor, the underdog thought about how he was able to be overpowered so easily by some teenager, since his own skills matched A rank. Archer, realizing how easily the boy had defeated their classmate, asked if Cammy had been promoted again. Suddenly everyone in the hall stopped, and then someone shouted loudly that Mrs. Takagi herself had arrived. Our hero and his acquaintance also fell silent to greet their acquaintance. Both young people and girls cheerfully greeted Alice, who, as usual, smiled and waved to everyone. Standing up finally from the ground, the club member tilted his head and greeted his mistress, saying he was glad to see her. The guy didn't have time to say anything because Ichinos answered instead, explaining that Kami was bullying the intern. Smiling, the beauty said that she thought so, but there was nothing strange about it as many in the clan supported and protected her. Suddenly, as the surprised intern was startled to ask who the person was, hearing the secretary assume it was a newcomer. Meanwhile, the young man inside explained in an impassive tone that on the contrary, the guys were on time. Heading towards our hero, the stranger said that Kami Aki must be standing in front of him since Alice had talked about him a lot. Extending his hand, the guy said his name is Ren Kagami. He's a rank S adventurer, and his class is a mage, water elemental. As the men shook hands, the girl pointed out that this was not just any young man. This was the think tank of their group. Looking carefully at our hero, Ren noted to himself that it was just as Mrs. Takagi had said. This man was very strong. And then the young man quickly turned away and strode off somewhere, indicating that the meeting could begin. When asked by Kami if they were alone in the room, the young man replied that the others had already begun their task, and then added that of course our hero would also have to work. Pointing to a piece of paper, Ren stated that everything needed to be scrutinized and thought through first. He said the Mindhunters planned to monopolize the abyss. While the boy was wondering why this was necessary, Alice noted with a chuckle that the old man was back at it again. And the young man continued to explain that these people had used part of the magic stone left behind by the echoing mechanical dragon that had attacked during the gathering. This was to develop new weapons and strengthen their position. Listening to this with horror, Kami thought to himself about the mechanical dragon. While the girl said that the hunters are actively seeking funding, her colleague confirmed that they are planning mass production. Our hero wanted badly to know what had happened at the meeting, though he convinced himself that he had better stay out of it all. Alice could see that the guy was puzzling over something and it bothered her. However, the young man suddenly asked if it was true that Carnelian Fury also had views on the abyss, and also the guys wanted him to join them as well. However, the answer was negative. Ren stated that they had already sent a group of S-rank adventurers there, so the guy shouldn't worry. The young man noted to himself that the clan was actually serious, since they had such strength. But he still didn't understand what was needed from him. And after a moment, the mage noted that Aki-san must be operating as part of an entirely different squad. Looking at the tablet, our hero was greatly surprised at what was there. Alyssa, standing next to her, stated that it was a great plan, and therefore she had no doubts about the man. However, the latter replied that they were confronted by a very shrewd old man, and therefore all means were good. A tent city was set up near the city center with a very large number of people. The reason for this was a portal that had always been closed before, but now it had opened, and so adventurers from all corners of the earth came here. And while some stood and watched intently, others carried some construction materials. Kami accidentally shoved one of the guys standing next to him and then asked him again if he was okay. After a moment, our hero boldly headed towards the portal, waving his hand to the guys who didn't understand how a young man with a sea level could do such an act. Not much time had passed and the guy was already in the abyss, a place he had frequented in his past life. Moving down Kami, there was a long corridor ahead that needed to be traveled. But adopting a runner's stance, the young man stated that there was no time for distracting thoughts right now. Starting to run, the adventurer noted to himself that the conditions for passing the first level of the abyss is to reach the next level within a limited time. Watching the actual beating, the guy noted that the exact time is unknown, but it felt like about 10 minutes. And so it was necessary to run as fast as one could. Suddenly, the young man paused slightly, but only to look at one of the adventurer's crests that belonged to a clan of Mindhunters. Running at the speed of the wind, Kami was aware that this was a covert mission, and therefore one should try to stay out of sight. Running through passage after passage, the lad pondered whether all these adventurers were really after magic stones, though it wasn't that was interesting. It was the fact that there were as many people in the abyss as ever. After a few meters, the guy saw the falling columns and decided he should probably slow down a bit. But that wasn't the only problem. There was also some kind of monster in front of our hero. The young man realized that on one hand, this was something very wrong. But on the other hand, now was not the time to fight. And in the next instant, the predator was dealt with by someone and very quickly. The unknown blonde asked Nia Ami, pointing at Kami, if it was indeed their ally, receiving an affirmative answer. The young man moved closer to the girls and thanked the healer, hearing her companion say that she was the one who had dealt with the monster. Smiling, our hero thanked the blonde as well, realizing that she would be pleased to hear that. The girls were about to say something else, but a moment later they were looking at Kami's back, which was picking up speed. Suddenly, the young man turned around and stated that he had almost forgotten to mention one important thing. And, looking at the hillier, he added, so that adventuresses should be wary of shadows. As he continued on his way, the guy thought to himself that he didn't expect Nia Ami to be in the squad of a separate Carnelian Fury unit with an S-ranked adventurer. There was no need to worry about her. The next instant, it seemed to the young man as if he heard some strange noise. Looking at the two fallen columns, Cammy realized that he had very little time. Jumping over one of the obstacles, our hero realized that he should not be distracted by anything right now, and therefore continued on his way. One of the adventurers, who was hiding behind a pillar, noted his colleague's skills with surprise, but the lad did not notice this. Nor did he notice that the shadows had come as close as possible to the stranger. The boy looked in surprise at the spot that was next to him. It was the doppelganger, a monster that inhabits the shadow of an adventurer and copies his appearance. It can only copy the appearance, but once omnipresent, it will haunt until it is defeated. Even if there's no rush, it's an extremely annoying opponent. Cammy finally noted to himself that he was seeing something interesting. Ahead was a staircase that led to the next floor. The guy realized that now was not the time to stop. On the contrary, if there was an opportunity, it was necessary to speed up. The young man, without catching his breath, rushed forward as fast as he could. Climbing to the second floor, our hero saw a staircase that now led downward for some reason. The young man, without wasting a second, started down the steps with lightning speed. The adventurer felt that he had almost no time left and his goal was not yet reached, and so he decided to speed up even more. After surmounting one flight and one staircase, the lad saw ahead another flight of steps and a passage below. It seemed that time was almost up, and so it was necessary to simply fly rather than run. With a rumbling sound, our hero tackled the path he had to travel. The remaining seconds ticked in the young man's ears, reminding him that the mission must be accomplished. And so Cammy pushed off the step and flew through the rest. After a moment, the young man thought he slipped and flew down somewhere. And what happened next was that the young man was sitting on the floor in some place, realizing that he had come. Coming to his senses a bit, Cammy took a breath and thought about the fact that, at the very least, he had already fulfilled Kogami's orders. Although, in order to fool the hunters, the adventurer had to take the treasure from the secret room without being seen by them. The conditions for entering a locked room is to find your way to it and get there in a certain amount of time. And Ren was able to figure it all out with such a limited amount of information. Our hero looked carefully at the wall that hid the danger within. Rising from his seat, the lad decided that it was now necessary to get to the most important thing. Of course, it was a secret room, but there was still one secret monster residing in it. It was an A-ranked Abyss Guardian. The young man stared intently at this monster, which had already managed to see the uninvited guest. The young man knew that the absolute skill of this guard was that it was impossible to bypass him. Realizing that giving up is not an option for our hero, he called to his aid the legendary Japanese sword, realizing that with its help he will be able to do a lot. After only a moment, gathering courage, Cammy began to swing his weapon. The guy knew very well that this monster was clumsy, and therefore realized that he could defeat it easily. As he thrust his sword into him, the young man noticed how in a moment there was no trace of his opponent. That it existed at all was evidenced only by the parts lying on the ground. Picking up a stone from the ground, the young man thought to himself that now the task was truly complete. However, there was something else, something special. Holding the stone in his hands, Cammy said things to himself that even Kogami didn't know about this marvelous mechanism. Only a few seconds passed and a passage formed in the wall that led to yet another place. There were more monsters of the same rank inside, and so the guy thought about the fact that Alice had helped him a lot. Hence he would earn a little for her, but in return, all the experience he gained would stay with him. Raising his sword and smiling, the young man decided that he was going to finish off his opponents very quickly now. However, the next moment our hero froze in place because he saw someone he didn't expect at all. The man watched in amazement at everything the guy was doing and he was very amused by it. Scratching his beard, Furuya talked about who would have thought that there was a hidden secret room here. The old man declared that the adventurer's trajectory interested him greatly, and therefore he followed the lad, and did not fail. Cammy thought with irritation and yet sadness at the same time about how the head of the Mindhunters could be here, where they had miscalculated. The young man was angry at himself for not noticing the surveillance as well, hearing Furuya remarking that the boy knew the place, and asking if he had been here before. With sternness in his voice, the young man said that it might be true, but that was nobody's business. The old man smiled and replied that the young man was not too friendly, though he did not understand what the matter was, for they were both adventurers. The guy saw the monster already aiming at him, and in parallel heard the old man's question about why our hero should not share information with him. Already in the next instant, Cammy swung around to tackle an opponent who was practically attacking him, though immediately the monster turned his attention to Furuya, who with a single hand movement seemed about to stop and calm this guard down. The old man's face was completely calm. He knew exactly what he was doing. Not even a minute later, the leader of one of the clans was already sitting in his seat, showing with all his appearance that he was in charge of this place. Cammy noticed that the monster had jumped up and was clearly going to head in his direction, and so he was on guard. And it was Farai suddenly the great and added and a moment that's why acting proactively, the boy swung his sword, unsure of what to expect next. Realizing that the old man was somehow connected to these guards, our hero decided to deal with them first. The guy was destroying his opponents quite quickly and decisively. Cammy has calculated everything to the smallest detail in such a way as to maximize results at the lowest possible cost. Watching everything going on, Furuya noted that the guy was very agile. That's what it means to be young. Although the young man wasn't laughing, moreover, he couldn't relax because enemies were everywhere. Suddenly, he crouched down, realizing that one of the ill-wishers was right above him. Our hero gripped his sword harder and waited for the moment when it was best to deliver a crushing blow. Everything happened, as always, very quickly and as unexpectedly as possible for the guard, shattered into small pieces. The young man watched as the monster scattered to the ground. But what happened next was something Cammy wasn't prepared for. Furuya, masterfully manipulating the threads, began stitching these guards together, giving them a second life. Rejoicing in his power, the old man talked about how it would never end. However, if the guy told everything he knew about the abyss, he could free himself from his attackers. Looking forward to the next round with his opponent, the young man stated in a confident tone that it would never happen. Lifting his leg, the young man thought about the fact that when dealing with a doll, one must aim at, but didn't finish the thought. Turning around, the young man decided for himself that the puppeteer would be the target for him, not his toys. The elderly man realized that it would not be easy for him, and therefore began to braid his web with the sword of our hero. Cammy watched the whole thing in surprise because he wasn't prepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Tensing, the young man tried to pull out his sword, which was becoming more and more braided with threads by the minute, but he had little success. Unexpectedly, our hero still managed to do the impossible, and he was even able to make one hit. Due to this, the old man was thrown back in such a way that he found himself hovering above the ground. The young man realized that now was the time to keep throwing punches and also to take his opponent out of the game. Our hero used his favorite tactic of the dancing sword, knowing that it would definitely help him overpower the gray-haired man. After a moment, blood appeared on Furai's shoulder, and he made a disgruntled grimace. And then something happened that the old man had not expected at all, for he was braided by his own threads. Cammy realized that he should start before the end, and so took another swing. But the next instant, the lad was surprised by something so much that he froze in place, unable to do anything. In the body of our hero read tension and indecision. He trembled a little. And the old man spoke in a calm tone about how the swordsman classes were extremely uncomfortable for him. Only a few seconds had passed, and the gray-haired man had already raised his hand to speak of the endless net. The leader of the hunters talked about how the more you move, the more you get tangled in the web, which is what happened to our hero. Smiling and rejoicing in his superiority, the old man declared that the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion from the beginning. Standing all wrapped up in ropes, Cammy was angry at himself for taking so long to follow through. However, he then added that the young man should tell him if there were still hidden rooms in the dungeon, would also arrange information about some sword that came from nowhere. Even though the threads were tightening tighter and tighter around the young man's limbs by the minute, he still claimed he wouldn't say anything. Still mocking the boy, the old man added with calmness in his voice that the teenager did not value his own life at all. And, suddenly our hero paid attention to the scoreboard, which alerted him to a new task. It was to crush the harmful and impertinent old man. Despite not real with us, the next minute the old man's eyes rounded at what he saw. In one powerful motion, Cammy easily got rid of the ropes and pointed his swords towards his opponent. The old man looked at all of this with horror and wondered with difficulty where an ordinary guy got such power. Our hero, standing at his full height, the young man looked at the old man carefully but still remained silent. A frightened Furuya thought to himself that he felt immense pressure, and exactly the same as Alice's. Stepping back but swinging at the same time, the man thought to himself as he underestimated the young man's strength. Suddenly, the old man heard a strange popping sound. Turning around, he realized that the doors had slammed shut for some reason. Smiling, Cammy cheerfully announced that the room they were in was set up in such a way that you couldn't get out until you defeated all the monsters. This news infuriated the opponent, who first got angry and started calling our hero an impudent man. The S-rank adventurer began to show his strength, causing all the monsters to scatter in different directions in an instant. The young man realized that this was not the time to just stand there, and so he called on his favorite sword to help. You could feel the anger on the guy's face. Everything around him was burning and blazing. He was as determined as possible, in a way that showed his opponent that all games were over. Looking at everything that was happening, The old man reflected that he had in no way expected to meet such a dark horse among the low-rank adventurers. And in the next minute, Cammy's cold weapon was headed towards her opponent, striking him. Lying on the ground, the opponent regretfully noted that he had underestimated the guy. Cammy glared at the old man, but that wasn't what worried him. It was the fact that the system reported the mission complete. A new reward became available to our hero, which was a magical growth stone. Looking around, the guy announced with a wistfulness in his voice that the job was still not over. The music was playing loudly in the club, and the host was talking about tonight's final episode, and the main guest of this show is a star that shines brightly in the idol world. This is a real star of the night sky. Surely we are talking about Mimia Starteal, who has already sung and danced while being on stage. All the cameras were directed at the girl, and the audience literally did not take their eyes off their idol. The adventuress danced and sang, enjoying the love and devotion of the audience. After the concert, the reporters began interviewing Mimia, but before they did, they thanked her for taking the time to give them a moment. Representatives of the media said that the beauty manages not to devote time to her career, touring, but also to deal with her own clan. Suddenly, the 40-year-old journalist said, smiling, that they are the same age as the star, but the latter looks like a young girl, not realizing what is the secret of her youth. The beauty began to embarrass herself by saying that there is no secret. It's just that her energy comes from the smiles and support of fans who actively inspire her. After a moment, Mimia added that the competitive spirit is very important to her, as she doesn't like to lose. The correspondents seemed not to understand what was being talked about, and so once again interrogated about it. Blushing, and after moving, the girl didn't have time to reply, as the adventurer, reading something on her phone, asked again if it was true that old man Furuya wasn't involved in the Abyss operation, and not intending to listen to the answer began to laugh, saying that this obnoxious grandfather was out of his mind, which meant that she had another reason to joke. All the while, the assistant tried to get a word in but couldn't, as the now adventurous woman assumed the man had resigned. The angry, realizing that what happened might look rather strange, the beauty retorted and said that nothing happened, just her skirt got a little caught on the flower. As he was cleaning up, the guard heard the assistant say something to her mistress. However, Mimia ordered the secretary with a harsh tone to cancel all her plans for the day. And then, in a minute, the girl was already getting into the car. She sat staring off into the distance. Her thoughts seemed to be somewhere very far away. The adventurer's eyes read both thoughtfulness and anger at the same time. And there was a reason for that. An event that happened a few days ago, more specifically the meeting between her and Furuya-san. Frightened, sitting across from the old man, Mimia tensed up as much as if she was some kind of thread or string. Smiling, the old man asked his guest what she wanted to tell him. With shaking hands lifting the glass, the beauty declared the suggestion amusing enough, and with a caustic voice said, under the cover of an expedition into the Abyss to eliminate Takagi Elisa and take the place of the S-rank leader. Eating. The man said they would get rid of her with their own hands. It was a sneaky way to do it, but it couldn't be helped. They couldn't defeat her alone anyway. Somehow, however, the girl's confidence vanished at the same moment. It was evident from the shaking hands she was holding the cup with. Looking carefully at his guest, Fukaya asked if she was afraid. Bell stated that it must be a joke, and explained that ever since that girl had shown up, she had always gotten in her way. Mimia was silent for a moment, for she was immersed in her own thoughts. They touched on how Alice easily defeated opponents of all ranks, and so she said, she had risked her own life so many times to get to the top, and was silent for a moment, but then went on to say that this adventuress climbed up there with an easy gait without even breaking a sweat. And the most important thing is that everyone likes Alice, everyone admires her so much. Suddenly, the crunch of breaking glass was heard. It was Mimia's emotions that transferred to the cup shattering into small shards. Looking at the glass on her skirt, as well as her wet hands, the girl continued to explain that this rascal had always passed her. Turning to anger, the adventuress noted that she was agreeing to everything because she wanted Alice to regret thinking about crossing her path. The old man explained that the administration would soon send a request for help in exploring the Abyss to all S-rank clans. This moment would be the end for this girl. Leaving the table, the man noted that he would give all the details later, and also told the guest not to divulge anything or anyone. Mimia was angrier than ever, talking about how Furuya had suggested it all by himself. There was a car parked outside the Mindhunter's main office. At that moment, the adventurers noticed the girl who forcefully pushed their table where they were playing. Checkers, putting her arms at her sides, she asked the old man how come he was retiring. The man added that's why he was resigning, hearing the girl's outrage, saying it was too late and nothing could be undone. However, the guild representative said in a calm tone that another large figure had appeared on the board. And Belle, dimming her gaze, noted that she had heard of the man at the meeting. But what did that change? The man explained that he was a C-rank adventurer who knew all the secret passages of the abyss. He easily found the hidden room, and his class. It was something unseen until now. And he added that Mimia kept looking up, unable to see the young shoots below, hinting at the guy. Hearing that some teenager had an initial rank, the beauty began to reproach the old man for how he could lose to some boy. Closing his eyes, the man remained silent, realizing that everything should be carefully considered. Stomping her foot on the floor, the adventuress began to plug in her energy, and then declared that she was disappointed. Mimia added, "It would be better for the old man to keep making himself incomprehensible, since he is a lowlife anyway." Afterward, many people heard some sort of explosion, after which fire showed. Neighbors had already started running up to the house, realizing that the organization was completely engulfed in flames. At the same time, Mimia opened the car door and ordered the driver to leave immediately. Satisfied with herself, the girl thought about the fact that originally she didn't need to contact anyone. Now one S-rank seat had been freed up, and it was just about time to act. Taking the phone in her hands, Belle decided that she would destroy Alice herself, but before that, there was one more important thing to do. Pretty Lady called her manager and asked him to gather all available information on Kemiaki. And then she added that weeds should be pulled right off the root. And then she laughed out loud. At the appointed time, Cami showed up at the Carnelian Fury office again. Our hero saw scaffolding everywhere, but did not understand why they were needed. Although one of the guys reported that Mrs. Alice ordered to start repairing, or rather expanding the building because the team became bigger. Suddenly a tool fell from one of the workers, which promptly flew downward. The man yelled for everyone below to be careful, but the guy looking at something below didn't even pay attention. Cami lightning fast pulled that young man aside, which was very timely. The unfortunate man sat on the ground and didn't even seem to realize what had happened. Our hero, without waiting for any thanks, began to remove himself, telling the guy to be careful next time. A few minutes later, the young man was already standing in front of the counter, telling the receptionist that Alice was waiting for him. As he approached the door, the young man had no idea what his acquaintance might need him for they had done and discussed everything. Looking inward with a confused look, Cami cautiously asked if Alice had summoned him. Smiling and sprinkling confetti on the adventurer, the girl happily congratulated him on his MVP title. The guy didn't know what to say to him, while the girl noted that that magic stone the young man had brought from the dungeon had made them rich, and so they decided to make repairs. Removing the tinsel from his head, our hero calmly declared that he had done it all for the Carnelian Fury, and therefore they could use it. And while Alice was stuffing a brownie into Cami's mouth, Ren was saying that the young man was a rather intimidating prospect as a newcomer. But that wasn't what interested the girl. It was the fact that when they expanded, they would be able to recruit many more people, hence becoming stronger. And after a little silence, she added that then they would finally look into the depths of the mysterious abyss. And that means there will be an opportunity to take a full-fledged rematch. The thought made the young man smile, and also lifted his spirits noticeably. In response to Cami's question regarding whether Alice will continue to research, she remarked that she will not stop. Based on the information she has, she will develop new strategies. Suddenly, the guy said that in that case, he also had something he could offer. Ren thought to himself that for a rookie descending into the abyss for the first time, he was navigating pretty well, as if this wasn't the first time he'd raided that place. Colleagues were wondering what else our hero was hiding, who admitted to having previously fought a mechanical dragon, but only managed to land one blow. Ren couldn't believe how it was possible for an ordinary rookie to even take a swing at such a monster while Alice laughed. Closing his eyes, the boy admitted it was true. Only the dragon wasn't the kind of creature you'd find on the first floors of the abyss. This beast is much more powerful. On the status, its name was displayed as an S-rank Kurururukan mechanical dragon. The guys looked at their colleague in surprise, not understanding how he knew all this. And then the guy started telling what he knew and what he could tell. The girl, seeing Cami off, thanked him for such valuable information. Belle, standing in the doorway, said she owed much to the young man who, embarrassed, remarked that nothing was needed. But Alice did not give up. She declared that she felt as if she did not know the adventurer at all, and therefore asked him to tell something else interesting next time. The young man waved a hand at the adventurer, but said nothing. However, she shouted after him that he had promised to go on a date with her, seeing the boy bow his head and stagger away. Walking down the street, our hero thought about the fact that he had not counted on finishing the meeting so late, wanting to get home to his sister as soon as possible. Just at that moment, Kami was texting Natsu, noting that he was already walking backwards. After a moment, however, the young man froze in place. Mimiya stood in front of him, naively inquiring about where the young man was returning from at such a late hour. Our hero paid no attention to the coquetry of the young lady, nor to her words. He saw that in the shadow of the adventuress someone was hiding, and so declared in a fearless tone that her bloodlust could be cut with a knife, and then inquired who she was. Fueling her fire of energy, the girl kept remarking in the same voice that not knowing her was simply the height of ignorance, and then sharply added that it didn't matter at all, because the young man was going to die today. Suddenly, some unknown monster appeared out of the shadows and immediately dashed towards Kami. The young man barely had time to bounce back, realizing that this monster was really not to be trifled with. Our hero immediately realized that it was a spirit summoner, which is quite a rare class, even in their time. And, turning around, he asked the stranger why she was after him. With disdain in her voice, the beauty called the young man by his first name, then added that he was setting his sights too high lately. Raising her hand, Mimiya boldly added that it didn't suit her at all as she had other plans. The guy could see that this girl, igniting the flames of her beast even more, was going to set that one on Kami. And it did, because the monster stood up on two paws and began to growl very ferociously, showing that it was much stronger than it might initially appear. Our hero understood that haste in this case is not the best advisor, and therefore looked carefully and thought about what to do next. Lightning fast, the young man summoned his sword to his aid, with which he managed to wound the monster. But the girl didn't seem to react to it in any way, because she didn't even move from her seat. What made the young man angry was that the beast was also moving fast, and therefore it wasn't easy to deal with it. Rising into the air, Mimiya capriciously turned to her Devolo and asked why he was taking so long to dig in. The young man could see that the monster was behind him, waiting for the right moment. Opening its maw wide, the beast roared, but it seemed there was more to it than that. Suddenly, Kami felt some indescribable force seem to pull him back to where the Devolo stood. This force was becoming more powerful by the minute. What was frightening was that the young man had never encountered anything like this before. In the next instant, the beast closed its mouth and stood silently in its place. Without hiding a smile, Mimiya calmly stated that it was so easy to deal with this adventurer. And with a dance, she added that a guy can reach for the sky, but he's a long way from the stars. At this very time, our hero was flying somewhere, not realizing what happened to him and where he found himself. Kami, the young man, finally realized that this was the Devil's Gut, a completely isolated space that was like a sealing skill. Concentrating his energy, our hero thought that he might be able to get out with physical attacks. Realizing that nothing was working, Kami berated himself for getting into a story like this, but he wasn't going to give up. The guy realized that even though this place was a type of endless hell, there still had to be a way out. After a moment, our hero pulled something glowing from his pocket. Clutching this something unknown, he smiled wryly, realizing that knowledge and skill were on his side. Mimiya at the same time spoke aloud that there was no way out of the underworld. Once there, one would fall into the void forever, and then proceeded to ask Diavolo how an old fool could lose to such a simple guy who doesn't know how to do anything. Hugging her ward, the girl praised him for his excellent work. While the girl was thinking about the fact that she was Alice's turn, something made her very wary. The adventuress probed her monster from beside him and didn't understand how this was possible, and then suddenly claimed that somehow her captor had inexplicably disappeared.